I want to see if we can add um, Facebook today. For the other stuff, for Twitter, for some reason, I don't know why the audio is not good enough. So we're going to have to hold off on that for a bit until we're able to sort out the whole audio thing. But it's good that we're still here. Mambo. Okay, so we're going to see how, you know, Facebook goes today. So I know some of us here, I mean, our Lagbara and Bitaman different platforms. So if you on YouTube and it's going well, please let us know there. I'm also going to monitor it here. Okay. Bagunyan nínú ìwé bá síbẹ̀ nínú èpo ẹ̀pà ẹni tó máa yó. Well, I just want to be sure we're good on YouTube. How has your week been so far? Hope everybody's fine. Ṣé ń lọ? Choco Jekbo. Like I say, we get one small issue on that YouTube thing. Today, we're not going to have any wild like we're letting like because it's time. Without now. YouTube, yes. If you're on TikTok, please let's share the live. We have a little issue on YouTube. I'm just going to sort it out very quickly. Okay, apparently there's no issue at all. We're good on YouTube. So please, if you're on YouTube, please like the live. Just double tap on your screen. And that way you have liked the live. And so you can like directly. Thank you, Mr. Gumade Moses on YouTube. Thank you for your feedback. Yeah, let's sort Facebook. Today I want to see if we can begin to add Facebook again. We used to have Facebook, but then Afisegbe come back on. So Ẹkáàbọ, what else? What else? Yes, please, if you're on YouTube, please like the live, share the live with your contact. If you're on TikTok, please let's power tap. Let's share the live. Let's make sure that we get as many people as possible on the session. All right. Bagunyan nínú ìwé bá síbẹ̀ nínú èpo ẹ̀pà ẹni tó máa yó. That man, I don't know if you've noticed, I play Lagbaja at least one song every day. He's such a fantastic musician, so. Okay. Let's share the live. Let's share. 1 second. Let me quickly share YouTube to my Instagram with my Twitter. Adejuwon David, thanks for this enlightenment you give to us. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Eshowa, thank you for coming. Thank you for your support. Thank you for being here. It's much appreciated. Just give me like 1 or 2 minutes, we'll be done with all this. Just trying to make sure that just trying to share it on different platforms so that we can just concentrate on the session. Okay. good? Okay, we're good. We're good. If you're on YouTube, on TikTok, please click on the heart icon above my head. It's the heart icon beside Busui Oris. Please join the team. Drop a heart me, drop a gift, support what we're doing. Maybe today I'm going to tell you why your support is actually needed. But I know a lot of people already get it. Whenever you give gifts, it actually helps the algorithm. So please, that's one way of supporting what we're doing. Okay. 1 more minute. I said 2 minutes earlier, Abby. So ìṣẹ́jú kan ló kù. Ìṣẹ́jú kan ló kù tá máa fi gbẹ̀rùn dìde. How many Muslims are here, by the way? They do this thing. When I was growing up, we had a mosque not too far from the house. Ẹ kò máa gbọ́ ìṣẹ́jú kan péré ló kù. Yoruba people are interesting, Yoruba. Galactic Orisun. Ẹ ṣé o. I'm almost done, please. I'm almost done. Just trying to get everything sorted, and then so tó bá ń gbà mí ìṣẹ́jú kan, má bínú o. Okay, I think we're almost there. Just one more thing. Just Twitter. We're good. So our folks on Twitter, again, all this thing I also discovered with this when I was, you review what you're doing just to make sure that we are on the right path. I discovered that the things we do, it's tailored for live streaming, for video, not for audio. Like I said, sometimes you're talking and you want to read a book. The silence that we have sometimes. Tó bá jẹ́ live, àríra wa bí mo ṣe ń ṣe bó ṣe gbà mí lákòókò díẹ̀ ó ṣe dáadáa ṣùgbọ́n I just noticed like there's a little gap with the audio streaming and all that. So it's good. I mean, you don't have to be on every single platform. It's just on the platforms that people can find you. So what I'm going to do is, in fact, what I'm doing right now, which is what we've always done, is to share the YouTube link on Twitter so that those there can find us. I think that's a good way of doing this thing, right? And voila, we're good. All right. All right, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us, and thank you for walking through all that with me. We do this together every morning, where we have to share to other lives, or the other platforms, and also we're on Facebook today. After a while, we've not been on Facebook for a bit, but we're on Facebook now. So if there are some people, for instance, who may not be able to, for one reason or the other, maybe they're not used to YouTube or whatever, please, you can also send them the Facebook link. It's Busui Oris on Facebook as well. Excuse me. It's Busui Oris on Facebook as well. They can join us and they'll get the same experience right there. So today we're going on in our conversation. We'll be talking about our Lord Zik and the Constitution. So we're going to continue from where we stopped. But before we get into that, we're going to spend some time on the news. We're going to discuss, some of the news making the rounds in the last 24 to 48 hours. And that will help us get into the conversation. Do we have any moderators around? Because, by the way, I don't know if you guys have noticed. If you guys have noticed that I've reduced my engagement with retards. I don't know if you've noticed, because it's not like they don't come, or they come. They still come. Like, you can't mention music constantly. Iṣẹ́ tó rí wọ́n rán àwọn làwọn ṣe yẹn. Iṣẹ́ tó rí wọ́n rán wọn náà ṣe yẹn. So tó bá ṣe wá bẹ́ẹ̀, àwọn náà àkàn ń fi àyè gbà wọn bíi ti tẹ́lẹ̀ mọ́ ni bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ̀ọ̀kan náà a máa dá padà lẹ́ẹ̀kọ̀ọ̀kan ṣùgbọ́n kò sí time kò sí time. All right. Good to be here. Please join the live. Sorry, share the live, like the live. You're already here, so there's no need to say join the live. You're already here, so thank you very much for being here. So we're going to do the news. We're going to get into the news making the rounds in the last 24 to 48 hours, and then we will talk about some things. We'll bring people up to discuss all these things, and then from there we will move on to the topic of today. So let's start with something very good. This is from Nairametrics. It's good news, and it's something we should be happy about. Nigeria's foreign reserves soared to $41 billion. Oh boy, yeah, $41 billion, hitting 44-month high. Okay. Nigeria's FX reserves, foreign reserves, soared to $41 billion, hitting 44-month high. It's inside. Nigeria's foreign reserves rose to $41 billion on August 19, 2025, the highest level, thank you, the highest level in 44 months. This is according to figures published by the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, on its website. The current level marks the highest level recorded since December 3, 2021, and shows the steady external accretion witnessed in recent weeks. Trajectory comes after months of gradual depletion and volatility, largely attributed to intense pressure from external debt repayments. The reserves have staged a strong rally in August, adding about $1.46 billion month to date, from $39.54 billion on August 1st to $41 billion by 19th August. This represents a 3.69% growth in less than 3 weeks. The momentum has been broadly consistent across trading days with only marginal pauses. So that's quite good. You know, the FX reserves going up is something we should be proud of. Guys, I really wish I wasn't reading this, but it's news, right? And this is from Sahara Reporters. It's news, so let's just read a bit. 14 trafficked Adamawa children sold for 800,000 naira to 1.7 million naira each in Anambra are reunited with parents. This is from Sahara Reporters. Tears of joy and grief flowed freely in Yola on Wednesday as 14 abducted children trafficked from Adamawa to Anambra State were formally reunited with their parents. At the reunion, Adamawa Deputy Governor Professor Kaletapwa George Farauta warned that the state had been placed on the map of an unfortunate monster ravaging the nation, child trafficking. These children were converted into commodities of trade. Some were sold between 800,000 naira and 1.7 million naira each. This monstrous crime isn't only traumatic to the victims and their parents, but a sad and strange reality to our state, Farauta said. She disclosed that security operatives arrested the alleged kingpin, Ngozi Abdulwahab, who ran a small provision shop in Jambutu Ward, Yola North. She reportedly lured unsuspecting children with snacks before trafficking them to the southeast for resale. I thought my daughter was. For 2 months I didn't sleep, said Hussein Shehu, father of 9-year-old Fatima, who was snatched while playing outside their home in Mubi North. Excuse me. When I saw her today, I cried like a child myself. No parent should ever go through this pain. Aisha Issa, mother of 5-year-old Muhammad, could barely speak as she clutched her son. They stole my only child. I begged God every day to return him. Today I know God is alive, she whispered. Others expressed shock that neighbors who had lived side by side with the alleged trafficker without suspecting her. She pretended to be a harmless trader, Who knew she was selling her children like goats in the market, said Muhammad Abubakar, father of Umar Farouk, nicknamed Lagos Boy. Farauta said the suspects will be prosecuted under the Trafficking in Persons Prohibition, Enforcement and Administration Act 2015, the Adamawa State Child Protection Law 2008, and the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Law 2021. The message of His Excellency Governor Amadu Umaru Fintiri is clear. Adamawa is the wrong place to come. We shall flush them out, dismantle their networks, and prosecute them to the fullest extent of the law. This is not an empty charge, it is a promise, she declared. Happy for the parents who found their children, who got their children back. And I think it's a shame, really, that a certain part of the country is known for things like this. I hope they fix up. That would be really nice. That would be really nice. Some things happened over the weekend. Sorry, last couple of days I don't really want to talk about. Welcome, Ronkenibe. Good to see you. Welcome, Pretty Yeti. Good to see you as well. All right. Good news from Plateau. This is from Niger Farmer. He says, "Weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes for Plateau. Joy cometh," he wrote, "for Plateau potatoes farmers in the morning." Plateau State farmers in Mango and Bokos local government are rejoicing over bountiful potatoes harvest this year. For years, recurrent attacks have forced many farming communities into hardship and displacement. This year's season, early and consistent rainfall in the state boosted yields, gave farmers one of their most successful harvests in the last couple of years. The glut in supply has significantly driven down market prices. A 50-kilogram bag of Irish potatoes, which sold for over 100k in January, now goes for 30,000 to 33,000 at the farm gate. Why is this important? It ties to the issue of security. Security is guaranteed, so productivity is assured, according to the writer. And I think this is something to celebrate and talk about. No, I'm going to read this one when I'm done. There's one terrible stuff. Let's stay with the good news for a while. All right, there's another good news. I think I shared this last time. Ginger farmers and the palliative that the federal government has given to them. It says Tinubu has approved 1.9 billion naira palliative to cushion the economic impact of ginger blight disease outbreak in key ginger producing states across Nigeria. In 2024, Nigeria's ginger exports declined to 6.28 billion naira, a significant drop of 74% compared to 23.76 billion naira in the same period of 2023. This decrease is attributed to a tuber rot disease, and for that, the government is now giving palliatives to ginger farmers. All right, we also read the other day how the federal government settlement of over 2 trillion naira in outstanding capital budget arrears from the 2024 fiscal year was done recently, and Budget Nigeria is actually reporting this. Says that this news also has it that, sorry, 1 second. News also has it that states fiscal surplus has increased from 2.8 trillion naira in 2023 to 7.1 trillion naira, providing subnationals, in other words, state government, with more fiscal space to invest in critical areas such as infrastructure, healthcare, and education. And I think it's important to also ask them what they do with the money. All right. There's a video I found online. So Taribo West, excuse me, I think it was at the funeral of Peter Rufai, which is quite sad. He passed on a while back. And Taribo West granted interview to News Central. Then he has this to say. 1 second. I'd like you to hear what Ẹkáàbọ West had to say at the funeral of the late goalkeeper Peter Rufai. Take a listen to this.
For me, it's disheartening that you have Lagos State, you have Nigerian Football Association. They dropped the buck. I felt in my spirit there is nothing to put your life for. That's why I say I have to shift back so that I will not implode. It's grieving. My mother passed on. I never shed tears. My father passed on in my hands. I never shed tears. But when Rufai passed on, I had ghost pimple on my body, and every individual I'm speaking to, there was, tears of lamb rolling through my cheeks. What kind of nation is this? With this kind of example they have shown in Shefulue, in Stephen Keshi, blessed memory, Thompson Oliha, blessed memory, Rashidi Yekini. I will never advise even my son to put his feet for this country. Send me out. Do we have a football federation? Or do we have a football association in this Lagos State? That this hero, this soldier, this football evangelist has to be treated this way and his family. Could you imagine that the family will be crying just to solicit in within our groups to ask for money? It's madness from, look, please let me go. I don't want to, my heart is...
All right, that's quite sad. That's something from Ẹkáàbọ West speaking on what happened to, how do I even say this? What the family of Peter Rufai had to go through in order to bury and all of those things. It's quite sad, and I hope things get better. Somebody sent me this video, and I thought I should share it. It's a man who came out recently to apologize. Why Lagos State? They're in Lagos State, that's why. Even though the footballer did not play for Lagos State, I mean, last time I checked, he played for Nigeria, and I mean, I have things I could say, but somebody just died. The idea that the person is a soldier, were they paid for what they did? Is there should there be an expectation on the government, right, when a footballer passes? There are questions, but somebody just died, so let's just leave it alone. But the truth is, I think sometimes we also have this thing about what we expect, and then we begin to ask the question, but it is well. All right, so this person put out a message saying too much of wrong narratives are being pushed about me, and it's getting worrisome. My life, family, and business his life, not me. He says his own life, family, and business are being threatened because he chose to support Peter Obi against President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Then he says that he has been tagged as one who is taking side with Igbos against Yorubas, and it's a deliberate propaganda to tarnish his image. So I think what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to play Go Need Gon Go Necessary. Go Necessary. Let me not... You know what? Let's do like this. I'm going to play you what the person said. I won't mention the person's name. Someone just shared that on live radio program that Lagos government gave family 15 million naira. Oh, that's good. It's good. But even then, some of these things, it's okay if it's done. But let's be very careful with all this. The person said, let's just leave it alone, because when you say the person is a soldier that played football, what do you think happens to soldiers gone that died for the country? But it is well. I'm sure you get where I'm going. I'm just trying not to dwell on it because a person just passed. Anyway, I'm going to play 2 videos of this person. So he says here that, you know, people have insulted him and have said that he's against Yoruba people, he's been siding with Igbos and things like that. So I'm going to play, and then of course he also mentioned that he has said something about Professor Wole Soyinka. How are you? So let's do it this way. Let me play his new video, then I'll now play the old video. Ma play a new one, ma play into tele. Okay. So ma kọ́kọ́ gbọ́ nto sorry, e ma ṣa gbọ́ nto sonsin. Mi fẹ́ dárúkọ ẹni torí mi ṣe kan tí kí o máa gbé gbígbà ọtí. Please take a listen to this.
Good evening. I just left a meeting and I realized that my posts on X are being shared on a very high-profile people's platform in Nigeria. And unfortunately, the same wrong, dangerous narratives, you know, that some random accounts, you know, faceless accounts, you know, push on Twitter is being pushed on that same platform. And it is the talk of me supporting the Igbos against the Yorubas and all. There is nothing, there is no base for this propaganda. No evidence for it, except from the fact that I am supporting His Excellency Mr. Peter Obi, or maybe the video I made some time ago about Professor Wole Soyinka. And I'm going to address that video one more time. In that video, I remember that I kept saying, when I was talking to Prof, anytime I mentioned it, I would say, please, sir, Prof, sir. Because all I was doing with that video was to call his attention to the fact that he needs to be in the position to unify us as a people, as an elder statesman that he is, to bring us together, not to be the one to cause any form of division, especially amongst the youth. That was my plea to Professor Wole Soyinka in that video. But if the tone, you know, at which I spoke in that video was too harsh, I am using this medium to say I am sorry, Professor Wole Soyinka. I am very, very sorry. It will not happen again. And of course, to everybody, every Yoruba man who was taking offense through that video, I am sorry. I am very, very sorry. What I stand for, and I will always stand for, is a Nigeria that can work for everyone, irrespective of your tribe, or your religion, or your background. I want a Nigeria that can work for everyone. And that is what I stand for. And that's what I'm still standing on. And that's why I'm going to state categorically that I am still 100% in support of His Excellency Mr. Peter Obi. I am still a member of Labour Party. Because I don't know how supporting a presidential candidate or being a member of a political party is a problem. Tomorrow, if I decide that I want to be part of Kwakwaso's NNPP.
But I'm happy that he has been able to address this. But let me just play the stuff he's referring to.
Because you are a noble laureate. See, Esa, Agbaman Toleni, sir. Let me explain it because you are a noble laureate. See, Esa, Agbaman Toleni, sir. Let me speak to you in Yoruba, in the language you understand most. Agbaman Toleni, Agbatinyo Tole, Professor Wole Soyinka, and Daleru. And you should actually just, at your age, at 89, to let you.
Some of you have BBA, but You think like infants. Or make a person look at Professor Oleshoyinka because of Agba Shoyinka for this simple reason that also is not supporting your candidate. Everybody will be all right. Anyway, someone wrote something on YouTube. Footballers belong in a special class of well taken care of people in this country. This sense of entitlement is unwarranted. That's why I just I wonder it's I mean they do well, I mean it's good, but Allah shall go. All right, there's a Anika Jeku Tolao Watung Bawes and there is a I'm going to read something. I'll see if it's necessary for me to read, but let me just play something about insurance and what's going on right now. So a young man made a very good video. I read it earlier, but I think it's also good to hear from someone else talking about what's happening in Nigeria's insurance industry and how the federal government is going to impose compulsory insurance for buildings. All right, so this is from, I don't know his name. I really wish I did because Kosoroko Ekokombe, but it's actually quite good what he had to say. Please take a listen to this. No. I just heard something now. Well, I thought I heard everything correctly before. Let me not platform stupidity. No, I was going to play something earlier, but let me just play the audio of something else. One second, there's something I thought I was going to play earlier. Oh yes, I found it. It's something from Badagry, the king in Badagry. So somebody had put something out on Twitter talking about the fact that she is from a particular part of Lagos, but she's not Yoruba. And this is what I usually tell people. When a person says is Yoruba, you just ask basic question. Okay, but the person says she's not Yoruba, or Jasi. But I just felt I should play this one from the Oba of Badagry. Take a listen to this.
Mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wá o.
Ṣeun. Kábíyèsí o.
Ẹ gbọ́ ẹ̀tọ́ o.
Àṣẹ.
Ṣé mọ̀ pé 12th century ni àwa ti kúrò ní Ilé Ifẹ̀. A kúrò ń bẹ̀. Kì í ṣe Badagry nìkan ló kúrò ń bẹ̀ o. A kọ̀ apá kìíní wa ní Kétu. Kétu ní Republic of Benin bí. Lẹ́yìn yẹn a tún lọ sí Togo. Aléèyàn bẹ àwọn ewé wà mí. Then àwa tá a wà ní Badagry bí àwa la lọ sí Ghana. Ghana la dé fún bí 2 centuries. Kàtó wá sí apá ibí yìí.
Apá ibí.
Kàtàdé débí gbáàgì ní àáké.
Gbági.
Kó tó di fáwọn òyìnbó sọ di Badagry.
Gbági.
Gbáàgì. Gbáàgì mẹ́.
Gbági mẹ́.
Bá ṣe ń jẹ́ nìyẹn.
That's good.
There's a statement credited to the Aláàfin of Ọ̀yọ́, and like it up, I hope it's not going to be like Wednesday. I will probably read that statement and then read some things to maybe straighten certain things out. But I want to make sure that we don't do today what we did on Wednesday, where we didn't get into the conversation at all. We spent all the time discussing Oyo and all of that. So I'll make sure we don't spend too much time on it. But before we get into all of that, there's a new book that's now out. It's called How and Why the Yoruba Fought and Lost the Biafra Nigeria Civil War by Jimanze Ego Aloes. If you are Igbo and you are crying that people don't like you, and you do things that will rub people off the wrong way, but you do it intentionally, but then you cry about being otherized in other people's spaces, just begin to understand that for the most part, amen, for what I share, you are the one causing yourself troubles. And the point is that you guys don't correct the insane one amongst you, which makes it very clear that it's either you have this tacit approval you're given to insanity, or you are all in the same boat. Because how on earth will somebody that has brain cells say that? I mean, the title of the book is How and Why. Number one, Yoruba did not fight Biafra. Okay, all those Biafra things even lie. Mostly Naibo Wala and Nigeria that fought the war. How that became a Yoruba thing, I don't understand. Right, and to put this out there for sale is also it's Mama Shenkwe. It's as though somebody is Tonowa Wala. Right, like a few days ago there was a press conference about the other nonsense they did the other time. That book that they said they owned Ife. I think it was TYF having a meeting on that, a press statement on that. It's like Boshen Park on the country. So hopefully people will speak to their people. But again, since you guys have no leaders, I don't know who's going to stop anybody. But then there will be consequences because people are going to speak up, and people are going. And when I say consequences, it doesn't have to be violent. People are going to stand up for their rights and assert, ownership of their spaces, and also make it very clear to you that this penchant you have for rewriting people's history will not just, they won't let it slide. So I hope that, the moderate or the wise ones will speak on matters like this, because now I think this is going to be like the fourth book that we've seen in recent times, rewriting Yoruba history or changing things, and one begins to wonder, is this a curse on the group or on the ones who have the capacity to write? Were they cursed to write nonsense? Like, we don't really know yet, but you're going to be able to help us as we try to search for the truth. Mambo. There's a video, again, people send me videos. So if you hear me referring to videos, because, I'm not making it up. People say things about, they sent me a video from the late Olafi, and, the things that he said, they're not things you would expect from Oriade, but, I mean, things happen. This morning, I'm not going to play that video, by the way, because it's going to, my topic on it. I'll spend too much time trying to debunk, things. But there's a report I saw online, the newspaper this morning. It's in Vanguard. It says British signed Treaty of Secession with Alaafin as superior head of Yoruba nation. And they said that this thing was released by Oba Owade. I was thinking that, this man actually came to rule these people. I didn't know that the plan was for them to look for supremacy. And so it says here that the British had signed a treaty with Alaafin recognizing him as the superior head of the Yoruba nation. He said in a statement by his director of media, Mr. Bode Durojaye, that's the person you guys have been. Some people came here yesterday and said, oh, he wasn't Alaafin, it was Bode Durojaye. It's the same person still doing this nonsense. So this Durojaye is still the one releasing these terrible statements, credited to his king. He said Oyo simply rose to prominence through wealth gained from trade and its military skills. It was the largest West African empire, the most important and authoritatively of all the early Yoruba principalities. That's not true. No, I'm not avoiding it. I'm reading newspaper. More so, the British, as it was in their tradition, recognized lineage as meaningful supremacy and legitimacy, preferring to sign the Treaty of Secession with the Alafin. Going around that session, we are going to discuss every single thing that have to do with what the British did. But let me quickly say something. If a people use the British to explain their history, they are lost. In other words, your history began in the 19th century. That's where your history began. So everything before that date means nothing. There's a word you use here that I want to just speak on. It says, it says the monarch operates a government that is judged by its result, as prosperity, security, and well-being of the people dictated its popularity both in the palace and in the empire at large. Which empire? Are these people delusional? There's no empire. Even the British that gave them all this paper, they don't have empire again. No. It is a man who carefully advances step by step with his mind becoming broader. This is a shame. So he says, Allah often combines humility with royalty to meet the modern day demands. Kabesi, the one who no one questions. Ikuba Bayeye, the one who commands death, he who is parent to death. Alashe, he who wields authority. Eke Jorisha, second in command to the gods. The Alafin was inducted into the mysteries of. Is this person okay? But the judge needs to go back to school. This is not how educated people write in public. By the way, what he's saying here is correct. It's just that you don't flaunt these things, especially if you are called Eke Jorisha and you are flaunting it in front of Orisha. Like, does that not tell you that you are not thinking straight? You are Eke Jorisha and you are flaunting before Orisha. Like, it's just quite interesting. But the one I really want to talk about, very briefly, I won't spend too much time on it. Just very briefly, and I will try not to. It says in this long letter, at the hallowed ground of the Yoruba ancient shrine, Asowade made a covenant with illustrious Yoruba ancestors that he should defend, protect, and add glamour to the Yoruba norms and tradition. Oduduwa's principal minister and grandson, Oromiyan, because Oduduwa begot Okombi. Oduduwa did not give birth to Okombi as an only child, which is what is writing. They say Oduduwa, because Oduduwa begot Okombi, an only child, and Okombi begot Oromiyan, among others, namely Ilarogun, Onisabe. It's not true. I know people say it a lot. Oduduwa gave birth to Okombi. Okombi gave birth to 7 children. They are the 7 cities of Yoruba. It's not true. It is a Johnsonian hypothesis. It's, I won't read again. I'm trying not to get deep into this because we're on the topic, but I want to just read a few things to you guys. There's a man called Robin Law. Since all of us are quoting Oyibo, and this is what he says. He published this in Cambridge University Press. Mambo, that's what I can find for you. The title is "How Truly Traditional Is Our Traditional History," and then it says, "I'll take it one by one." 240. I still have some time. There's no Okombi Yoruba history. I'll find another day to really talk about all this, or your thing of Oduduwa gave birth to 1 and that one gave birth to 7. That thing was made up. It is not. If he had Okombi, he will be born in Ife. If there's no Okombi in our story. The pre-colonial history of Yoruba land, and especially the most powerful Yoruba kingdom of Oyo, is still dominated by the influence of the Reverend Samuel Johnson, the Yoruba clergyman whose History of the Yorubas was published in 1921. Then it says here, and persisting influence. Johnson's work has still not been subjected to much critical evaluation. In particular, it has commonly been assumed, implicitly rather than explicitly, that Johnson's history can be mined as a source of oral tradition, in the belief that he wrote down is unproblematically identical with what he heard, and what he heard with what he had what had been retained and transmitted orally down to the time that he made his inquiries. Johnson's history is somewhat complicated to work. I'm sorry. I'm a bit excited. Remember, Johnson's history is a somewhat complicated work to characterize, since it makes use of rather different sorts of sources for different periods of Yoruba history. And people are saying maybe it's not even his own fault like that. Maybe it was Obadiah's fault, because we all know this. It's even in the introduction to that book, which the book is here. Obadiah wrote in that book that the first manuscript, got missing, in transit or something, and then he had to reconstitute the work for Samuel Johnson from his notes. But between both of them, I don't know where they got Okombi from. Okombi is just something they created. Whether it was him that created it or they created it in Oyo is not real. That one is from Robin Law. I don't want to spend too much time. I want to read something from Andrew Apter. I'm opening the stuff. It's the title of the paper. Sorry, it's quite long. It is well with me. So the reason I don't even say it's Obadiah's fault, Jivara, is because Obadiah used Johnson's notes. So since that's why you say whether it is, whether it's, you can't say it is something. You can't be definitive about it. You said Johnson wrote book without visiting Ife. Yes. You're writing the history of Ife without asking the Ife people. You're talking about Dudua, that when I hear these things of sorry about that. When I hear this thing of the British did something, I just think it's nonsense. No sane person wants to discuss a people as old as Yoruba people start that history in the 19th century. Nah, that would be insanity. And this is what we talk about. If you don't understand how ancient you are, you now be looking at your life from the perspective of how and so what. It's like Oyinbo once say, let me ask you a question. If the white man comes to Yoruba land today and want to do it based on the reigning town, who would they talk to? I'm talking about the reigning city. Who would they talk to? With the structure we now have now, forget the past. With the structure, because you have to forget the past to be able to make sense of these things. So if you decide to forget the past, who would the people be talking to today? God bless you. Storm God. God bless you, G Viral. No, it can't be Lagos Abuja. It's going to be Oba of Lagos. But not the funny thing, Oba of Lagos is not even the Oba of Lagos State. There are more than 50 kings in Lagos State. But he's the Oba of Lagos. He's the one to go and talk to. Imagine they talk to him and he's not telling you that there is no laughing, there is no Oni, there is nobody, because although they happen, see. Oba of Lagos is the one they're going to meet. And if they don't meet him, they'll go and meet, they'll go to a theater. Well, it's still Oba of Lagos, yeah. Because Oniru rather, Elegushi. By the time they talk to those people, that means that there's no other king in Yoruba land, because you're now working based on what people who are visiting us today, what they are saying. That's the basis of our history. You see how wise that sounds? It's just a shame. It's a shame. Anthropologist Andrew Apter discusses how Yoruba identity and history were constructed in the late 1800s, implicitly challenging Oyo-centric readings, often associated with Johnson's framing. Modern overviews call Johnson's books foundational, while noting later revisions and new evidence, again signaling critical engagement rather than condemnation. In other words, with Johnson's book, like I said the other day, it's important to read the book, but I personally, I had to divide that book into 4 different sections. The one that has to do with Yoruba culture, language, and stuff. That first part, brilliant. The second part about Yoruba history, not right. The one about Oyo history that he got from his elders, okay. The one that happened while he was alive, I can take that one. But that early Yoruba history that he was talking about, no. Because he was doing it from the perspective of an Oyo. And it's a very terrible thing that people have come to accept, especially when there are so many other works that have been done since then to go deep into stuff and understand what really happened. So once we are done with this, I'm going to be doing some work on Yoruba history, not just Ife, right? Even this Ife that everybody is, what caused this elevation of Ife? How did it happen? How did it happen? Why do we all, I mean, some of us are directly from Ife. The video I played just now of the Yoruba of Badagry, talking about the fact that they left Ife in the 11th, 12th century. Why does everybody talk about that? There's a reason for that. But again, I'm going to make sure that we don't go deep into, I'm trying not to change today's topic to that so that we don't repeat what happened 2 days ago. But it's important to say these things so we don't have the wrong narrative running when a person, and if you know what, one of the most painful things about this is using British arrival, the arrival of the British, or the advent of the British, to determine your history as a people. There's nothing that makes you better than other groups. Those ones that didn't even have any structure before the British came, you are now at the same level because the British are your Oga. Anyway, there's a video trending, or pictures trending on social media about Peter Obi's, child and stuff like that. And may God help us. But people should learn not to throw stones. If you live in glass houses, just leave the stone alone. That will help all of us. The last I'm going to read is from Lagos State Government. Lagos moves to institutionalize Yoruba Heritage Week. The Lagos State Government has unveiled plans to inaugurate the maiden edition of Yoruba Heritage Week, a 7-day annual cultural festival designed to celebrate the history, values, and global identity of the Yoruba people. This was disclosed by the Commissioner for Tourism, Arts and Culture, Mrs. Toke Benson Awoyinka, during a joint meeting held on Tuesday at the Ministry in Alausa with Lagos State Commissioner for Local Government, Chief State Affairs and Rural Development, Mr. Bolaji Robert. The Special Advisor to Lagos State Governor on Works, Dr. Adekunle Olayinka, and representatives of the Dawn Commission led by the Head of Home Affairs, Mr. Segun Balogun. Benson Awoyinka noted that the project enjoys the backing of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu and the Lagos State House of Assembly, describing it as a platform for cultural institutionalization and sensitization. This is not just a festival, but an opportunity for the Yoruba people to honor their past, preserve their heritage, and showcase their culture to the world, she said. This meeting is to establish a strong foundation so that what we build today becomes a sustainable legacy for future generations. So this is, he also added that it's built on Dawn's 5 pillars of transformation: new people, new values, new economy, new institutions, and new possibilities. So this is quite nice. We're looking forward to this, where Yoruba people can celebrate our heritage, for a whole week. And of course, it's going to spread across the entire Southwest. And hopefully, and this is my prayer, hopefully it's not just going to stop in Southwest. Excuse me. It's not just going to stop in Southwest. I'm hoping that it spreads to other countries and regions where we are Yoruba people, and we can all celebrate, even if it's just that 1 week in a year. That would help us to remember our heritage. And this, of course, would be regardless of what your religion or whatever. We are all celebrating Yoruba heritage. Again, Yoruba, and by Yoruba we mean all of us, not all these divisive Yoruba that will come back akiri. All right. I had to say that because listen, you know, the Yoruba Council of Elders had a meeting. I saw the report. I mean, they published it yesterday. They brought they're talking to governors in Oyo State to speak on the matter. But I hope they do something about it. Anyway, before we get into the topic, I'd like to bring some people up today. We'll speak for some minutes and then we'll get into today's topic, which is Awolowo, Azikiwe, and Nigerian Constitution. All right. So let's have people come up and then we can have conversations. Again, we're not going to dwell on the Alaafin thing, just the news generally or whatever it is that you think we should. Maybe you have questions and all of that. And then we can move on after the questions or comments, right? So I noticed some people are sending requests. I'm going to bring you up now. I hope that place is not noisy, Sha. Galactic, you send a request. You are here now.
Oh, sorry, bro, man. I was just attending to something quickly. First of all, I just want to appreciate you, bro.
Thank you.
It's been I wasn't born in England, but I've been here for all my life since I was a kid. So I didn't know too much about what's going on, but certain triggers came into play, especially at work, dealing with outsiders. So I started to pick up certain hints of something's not right. Because, you have a conversation with certain people, and you tell them you're Yoruba, and they say things and you think to yourself, where's all this coming from? But unfortunately for them, I grew up as a street guy. I don't want to go into it. I think you know what I'm saying. So I'm very aggressive to confrontations that affect my identity. So I realized when I started checking them and I realized I'm not like Nigerian like that, they started to kind of bow down to me. Do you know what I'm saying? They couldn't really step up again. Do you get it? But I wanted to find out where's all this animosity coming from, because if I was a typical Nigerian person, they would have still continued. But because they knew I wouldn't take it and they kind of understood my image as as someone, they didn't really, they tried to be my friend. They would start, trying to say hello to me. Do you get it? But I tried to deep into understand where is this animosity even coming from to begin with, yeah? Then obviously started going through history, reading up on books, coming on TikTok, seeing your pages and everything. So that's why I really came here to kind of get an understanding. And I really appreciate you. I tell all my British Yoruba boys to come to your page. To obviously, if you want to know anything, this is the page you got to be on. You get me? You got to come to this page because a lot of us don't know. I'm telling you, a lot of us don't. We have no idea what's going on. So it comes as a shock when you try to come. You're betrayed. I'm like, what do you mean betrayers? What, do you know what I mean? So, but I think one thing I've noticed is this, right? I think our people sacrifice too much all in the name of friendship. We tend to sacrifice too much all in the name of, oh, this is my friend. Because what I get is the fact that they've gotten so comfortable to throw insults because they know we're not going to question it. They know they'll still be able to come into our circle and still laugh and chill. Even yesterday, I had to go to someone's Instagram page because their Twitter page was full of Yoruba insults. So when I went on the lady's Instagram page, she's chilling with Yoruba people. She's going to Yoruba parties. Do you understand how sick that is? You have a negative mindset for them, but on your weekends, on your everyday, you're with them. It makes no sense. Do you get my, I don't understand the concept of how you can live like that. So I said to her, how are you spending all this time with these people, but your Twitter page is full of vile insults? She blocked me. Of course she's going to block me. Do you get it? Do you know what I mean? So and I think we actually, Maso Yuvansin, because my boy Yuvada, ati Konshenpe Oleniwa, but ati Banish Masola, ati Watu, I can't take something serious. Udibati no banjo, Tedeti Gasile, Lamagba Wupi Walawa. And I don't think we need to be like that. We have this mindset of Tinyo Babu means sing I don't take it serious. I'd be like, I don't share any. But you have to take it serious because you got to correct it from the beginning before it gets worse.
And I've noticed that we have that nature of allowing things to it's like Igbo. To treat it. Because you gotta understand, how do people outsiders feel comfortable to say all these things about you, but still feel comfortable to be in your midst and not face any sort of like correction? And it's a psychology of like because I remember when I lived with my great grandma in Itire years ago when I was a kid. You have like Igbo people having fights with Yoruba people, and it's the Yoruba people that come and say, even though I'm Igbo, shit. Do you get it? So, do you know what that does to their psyche? It encourages them. It's like, oh mama, see my gappa, because they know they can step on your toes. There is no repercussions for it, and they will still get people from your side to stand on their side. You know, so like, you know, like, so we can complain about they doing too much, but I think we've allowed it. We have allowed it. And it's not that we've allowed it because we're stupid. We've allowed it because it's also part of our nature sometimes. Like, we don't take nothing seriously unless there's actually killings and there's people are actually dying. But sometimes you don't need to go to that extent to correct something. You know, so I just want to send a message to all my Yoruba people out there, ladies and gentlemen. Emma titima correcting continue tenyin lorun. Emma ro pe toyin po re ni or àǹfààní kan wa nbe ke ma gboshi. It's not that important. Friendship sometimes is overrated. And you know, this is detrimental to our youths. I mean, I don't want to go into, because I don't want to kind of hog your space, but I've seen so many, these people have been engineering for a long time. They attack your language, they attack your women, they attack your asha. Do you know what they're doing? They're trying to systematically break you. But I'm so grateful that Baba Tinubu, I'm so grateful he came to be president, because I feel like he re-triggered some things, and all of these things have been corrected. So I'm grateful for that. And my last point is in terms of the king issue. Like, I think a lot of things just to understand, we're not in the 1800s anymore. Sorry to go into it. Like, we're not in the 1800s anymore. Yeah, I get whatever it is. I understand it, but we're not in the 1800s anymore, bro. This is 2025. We got to be talking about road infrastructure, electricity, you know, like human development, you know, those kind of things. We've moved past all that stuff. And I think, personally, I think someone put him up to it. I'm not even going to be, I think someone put him up to it, because Onigonti shi, man, Baba, Onigonti shi. I hate to say it. I mean, like, how can you tell people that I want to discover Rishaji? You know how big that statement is, bro? No, I know, like, you know how big that is, because when I read that, I was heartbroken that how can our Agba say I want to discover Rishaji? Did you know how abomination statement here now? Even when we have records of what was said about these people when they were discovered in the forest, we have that, don't we? So how can they discover Richard when we have records about the conversations that were made when they were found in the forest? Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So only going to share, I want to so. And I think some people are not letting it go. It's the truth. I like him though, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying because of all those things he said, I dislike, because I like his character. He seems like a nice guy to me personally. But I just think he says some things that just you can't just forget. What about the stuff he said about the Ileife? That had those people saying, you know, so those things.
Hold on. So
anyway,
the thing is,
that's all I was gonna say.
Yeah. So good point, right?
Let me.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, good point, right? And what you said about Orishade, very correct. So let me quickly say something. Please try and understand what I'm about. Kings are not necessarily historians. And I'm putting necessarily out of respect. Kings are not necessarily historians. When they speak, we listen, but in some cases we have to confirm. Not because we're trying to say they are wrong, but because we want to make sure they are right. We have chroniclers, we have historians. If a king doesn't interact with history, just because Otigori Akbere does not mean now that Akbere has somehow conferred on them their ability to tell the history of their people. So yes, they can make mistakes. The thing also is just that we've also spent time, trying to correct it. I hope maybe at some point you will, say something else that, of course, sets that record straight. But I will say one thing I've noticed generally. So a person who, and this is Kabesi's attitude, unity, even among Yoruba and outside Yoruba, Kashepo, Ajoshepo, Ibashepo, and things like that. And while that is very, very admirable, I think Nigerian unity can, if you're not careful, please, again, I'm going to say it in a way, oh my, you got to go on so. And to ba fe jẹ Yorùbá ẹni tó bá fẹ́ ṣe àwọn kan lẹ̀ Yorùbá tó bá jẹ́ Kábíyèsí ó lè tún tàn pa. For instance, Benin. And that happened because of Nigerian politics. This whole thing about àwọn tó wá láti ìlà oòrùn tó wá sọ̀rọ̀ àwọn tó wá sọ wọ́n àwọn tí ní tiwọn lọ́wọ́ tẹ̀tẹ̀lẹ̀ because maybe ẹni tó ẹ tá à ń sọ yẹ pé lọ́pọ̀ ọgbà ẹni tó bá jẹ́ mo fẹ́ sọ Yorùbá ẹni tó bá jẹ́ ọba ó lè má jẹ́ pé wọ́n máa bá àwọn èèyàn ṣe àwọn máa gbọ́ nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ńlù ó kàn yẹ kán kàn máa wà pé ok ibi tán ó rò tẹ́tẹ́ ni pé gbogbo alájọ wà pọ̀ ẹ ká sọ ní sọ pé because, and I'll say it this way, if you think about it as an from an Ife perspective, everybody was created in Ife, including Igbos, including Igbo of Southeast, and Fulani and Hausa and white man and British and Japanese. According to from the perspective of Yoruba mythology, everybody was made in Ife. And if we're talking based on that, and I read it yesterday, we don't have to read it again. I read yesterday how when the white men traveled to Ife, they wrote in their journals, and I read about 2 yesterday. I read the one from David Hindra, and I also read the one from Higgins. They wrote in there that these guys actually believed that everybody was created in their hometown, including our own kings, including the white man's sovereign. And they told us that they could show us the place where our fathers went from. In other words, these Ife people feel that even we are from their place. So, to be honest, right, and this is something I'm going to give to Kabesi, Oni. The idea that everybody comes from Ife is something that is actually grounded in Yoruba mythology, including everybody. And they can say to everybody that, listen, your father's house is somewhere here. But when you now consider Nigeria's history and where we are as a people, certain things that would work from a religious perspective in a setting where a lot of people, they are not fighting where they are coming from. So, for instance, there's a video, I'll see if I can find it, I'll play it, where Professor Karim Baba was talking to the Oni and she said she's British, and she was a professor at Ife. She used to live in Okuku. She said that Ife Latiwa, Oyinbo ni enti mo so e fún mi ṣẹ́jú kan. En tó kàn máa sọ̀rọ̀, máa wá video máa play fún yín. Oyinbo lẹ́ni, wọ́n ti gbé ferry. Wọ́n wá wọ̀ ní títí wọ́n wọ̀ ní sùn wọ́n sọ fún ni pé Ife lẹ́yìn mo dẹ̀ tó wá rí gan ẹgbọ́n nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ play so you understand things from Oni's perspective and they will now understand how even though Oni was right technically, you don't say that in Nigeria based on what we have now, because what he meant may have meant something else, but that's not what is coming out. Also, the whole Ajay thing, Ajay, in my opinion, has nothing to do with Igbo. And I think what he was trying to do is to retroactively confer on them, something from Yoruba land, because they are now known today as the people who are who are involved in trade and commerce. So you have to look for something Yoruba land to confer. But you don't do that in a country like Nigeria, where people are actively looking for a way to steal what belongs to other people. God bless you, Yoruba. So he's only trying to be inclusive, but just take a listen to what Professor Karim Baba said, and I'll see if I can find another video of hers, but take a listen to this. No. By the way, this is a conversation between the Oni and Professor Karim Baba. Again, she's white, she's British, but she had lived in Ife at the time. She had lived in OAU. She had taught at OAU. One of the reasons I started taking my Yoruba seriously when I was in school was that certain Oyibo took her path and came to Ife. and I noticed that those people were intentional about Yoruba, right? So there was a professor of Yoruba in my school. I didn't study Yoruba, but the way my schooling was, if you go to my school, you have to take courses from different places. So one of those days, I saw this woman coming up, and there's a man called Professor Bade Ajuwon. Professor Ajuwon now asked the lady, "Ìgbà wo ló dé? Òyìnbó lẹ́ni tí mò ń sọ yìí o. Ìgbà wo ló dé?" Lọ́kàn tèmi, èmi rò kó máa sọ fún wa pé, mo dé ní bóyá Monday or Tuesday or Thursday or something. Ó wá ní, mo dé ní Ọjọ́bọ̀. Me, I was shocked too. I was like, kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀? Apparently, what she did, of course, I eventually learned that she would rather speak Yoruba every day because she's in Yoruba land and she's trying to go immersive, right, in the whole cultural thing. Professor Baba also did that when she was in Ife. At a point, she even left Ife to do some work in Okuku, láàrin àwọn abúlé gangan. That's ìlú Prince Olagoso Oyinlola. So this is a conversation between the Oni and Professor Baba, and this happened in the UK. Take a listen to this.
Àwọn tó dúró ẹ̀jẹ̀ kan náà ló ń ṣàn ní àwọ̀ dúdú ni àwọn tó dúró ẹ̀jẹ̀ kan náà ló ń ṣàn ní ara wa ẹ̀jẹ̀ wa pupa ni ṣùgbọ́n ibẹ̀ ni gbogbo àgbálá ayé ti bẹ̀rẹ̀.
Ó kàn jẹ́ káwa arìn kúrò bẹ́ẹ̀.
Ẹ̀rìn kúrò.
Ṣẹ̀gbọ́n ó ní màmá sọ pé ó kàn jẹ́ pé àwa arìn ẹni tó sọ pé ó kàn jẹ́ kí àwa arìn kúrò bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn èèyàn funfun ni o. Let me just show you a picture so that kó má dàbí pé mo kàn ń sọ àsọdùn. That's the person saying, "Ó kàn jẹ́ pé àwa arìn kúrò bẹ́ẹ̀." From the country about Sogon, you know that what he's trying to also do here in the UK is inclusivity, not with Nigerians, so with Oyinbo, saying that àwọn tó wà lára agbègbè yìí báyìí aláwọ̀ dúdú ni wọ́n, ṣùgbọ́n ìkànkan náà gbogbo wa ẹ̀jẹ̀ pupa ló wà náà. It's his own way of inclusivity, but you don't do that kind of thing in Nigerian politics. The camera was not positioned well. Don't worry, I'll show you later. I'll play it from the beginning again.
Àwọn tó dúró ẹ̀jẹ̀ kan náà ló ń ṣàn ní ara wa ẹ̀jẹ̀ wa pupa ni ṣùgbọ́n ibẹ̀ ni gbogbo àgbálá ayé ti bẹ̀rẹ̀.
Ó kàn jẹ́ káwa arìn kúrò bẹ́ẹ̀.
Ẹ̀rìn kúrò bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ẹ̀rìn kúrò bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ẹ̀rìn wá sí gbogbo bíi.
Ìmọ̀dí ìsìn tẹ́ bá fún wa láyè àkàdá wa sí orílẹ̀-èdè wa. Bẹ́ẹ̀
ni gbogbo bíi náà ilẹ̀ bíi wọ́n pè ní ilẹ̀ tó fẹ̀ tó tẹ́jú káàkiri gbogbo àgbáláyé ilẹ̀ kan ṣoṣo ló wà òun ni wọ́n pè ní ilẹ̀ Ifẹ̀. Ilẹ̀ Ifẹ̀ dẹ̀ ní Odùduwà jẹ́ ọba lé lórí ọba àkọ́kọ́ ní Odùduwà òun ni ó kọ́kọ́ gbé adé sórí ní gbogbo àgbáláyé ibẹ̀ ní gbogbo ọba ti ṣẹ̀ lọ ibẹ̀ ní gbogbo ẹ̀ ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ gbogbo ẹ̀ ni mo fẹ́ sọ fún yín lẹ́yìn káwá wo bí a ṣe máa jọ ṣiṣẹ́ pọ̀ mo dẹ̀ mọ̀ pé inú mi dùn pé ẹ̀yin náà ti kọ́ èdè wa dáradára ṣé ẹ
kí náà lẹ kọ́ wa
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni
pàbọ̀ nílà ti kọ́ èdè ní Ilé Ifẹ̀ ni mo ti ṣe oyè PhD mi níjọ́
oyè Ilé Ifẹ̀ ni
ní fásitì.
Nígbà wo lẹ ṣe?
Ó pẹ́ gan-an.
Ó ti pẹ́?
Ní lọ́gbọ̀n ọdún báyìí.
Ó ti lé lọ́gbọ̀n ọdún?
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
Kí lẹ rí nípa èdè ilẹ̀ Yorùbá? Kí lẹ rí nípa ẹ̀?
Tí mo gbádùn jù bẹ́ẹ̀ ni oríkì orílẹ̀ oríkì yìí oríkì oríṣiríṣi nǹkan tó wà láyé.
Òun lẹ gbádùn bẹ́ẹ̀.
Mo tún gbádùn eré orí ìtàgé.
Ẹ gbádùn eré orí ìtàgé? Kí lẹ tún gbádùn? Orin ṣé ẹ mọ̀ lúlù àbí ẹ ò mọ̀ lúlù?
Lù ṣùgbọ́n mo máa ń gbádùn láti gbọ́.
Ẹ máa ń gbádùn láti gbọ́.
Àti láti máa jó.
Ṣé mọ̀ jó?
Mọ̀ jó díẹ̀díẹ̀.
Díẹ̀díẹ̀. Ṣé wọ́n kọ́ yín ní ẹsẹ̀ Fá díẹ̀díẹ̀ àbí wọ́n kọ́ yín ní ẹ kọ́ ẹsẹ̀ Fá?
Díẹ̀díẹ̀.
Ẹsẹ̀ Fá wo lẹ rántí?
Rántí ọ̀tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀.
Now, from that conversation, you see that same thing of we are all together, and at this point, he's even talking to a white person. The way Kabiyesi as well from beginning is always about inclusivity. So it will go to kings that on a normal day, you will not see Oni traveling to those places, but Oni Ogunwusi will go there. And Kajo. Now that thing has the positive side, but also has this negative side. The positive side is that you're trying to include people and kiniko. The negative side is that people can take that for granted. People can take advantage of your goodwill and use it against you. Right? So that's the issue. And in the sense that everybody is from Ife, Kabiyesi is correct. In the sense that the Igbo people are the ones that did anything with Ifa, that one is just all with Kilongpo Kotosono, with Ajay. And that's why we're also saying these things. And I hope that with time, and of course, he may not want to come out and debunk those things because he still wants to create that inclusivity vibe. Is this not funny? Somebody is trying to include everybody. The other person is saying that he's better than everybody. And we have issues with both of them. We have to find that middle ground where you assert your authority, but at the same time, you are inclusive, but also you don't rewrite history because you want people to feel included. Because I mean, kind of come on the way, don't pay inclusivity. That middle ground, I think, is something that our kings need to work on. And the truth is, Kabiyesi has also heard these things. At the time he even spoke about it, so we're hoping that as time goes on, you will also be able to, do that, because we need that balance. We really do need it. But thank you very much for that submission, Galactic. I really appreciate it. Let's go to Lion. Good afternoon, Lion. Sorry, somebody. 1 second. Sandra Hill on YouTube says Karim Baba wrote a book on Oriki, which was amazing. Read it to my kids, and even though they are not as fluent in Yoruba, but you see that Oriki, they know even my maternal grandmother's Oriki. Wow, that's nice. Omolara Ogundare, thank you, ma. Esheo, thank you very much. So again, sorry, she said something from what I said earlier, that kings are not historians. The point is that when kings tell you stuff, you take it seriously, but you have to confirm. I'll give you an example. I was talking with an elder this last weekend. This person is a lecturer. This one is not even, but he was telling me some things and he was very passionate, and then he mixed up the dates. Now, I knew the right one. As Yoruba, Elimade correct Agbalagba. But you know exactly what's supposed to be there. So by me, okay, what's more? They are fallible, they are human. So once a mistake. Now, if you now take that one as gospel truth and now broadcast it, that's where the problem is. And unlike what used to happen in time past, if you say anything today, everybody will hear it because of social media. But it's important that we remember that king's words are the words of the king about history. They are important, but the kings are not historians. We still have to do some research, ask other people in the palace. There are certain things you have to put together to be able to, even if you notice the way we talk about, let's say the Civil War, for instance, if you notice, I'll be talking about a particular matter and I'll be referring to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10 books. There's a reason for that. Ngotele iba o meat, ele ma supply. Ngotele iba o fo, ele ma fishing. Tobacco gbepo will not arrive at what really happened. So that's how it also happens with history. We don't just say, because he said it, it must be true. Of course, you take it seriously, but you also want to be sure that, But hopefully, we keep talking about these things, and wherever the mistakes we've noticed, we spend time correcting that mistake much more than we spend time castigating the royal fathers. All right? Okay, so Lion, Emobino.
Yes, Shingo, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay. All right. I really want to say that or is sometimes rule, and then I want to say that láàrin Ọlọ́yọ̀ àná àti Aláàfin àná, the people wọ́n manage wọn títí ni. Wọ́n manage àwọn méjì títí ni. Sometimes I remember when my daddy will go to their functions, they will say, àwọn ìlàrí Ọ̀yọ́ ti sọ pé Aláàfin ti ń bọ̀ wọ́n á sáré pa ọ̀brẹ́là rẹ̀ lẹ̀ wọ́n á kúrò ní meeting Aláàfin wọlé Aláàfin ti dé. We are so used to these things, and the government of the day know how to manage. You know what? These are our royal fathers, and even though they deposed some, maybe one or two of your lawyers, even though torí bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n rí i pé tẹ́lómi bá tún wọlé náà the same trend still continues. Conclusion tèmi ni pé àwa gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọmọ ìlú ó múmú láyà wa because ó kàn wá, and sometimes we want to fight and defend what we think we need to defend. But èmi rò yìí pé àwọn leader wa yìí tó jẹ́ àwọn bàbá wa yìí ó ní nǹkan kan tí wọ́n mọ̀ tó jẹ́ pé kò ṣeé fi hàn sáwa, and that is the way my dad just said, because Ọ̀yọ́ lèmi and we are from Ọ̀yọ́, but Ọ̀yọ́ tiwa mọ̀ pé Aláàfin Ifẹ̀ ló ti wá, Ifẹ̀ sọ lórí ìrìn wa ṣé nǹkan tí mo mí yẹ yín, ṣùgbọ́n tí n bá sọ lé pé ọ̀rọ̀ ẹja mú sọ́tọ̀ ẹja mú ọ̀tọ̀ ṣé nǹkan tí mo mí àwa ṣe wà òkè òkun làwa dàgbà sí, ṣùgbọ́n a gbọ́ Yorùbá a sì gbọ́ Yorùbá dáadáa torí pé wọ́n pàṣẹ nítorí pé wọ́n pàṣẹ àwọn ìtàn yìí wọ́n sì sọ fún wa gbogbo ìtàn méjèèjì ẹ̀rìn tí ó wà ní Ifẹ̀ gbogbo ẹ̀ la mọ̀, ṣùgbọ́n tó bá ti dé ọpọlọ ti ní pé tá bá ti débi Yorùbá fò ní pé torí ẹ̀ ló fi jẹ́ pé tá a bá sọ̀rọ̀ sí kan torí kálàáfíà ó lè wà, ó nídìí tán fi ń pè wá ní tán fi ń pè wọn pàwá bẹ́ẹ̀ tán fi ń pè wọ́n ní ọmọ òfò ọmọ àdánù, ó nídìí tán fi ń pè wọ́n bẹ́ẹ̀ torí pé ó nídìí ẹjẹ́ tá a bá ti dé rí àyẹn ó hàn sáwọn méjèèjì tá a bá ní kájà àti gbàǹgbà àgbà kan wà tẹ́ pé ájàjàjàjàjà tá a bá tún gbọ́ news wọn láwọn méjèèjì tó wọ́n jọ lọ ṣe function kan á tún wọn pé ṣe fẹ́ ṣàwárí dìndìnrín ni. So when we go this way, we just watch them, and like you said, the kings are not necessarily the historians or the protectors. Òyìnbó ló dé ló fi dà yí pé a ní ẹni tá a lè kọjú sí láti béèrè ibi tá a ti láti máa rìtòréètì àwọn ibi tá a ti wá, ló fi dé pé ó fi dà yí pé bóyá ìwé la fẹ́ máa kọjú sí tá a máa wo pass down àrọ́bá àti ìtàn which are genuine. So I will just say to us that it is very important for us as people to be doing what we are doing now. Kò sí Yorùbá náà tó fẹ́ sọ pé Ifẹ̀ ń ṣe ibi tá a ti wá. Wọ́n ṣe bọ́bá ọ̀ràn yẹn wà nífẹ̀ẹ́. Ó fẹ́ sọ pé wọ́n fẹ́ sọ pé kò pé Ifẹ̀ ò kàn wọ́n ní, but ó níbi táwa lè sọ dé, ó ní nǹkan kan táwọn méjì mọ̀ táwọn mọ̀. Àmọ́dẹ̀ mọ̀ pé ó tún ṣeé ṣe kó ní ṣe pẹ̀lú this political and economic issue. Bá a ṣe ń pínlẹ̀, bá a ṣe ń gbọ́wọ́ kìíní ó lẹ́tọ̀ tó ń bọ̀ tó máa lọ síbi kan, ẹ fi yẹn lẹ̀ fáwọn. All we need to do as people is that unity as people. All this, I go to online and see people fighting. I say, when you see me talking about Akoraye, you think I'm Akoraye, no, it's Akoraye. But when I talk, but when I talk like that, ìgbà mi ti bá débi wá ní òye ní ẹwà ní mi ò gbédè Ifẹ̀ o, ṣùgbọ́n when I talk, because àtàn láti Ifẹ̀ lọ sí Mọdákẹ́kẹ́ títí dọ́yọ̀ tó fi dọ́dẹ òun lọ́wọ́ àtàn ran kò síbi tí àti fẹ́ gbogbo wa Ifẹ̀ náà láti jáde wá, kò dẹ̀ sẹ́ni tó máa sọ pé kò ní sífẹ̀, ṣùgbọ́n kí wọ́n máa wà we should need to be able to bring balance ìyẹn ọ̀tọ̀. Èjì ni pé this Yoruba Day that Lagos is trying to push is going to be a global economy for Yoruba land. It has a potential of blowing us up all over the world, and not only bringing tourism and economy exchange. Gbogbo àwọn ibi tí àwọn Yorùbá ti lọ establish sí láti Caribbean lọ sí North America, South America, and then North America, everywhere. If we can enact World Yoruba Day, my God, ilé máa jẹ́ nǹkan tó pé ó máa blow out. We will be nations, big nation between small nation. Mo sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn ní kí pé we will be nation within small nation. Tó jẹ́ pé àwọn èèyàn bọ̀ pé and travel lọ Nigeria but wọ́n mọ ibi tí wọ́n ń lọ and travel lọ Cuba wọ́n lọ exchange máa wà because we are exchanging this thing this period wọ́n á rí travel eléyìí táwọn ṣe dẹ́sí December ní Lagos it will be Yoruba something and I'm a kò dẹ́n ṣe pé torí pé ojú oníṣẹ̀ṣe àbójú ní like I used to tell some of the people around me and say hey, my daddy told me pé gbogbo èèyàn tó wà ní Yoruba land kọ́ ló ṣe fà gbogbo rẹ̀ pé gbogbo èèyàn tó wà ní Yoruba land tó jẹ́ pé ìfẹ́ wà lọ́dọ̀ wọn ni wọ́n mọ fà wọ́n lè má mọ̀ lọ títí ṣùgbọ́n wọ́n mọ̀ pé kẹ́mọ́ inú library dájú mi báyìí gbogbo ìwé ifá everything ló kún bẹ́ẹ̀ Christian dẹ̀ ni wá. So when you talk sometimes you are reminding me of things that my father told me when we were. And I thought that because
I'm sorry. This comment section is something else. But please continue.
Yes.
No, sorry, it's the comment section that is making me laugh. Please continue.
I understand. He also was taught that way. That I need láti máa pass it down. All these things, at the time, kó dé pé mo abẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní kàwé. Ìta láti máa ń gbọ́ ni over ti dalẹ́ báyìí he will just sit us down after prayer then a máa kọjú sótú bàbá yìí then wọ́n máa sọ story lọ and so interesting and when we grew up we now know that all these things he's trying to pass down everything that happened from the past to us so ó dáa fún wa kó yẹ pé ká mú ìṣọ̀kan Yorùbá lọ́kùnkúndùn. It's not about religion. It's not about mo ṣe ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ mo ṣe onífá mo ṣe Ọlọ́bàtálá mo ṣe Islam mo ṣe Kristẹni no. Yorùbá gbà pé gbogbo àwọn ẹ̀sìn tó wà ọ̀dọ̀ wa ló ti jáde lọ and we only make all of them to bow to us. Torí ẹ̀ lẹ́rìí pé tẹ bá lọ sí Sábẹ́ níbẹ̀ yẹn nísìn ẹ̀ lè rí bẹ́ẹ̀ almost gbogbo wọn traditional dress ni wọ́n wọ̀ wọ́n dẹ̀ gbọ́ French wọ́n dẹ̀ kàwé so ṣáwà sọ fún wọn pé kó wọ́n pé Ifẹ̀ làwọn ti wá onísàbẹ̀ ọ̀sà wọ́n dẹ̀ gbọ́ Yorùbá ẹ̀wọ̀ táyà tí wọ́n ṣe egungun wọn they were speaking and praying in Yorùbá gbogbo most of them wọ́n jẹ́ Muslim Christian wà láàrin wọn and they are French so Yorùbá máa ń bend gbogbo culture láti suit tiwa ni and gbà yẹn ló dẹ̀ máa wà pé most times ogun ò fẹ́ lè kó wa ní pápárí because mọ̀jàmọ̀sá là ń má kíkanjú lógun so that is it. So that is that. Another way, àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ tí Onírìṣà sọ is not 40. When he said àwọn ló wọ́n discover òrìṣà ajé, ìyẹn ò mí kó sọ fún wọn pé wọ́n discover òrìṣà ajé. He was trying to appeal to their economic sense that they picked up after the wherever you find them. Ìṣàjẹ́ pé o he's not saying pé àwọn ló discover òrìṣà dípò àwọn ló lòrìṣà ajé. He knows what he's saying. Oni as a priest of Yoruba, as the leader of Yoruba, as the head of all Yoruba,
as the head, not the priest.
No, he's everything together. He's okay. Everything together.
I'll explain why I said that because I want
Ọ̀yọ́ tó ń sọ wípé ẹnìkan ní priest pé àwọn ní supreme leader ẹ fi wọ́n lẹ̀ ìjà gbòòrò ní ti Ìbàdàn kíníkan gbàgbé gbogbo yẹn. So what I want to say is that he knows what he's saying. He was just saying to us that òun gba gbogbo wa mọ́ra ṣùgbọ́n it is now our work láti ya ẹran láti ya orí kúrò lẹ́sẹ̀. We have our work to ṣe tó yẹ pé àwọn òyìnbó tó dé káwọn òyìnbó tó dé aláwọn amòye náà tó yẹ pé àwọn ló ń sọ wọn ní everybody has his position. Tọ́ máa ń béèrè ìtàn ìlú kan wọn ní lọ béèrè lọ́wọ́ ọba tọ́ bá dọ́dọ̀ ọba tún lọ pé àwọn kan ó lè jẹ́ babaláwo ó lọ pẹ́ ló lè jẹ́ ní báyìí wọ́n wá pè wọ́n sí ìjọba bàbá kínní kan báyìí ẹ sọ ìtàn ìlú yìí fún àwọn tó wáyé. They will tell them everything. Àwọn nǹkan yìí náà ni mélòó náà wọ́n fẹ́ sọ ní pèbí. They can't tell the story of like everything they culture about Yoruba ní pèbí. Ọba will tend to know it by bọ́n ṣe bá ń grow nínú ààfin. They will know it and they will now. And àwọn nìkan ló ń grow nínú ààfin. Bó bá ṣe dé ààfin báyìí ní ìsìn wọ́n ti ní some other people that they will grow together. And all of them together the experiences communate nǹkan tán tó jẹ́ tiwa gẹ́gẹ́ bí Yorùbá. So I would just want us to say that when we talk, let's just let everything go away. Bó bá wọn nǹkan tó máa wò kó pe press conference kó máa sọ pé àwọn làwọn ní gbogbo Yorùbá, àwọn nìkan làwọn ń jẹ́ Yorùbá. We know what is true and we know where the truth is. And ká fojú sí ọ̀rọ̀ Nàìjíríà yìí. Ọ̀rọ̀ Nàìjíríà ò ṣe ní jẹ́ kí Yorùbá tú. Ọ̀rọ̀ Nàìjíríà ò ṣe ní jẹ́ kí ti Yorùbá kó di àfisẹ́yìn. Thank you.
My brother, thank you so much. Esheon, that was a fantastic submission. I really, really appreciate both of you who came up. And I was laughing earlier because of what some Yoruba people in the comment section. Anyway, let me act as if I didn't see it, although I really saw it. What you said about this Heritage Week, this is what this is one of the things we've been waiting for. If you also listen if you paid attention when I was reading that news, Dawn Commission is involved in that. All right, so it's not a Lagos thing; it's Ogbowa. And the reason we also talk about these things is because it's also important to take advantage of, the growth or whatever is happening in our space, so that we don't. We'll be the ones to make it happen, not just to hear about it after it has happened, right? So let's plug in. If you want to get more information about it, research. Looks like some people want to come up. And then, okay, no, let's do this. Let's have 2 more people, right? So that let's just have 2 more people, and then we'll move on after these 2 speakers. And I know, yes, it's almost 3:30, but we can take 2 more. Ejo mute, but Ade Richard. Omato Jometa. It's Ade Richard. Eti mute ni. On mute by his.
Baba, ọjọ́ kan pẹ̀lú ni.
Ẹkú ọjọ́ mẹ́ta. Ó tọ́jọ́ mẹ́ta. Ṣé ẹ kúrò ní internet pátápátá ni ẹ gbọ́ dídé internet? Àbí di social media?
Ṣe sinmi díẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni díẹ̀ sá. Ẹ dẹ̀ kúṣẹ́ takuntakun gidi gan. Ọlọ́wọ́ á bá a fún yín ṣe pẹ̀lú ògo Ọlọ́run. Ẹ pẹ̀lẹ́, ẹ kúṣẹ́ gidi gan.
His network.
Bita ilé ìfẹ́ méjèèjì.
Ṣé mo wà network ó ń ṣe ségesège ó ń lọ ń bọ̀ ni o.
Ó ń lọ ń bọ̀ àbí báyìí nǹkan.
A ti ń gbọ́ yín báyìí.
Gẹ́gẹ́ bí mo ṣe ń sọ ni pé kò jẹ́ ibi tá a bára wa yìí ó lágbára díẹ̀ dé pé mo wà restricted láti ẹ̀ tí wò pé bá a la ṣe fẹ́ comment ọ̀rọ̀ yìí. But ṣùgbọ́n kò jẹ́ kí àwọn tó já àwọn kábíyèsí wa kí a bọ́ rọ̀rọ̀ báyìí ní àsìkò tá a wà yìí. In fact, bíi pé ká ti ṣiṣẹ́ bíi 50 step ahead kó tó wá dá a padà sí 60 step backward pẹ̀lú eléyìí tá à ń gbọ́ yìí. And kò dẹ̀ jẹ́ kó tẹ̀ rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ara àtọ̀. Everybody knows it. Jokes apart, mo ń bẹ̀yàn kọ́ discuss especially gbogbo àwọn tó surround kábíyèsí. Gbogbo àwọn tó surround wọn àwọn adviser ni o spokesperson ó jẹ́ ká kó wọn ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ni fún wọn náà káàtẹ́ kọ́kọ́ mọ ibi tí wọ́n ti gbé wá ó yẹ ká lọ ṣe díẹ̀ ní fún wọn because how lè ṣe máa publish orú nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn sí odidi Ọọ̀ni pé ẹ fún wọn ní 48. Kí wọ́n wá sí pẹ̀lú orúkọ báyìí ìyìn tó jẹ́ pé àpọ́nlé wa gangan nìyẹn ibi tá a kù sí gangan nìyẹn ibi tá a kù sí. tá à ń jẹ́ ìbára wò and tá bá tẹ̀ máa sọ̀rọ̀ pàápàá mú gbogbo report surroundings ara mi ń gbìn pé kí n máa kà lásán kí n máa wo pé imagine èmi tí mo jẹ́ ọmọ Yorùbá tí káàró jẹ́rẹ́ pé nǹkan tí mò ń kà imagine àwọn tó ń ṣe Yorùbá tí wọ́n rẹ̀ láti ti claim nǹkan tí àwọn ò ní. bí àwọn nǹkan kan bẹ́ẹ̀ just imagine that torí Ọlọ́run láti tọrọ pa ẹ̀mí àti britain nǹkan kan bẹ́ẹ̀ jẹ́ kí wọ́n máa tún claim báyìí according to history, the last empire tí a fi Ìbàdàn àwọn ọmọ lóye kọ́tẹ̀ máa make orú ọ̀rọ̀ báyìí. Ṣé bí àwọn ìjẹ́ yẹn àwọn empire last empire kankan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. That is ìyẹn tó bá tẹ̀ fẹ́ I believe that should be Ìbàdàn. And who are those people in Ìbàdàn? Collective gbogbo Yorùbá ló wà. Àtúbàtẹ̀ máa sọ̀rọ̀ pàápàá historically àti sọ́pọ̀kì Yorùbá tó ń jẹ yìí. Odò Walamọ the reason why Yorùbá tá à ń sọ it was a corrupt it was coin látòrí adé ni amọ̀nà. Ṣé ní kọ́lẹ̀ sọ pé kí mini ẹ̀ lélẹ́yìn ni tábàtà máa wo padà pé kí ni mini Yorùbá gangan tí gbogbo wa ń jẹ́ ṣé bórí adé ló ti bẹ̀rẹ̀. Ànígbà tó dẹ̀ máa gba abẹ sí pé wà ní orí adé tó máa corrupt it that was early when the Ife empire during the Ife empire then.
ẹjọ mo fọwọ́ àtọmọ ìdín lẹ́nu adéchat mo fọwọ́ àtọmọ ìdín lẹ́nu orí ọba is one explanation is not necessarily the explanation for the name Yoruba. Orí ọba is what was gotten from Egba by Richard Burton, but there are other stuff from Yagba. There's another one from Oyo. And I know a lot of people are talking about this Orí ọba thing. It's one of many explanations for the word. And I'm saying that because those who say it must be this one, they cannot explain how the word changed. So I'm just saying that so that we don't fall into that trap. It's not Ayagba, it's not Ayagi. It's a different way. I'm not just going to go into it now, but it's there's a short video on YouTube on Yuri's channel, my YouTube channel, where you see where we got the name from, and it's important not because we have to be careful not to say it's this one.
Yes, because, yes, historically ni pé dábàá ṣe ń gbọ́ nìyẹn, but at least nígbà tí wọ́n máa bẹ̀ sí ń pè wá lórúkọ yìí ó predated when even the Ọ̀yọ́ empire ò jẹ́ tí dé àkọ́dí tá àkọsílẹ̀ wà tá a ti ń jẹ́ orúkọ yẹn tó ti ń pè wá bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣẹ́gẹ́ ti bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn bọ́ àpọ́nlé dẹ̀ ni tí Ọ̀yọ́ bá wá ti wá gbé ga gẹ́gẹ́ bí lára Yorùbá gangan tó máa ti wá gbé gbórúkọ ẹ̀ lárugẹ gẹ́gẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ so it is not a collective gbogbo I don't understand tó yẹ pé at this stage yìí sìn láṣẹ tún máa béèrè nǹkan tó jẹ́ pé tá a mọ̀ tí gbogbo adé mọ̀ pé gbogbo kan ní gbogbo adé tí àwọn kan ń dùn pé àwọn náà fẹ́ máa dùn pé òkè àwọn náà wá láti Ifẹ̀ o Ifẹ̀ lọ́nà tí wọ́n tá a sọ pé káà irọ́ lẹ pa lóòótọ́ gbogbo everybody wá láti Ifẹ̀ níbọ̀ ṣùgbọ́n níbi tí Nàìjíríà gbédélé ni irọ́ lẹ pa ẹ̀ wá láti Ifẹ̀ nínú ẹ máa change ẹ̀ mọ́ lọ́wọ́ òfẹ́ kẹ́ wá láti Ifẹ̀ ẹ lọ́wọ́ bí tẹ́ ti gbé wá ṣẹ́gẹ́ ti bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn so that everybody was like kẹ́wò pé òkè àwọn fẹ́ dára yín. That is the state I did in Kotea Sole Con or you go claim baby town everybody more. I they understand even the Oduatan so he structure to one left for over 1,000 years. Oh lo dale. Up to now see Kosorwe. Ti gbogbo wa enjoy leni ti gbogbo wa ndu ta gbero wa keke. Owo ọmọ aládé ni gbogbo wa nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. So wa di pé ká máa roro ile nsin. Ara ta sọ nìyẹn. Nígbà tí gọ́vùnà bá ti di ifá tó yẹ pé àwọn lọ ń dáfà kẹ̀kẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ nǹkan tá a máa rí bẹ́ẹ̀ lélẹ́yìí. Ó tọ́ ni náà nǹkan tá à ń sọ lélẹ́yìí nígbà yẹn pé gọ́vùnà ló sọ pé làwọn ń dáfà nínú government house. I'm so sorry. Ara tí mo sọ.
ẹ má bínú kò tí wọ́n fẹ́ sọ òkò yẹn tí ò ní ba èèyàn kan tí mo fẹ́ràn. Bàbá wa ní Abímbọ́lá so ẹjọ máa sọ
pé ẹjọ
ó ti yé ó yà wá ó yé mi ó yé yín ó dẹ̀ yé gbà á tà ń gbọ́ ẹ kára fò.
ara tá à ń sọ lélẹ́yìí tó bá fẹ́ mú ọba ẹ má yẹ máa lọ mọ́bọ̀ wá láti abroad wa àwọn sọ pé ẹ máa mọ́bọ̀ wá láti Canada mọ́bọ̀ wá láti UK America àwọn tó wà lé tó jẹ́ pé tí wọ́n mọ nǹkan tó mọ̀ àṣà tó mọ everything tó mọ history dáadáa tó mọ̀ tán àwọn ní kí fá máa bá wa mú sí i àwọn ò fẹ́ kí fá máa lọ máa mú èèyàn kan láti.
ẹ̀yin lè máa sọ fún fá.
nǹkan iṣẹ́ tá a fẹ́ kí fá máa bá wa ṣe nìyẹn àwọn tó bá wà lé tó mọ̀ tán tó mọ bí nǹkan ṣe rí tó ní láàrin àwọn èèyàn gẹ́gẹ́ ní kí fá máa bá wa mú kọ́ máa lọ máa bá wa mú èèyàn láti Canada wà wọ́n a fẹ́ gbò yẹn ìjọ kìíní tó mọ láti Canada wò àṣì àti wọ́n bẹ̀ a ò fẹ́ ògbélé yìí a ò fẹ́ kí fá máa bá wa mú èèyàn wá láti gbogbo.
èwo lẹ ti bọ̀ ń bẹ.
ẹyẹ tún bí mi ni ṣé bí kan la ìwò wà ń bẹ yẹn sì àìtí bọ̀ ń bẹ ṣé get bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe bí Ifá kan ló lọ mú wa láti ibi tó wà àti bọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ sí kò síbi tá a fẹ́ ṣọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ sí èwo lélẹ̀ àti fẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ eléyìí so kọ́ jọ nítorí Ọlọ́run we don't want all this I'm so sad mo fẹ́ lè máa mo ń sunkún ní pápá àlàyé fẹ́ ṣọ̀rọ̀ báyìí sí tí èèyàn tí ó jẹ́ pé tó ń ṣọmọ Yorùbá bá béèrè question lọ́mi báwo mo ṣe fẹ́ máa dá lóhùn ọ̀rọ̀ ara tèmi káràtà máa bí mi kó wá máa bẹ̀ sí máa kọ́ bọ̀ mí lórí kó máa bí mi pé òkè o ń gbọ́ bá ibi tó yẹ pé tí mọ̀rí bàbá kúlà yẹ tó jẹ́ kó sọ̀rọ̀ tó jẹ́ kó tẹ̀ bí kó mi but náà ń sìn freely ó wà newspaper tí ó ń kà tó ń ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀ so bá a la ṣe fẹ́ ṣe kó jọ ibi tó bá ti pè lórí ni kó jórí yes every this state tá a dé ń sìn gbogbo wa lámù ọ̀ ni olórí adé gbogbo the whole southern Nigeria bá ṣe wà lẹ́ni òun ni olórí and wọn àti sultana dẹ̀ ní coordinate wọn ní dẹ̀ ti recognition dẹ̀ ti ń lọ dé gbogbo Africa àbí recently UNESCO gbogbo lọ́n recommend ẹ̀ lọ́n recognize ẹ̀ gọ́gọ́ lọ́dẹ̀ ìṣẹ̀ṣe gbogbo àwọn nǹkan tá a ní gbogbo ẹ̀ lọ́n bá gbé lárugẹ ní tá a fẹ́ nìyẹn in tá a fẹ́ gọ́gọ́ nìyẹn kì í ṣe ká máa rántí ìgbà tí empire British dé ti colonial dé nǹkan kan bẹ́ẹ̀ tó wá jà lólè tó wá kó alẹ́ ṣé ìyẹn la fẹ́ máa gbé sọ́ọ̀sì so please ẹ jọ̀ọ́ mo bẹ̀bẹ̀ ni kọjọ gbogbo àwọn tí ó yíká ọba wa bàbá wa láàfin gbogbo wọn yẹn kàn wá bó ṣe máa ṣe wọn they are not good for nothing they are very wọn wà worthless gbogbo àwọn tó àti adviser spokesperson ni kàn kó gbogbo wọn yẹn bóyá kàn lọ kún wọn tí àtìmọ́lé ni àjọkà part wọn láti kàn ṣe díẹ̀ ní fún gbogbo àwọn guys yẹn they don't want it rárá at all.
ara ẹ̀mí ò ní kàn fẹ́yàn kan ẹ má jẹ́ ká.
Okay, what the kí ni reason why tá a nílé kó gbọ́n wọn ká lọ ṣe díẹ̀ ní fún wọn why tá a nílé ṣe gbọ́n because how come ni ìwù èèyàn kan máa sọ pé òun mú ọmọ Yorùbá gangan kó a máa fún odidi Ọ̀ọ̀ni ní 48 hours adẹ̀ ní pé ká ṣe díẹ̀ ní ló pé ká má fi mọ́ kí á láti mọ ibi tó ti gbé wá nìyàwó because fún yín láti publish orúkọ bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. So,
all right.
ẹ jọ nítorí Ọlọ́run ẹ jẹ́ kí gbogbo eléyìí kí kọ́ bá stop ẹ̀ kọ́ jọ ìlọsíwájú ilẹ̀ Yorùbá la fẹ́ la need àti ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ilẹ̀ Oòduà the same thing náà ní gbogbo ẹ̀ so a ṣe ṣe fún wa thank you very much.
Thank you sir ẹ ṣeun gan mo dúpẹ́ I mean ọ̀rọ̀ burúkú tó ń tẹ̀rín bọ̀ nínú ọ̀rọ̀ tó ń sọ náà láwọn nǹkan tí mo rẹ́rìn láwọn ibìkan tó pé kò sí nǹkan mi tàbí ẹ̀ ṣe ẹ̀rín láwọn ọ̀rìn àní sunkún. But seriously, I think there are many things. Yoruba level is working for Yoruba, not down. Remiga, it has nothing to do with sitting in palace. It has absolutely nothing to do with palace. Then Yoruba ṣe nǹkan tó tí ò ṣe ẹ máa sọ̀rọ̀ sórí ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn ẹ wà nífìyẹn sọ nǹkan tí ọjọ́ tó ṣe nǹkan tí kẹ́pẹ́ ń sìn yìí mo ṣe nǹkan tí ò dá ń sìn ẹ ti sọ̀rọ̀ lórí ẹ̀ o èèyàn kan wá ṣe nǹkan sí mi tí ò dá mo wá fèsì sẹ́ni yẹn ẹ wá pààrọ̀ sí nǹkan tí mo ṣe ń gbà kan pé ìwọ náà bá ti má ṣe nǹkan tó ṣe ń gbà yẹn kí nìyẹn ní ṣe pẹ̀lú nǹkan téèyàn kan ṣe sí mi sìn. ṣé Ọọ̀ni Síjúwadé was it going everywhere when Aláàfin Adéyẹmí was saying the things he was saying? When did this whole thing start? It started around in the 1980s. That's when all of these things started. It has nothing to do with somebody's. I mean, I understand and I agree with you. Torí gbà mí náà. Familiarity brings contempt. So I would prefer keep distance. So I agree with you 100%. But kí n ṣe lórí ọ̀rọ̀ yìí kọ́ ṣe rí nǹkan tẹ́yìn rí tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ yìí. It started in the 80s. Right? When Kabesi Aderemi was there, nobody could say things like this. And the man who was there, you know what? Even before Aderemi, before Kabesi Adesoja Aderemi, there was Oba Adelekun Olubuse, the one who went to Lagos in 1903. If we're all using British to even explain our history, which for me I don't think is necessary, but since we want to do that, you know what? I want to do something. Show and toast, Sisha. Mr. Banko Emma Soro. Emil, I don't think using British really works. But the question is, since we are all, I mean, even the palace of the Alafin brought out Britain, which is just you know what? I'm going to play this one. There are different videos, but the one I think for educational purposes, not for because it's just. Back on British Day. British Day, when you had Governor McGregor trying to solve the issue in 1903, when did they go to Ife? And by the way, what is the purpose of this thing? This thing that's happening right now, how does it benefit Yoruba people? How does it benefit Oyo people? How does it benefit Ibadan, Abeokuta, Oshogbo, Ode Omu, Ife? How does it benefit people? That's why you know that we're not really talking about leadership here. We're talking about ego. I was right. I found that video yesterday. What did you? I wanted to play you something from Oba Kwadeshi Jade. But let me finish what I was saying earlier. Obadile Konlubushe the first was the one who, I talked about it 2 days ago, so I don't want to go into it. It was one that was invited to Lagos to sort the whole issue with the Elekpe and the Akarigbo. After him was Obadesoji Aderemi, who was king for 50 years, became king in 1930 for 50 years. He was the one who presented the certificate of Kini to the Alaafin. But he did that as a governor. I don't have to use that one to even use it as a basis. I'm just trying to tell you that around that time, nobody had any issue with anybody. You know, there was a thing that happened, which is actually quite interesting. Let me Sherry Onigbati Kábíyèsí gbẹ́sẹ̀ tán wájà Kábíyèsí Adéṣọjà Adérẹ̀mí Ọ̀yọ́ state in gbogbo àwọn àgbà yẹn. You know, Ọ̀yọ́ state was created, was it 76? I think. So by 1980, Ọ̀yọ́ state in gbogbo àwa àtọ̀yọ́ àti Ifẹ̀ o àti àtọ̀yọ́ àti Ìbàdàn gbogbo wa Ifẹ̀ láwa. Sorry, Ọ̀yọ́ state láwa. Èèyàn kan ló dẹ̀ jẹ́ chairman àwọn ọba. Nígbà tí Kábíyèsí gbẹ́sẹ̀ ẹn tó jẹ́ báyọ̀ fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ yìí náà. Ṣé ọ̀pá láàfin kan wà tí ọba tí Chief Awolowo removed that the post? See, if you leave a lot with past glory and you start misbehaving, they can remove. Anyway, Obadiah the first was actually removed and was deposed and he went to exile. No, it was the first. Is this first or second? Second, yes. The third one, sorry, that's Obadiah the first. Obadiah the second is Obalamidi. Don't Shelonsin. Lẹ́yìn Obadiah there was another king. I think it was Shinawala. Then there's not Adeyemi. Excuse me. I think it's the weather. I mean, I like fan. Oh, Lamidi was the third. Thank you for correcting me. So Obadiah the second was the one that the government of Western Region removed. Then Obadiah the third, near Obalamidi. So between Adeyemi the second and Obalamidi Adeyemi, there was another Alaafin. That one, right, got in office, you know, Kosheyin àwọn Kábíyèsí Ọọ̀ni. Then Adeyemi became king. After Obadesoji Aderemi passed, who is the Ọọ̀ni of Ife? Who was the Ọọ̀ni of Ife? We then had Oba Adeyemi as the acting chairman. Emagbo as the acting chairman. Fáwọn lọ́balọ́ba. Ṣé àpé ipò yẹn kì í ṣe ipò ìgbà tí mo jọba. Ipò àpẹẹrẹ ipò throne ni kì í ṣe ipò longevity. tó jẹ́ pé pò longevity ni ẹni tó bá ti jẹ́ ọba bí 1,000 or 50 years 90 years àwọn ọba wa máa kúkú máa lead àwọn ọba yòókù, but it's not about longevity, it's not about your own personal longevity, it's about the institutional longevity. In other words, it's about how long this throne has existed. So nígbà tí ọba Ọ̀kànadé di kábíyèsí, it's about the stool, yes. He then of course had to become the chairman because he's the Ooni. And from what I've gathered, that became an issue. Again, ego bruising for Entojepo Osiji acting chairman, the chairman, which makes no sense considering the fact that, I mean, Obade Sojaderemi did not become the chairman because he was former governor or because he was older than anybody. He was made chairman because he's the Ooni. So it became an issue like, eventually it got resolved in 91 when now had Oyo State separated from Osun State. But let me tell you one funny thing. In Oyo State today, that thing is happening. And it's happening between Alaafin, Olubadan, and Seun. That one, let me tell you something. This thing is what's going to make those ones actually now speak up. You see, I said something to Benin people. If you begin to talk to people anyhow, to those who are ahead of you anyhow, the ones who are coming from behind too will start treating you anyhow. That was, what do you think will make Igbanke say what they said to Benin a while back, a few months ago? Why would they say that kind of thing? Once to about disrespect àwọn aṣáájú, àwọn tẹjọ jẹ́ sàwáwú about tó ń bọ̀ lẹ́yìn, ọ̀nà máa fi ẹ́ wọlé ni. In Oyo State right now, they are fighting for that thing. You want Ibadan? No, it's not like you want Ibadan to do the same. They already, it's. Èmi ò fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ lílé ogun ṣe rí gbogbo nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀. Ó ti pẹ́ ọ̀gìn ṣó ni o. Ìròyìn máa wá ń pẹ̀ mí ní sọ, mọ̀ máa sọ ni. Àwọn yẹn náà sọ sí pé ọba Aláàfin lè jẹ́ permanent chairman fáwọn. Àwọn náà ti ń sọ sí nǹkan tí ọba kan sọ in the 80s. Òun làwọn kan wá sọ sí yìí náà about 30-40 years afterwards because kì í ṣe òní ló bẹ̀rẹ̀. Àwọn náà ti wá sọ sí pé àwọn lè ní permanent chairman. Wọ́n gbọ́dọ̀ máa rotate ẹ̀ ni. That's why èèyàn gbọ́dọ̀ máa ṣe rí ìgbà míì téèyàn bá ṣẹ́nu po kì í kó bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ̀kàn tó wàá sọ, but you still in spite of the anger you still want to respect, because once you start disrespecting elders you will be disrespected and there is nobody you are going to cry to. Àwọn àpẹẹsẹ bó náà ṣe bó ṣe ń rí náà nìyẹn máa sọ fún ẹ. Mo fẹ́ pè nǹkan fún nínú nǹkan tí Aláàfin sọ, nínú nǹkan tí Ọọ̀ni Ọ̀kànadé sọ, ṣùgbọ́n kí n tó play mo fẹ́ kí arákùnrin Obankwa sọ̀rọ̀ now because I need to take a very short break. So Obankwa will talk, and then I will then tell you. I'll then play what mọ̀ kó ṣẹlẹ̀ yẹn torí pé àwọn ìgbére kan ti wọlé. Yorùbá ni mo fẹ́ ká máa sọ ọ́sìn yìí torí ẹni tí ò ní tí ẹ máa wọn nígbà tí èèyàn jọ ọmọ ẹrú tó wọlé tó rá àwọn ọmọ ọkọ àbí àwọn ọmọ onílẹ̀ àbáwọn ọmọ ọba tó ń sọ fún wọn pé èdè báyìí nìkan sọ nítorí pé ilé ìdí forí gbági ó ti forí fún àgbọn Yorùbá làwọn sọ títí tó máa fi ṣe mí pé òkè mo fẹ́ sóyìnbó tó bá ti wá gbọ́ ó lè lọ forí sọ gànà. Ọbankwa tẹ bá lè sọ Yorùbá ẹ sọ wọn fẹ́ ṣe lónìí ni ẹni tí gbogbo nǹkan tó ń kọ́ ní comment section yẹn wọ́n máa kọ́ dọ̀la wọn ò ní gbọ́ nǹkan tó ń sọ mo ń gbọ́ yín. Ẹ káàbọ̀.
Ó lè sọ Yorùbá dáadáa, ṣé ẹ ń gbọ́ mi?
Á dáa fún yín, ẹ máa bọ́rọ̀ bọ̀.
Mo sọ náà níjọ́ yẹn pé ọmọ Ògidì ni mí, orúkọ yẹn nickname ni láyé ìgbà ilé ẹ̀kọ́ girama. A ṣe rí ọ̀rọ̀ lọ́balọ́ba ó ní agbára. Ọba tèmi kọ́kọ́ pàdé ní ọmọ kékeré ara mi ni ọba Samuel Akínsànyà, kọ́lọ́run bàbá tẹ́ bàbá sáfẹ́fẹ́ rere, should be 1982 or 83. Wọ́n ti ṣàlàyé oríṣiríṣi ìtàn bàbá yẹn fún mi, wọ́n ti sọ oríṣiríṣi bó ṣe lágbára tó débi pé ìgbà tí mo débẹ̀ mi ò lè wojú ẹ̀, jìnnìjìnnì wà lára mi pé odindi ọba ìlú bàbá dẹ̀ wọ́n jókòó ní lọ́jọ́ yẹn so mi ò lè sọmọ ega tó dẹ̀ ọmọdé yìí ní mí ṣùgbọ́n bàbá sọ̀rọ̀ pẹ̀lú authority níjọ́ tá à ń wí ẹ mọ̀ pé ẹni yìí bá lórí gbogbo nǹkan ni but by and large mo ti wá rí ọba lóríṣiríṣi èmi náà lọ́rẹ̀ẹ́ tó jọba nílùú wọn tó jẹ́ àwọn nǹkan míì máa ń ṣẹlẹ̀ tó máa ń sọ tó jẹ́ kò jẹ́ nǹkan bí ọba tó kàkà sí pé ọ̀làjú ti dé ayé ti ní sùúrù sí lórí àwọn nǹkan kan ṣùgbọ́n àtijọ́ tí òṣèlú ti wọnú à ń fọba jẹ ni wàhálà ti bẹ̀rẹ̀. Hello, ṣé kí n máa bá náà sí àmì bọ̀? Hello. Okay. Mo ní àtijọ́ tí àwọn olóṣèlú ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ń dá sí ọ̀rọ̀ àǹfọ̀bàjẹ ni wàhálà ti dé bá ipò ọba débi pé irú ètò ń ṣẹlẹ̀ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ń sìn a mọ̀ pé wọ́n fi fáyan ọba nítòótọ́ ṣùgbọ́n èèyàn náà ló wà lẹ́yìn òrólóró fi ń ké tó bá ti di pé àwọn kan ti ní vested interest nínú process kan tó ti lè hijack ẹ̀ dàrúdàpọ̀ ti dé bá process yẹn ni kò wà totally genuine or transparent mọ́ àwọn nǹkan tó ń fa wàhálà yẹn nísìnyí ṣùgbọ́n èmi ń wò ó pé níbi táyé lajú dé yìí tí ọba kan bá jẹ tọba míì bọ́ sórí àpèrè ó yẹ kó fi ìyèdénú kó tiẹ̀ kọ́kọ́ wo nǹkan kó ọ̀gá mi kan á ní read the room tí ẹ kọ́kọ́ wo bí ojú ọjọ́ ṣe rí kó tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí bẹ́ kiri àwòrán kan wà lórí ayélujára níbi tí ọba àná aláàfin àná tó ti tẹríba níwájú ọ̀ọ̀ni tèní ṣé aláàfin ọ̀wọ́ adé ò rí yẹn ni àbí aláàfin ọ̀wọ́ adé gbọ́n ju aláàfin adéyẹmí lọ ni àbí wàhálà kan wọ́n fà ní torí ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn ó só sí ní lẹ́nu ó búyọ sí káwọn ará Ọ̀yọ́ máa pọ́n sólá káwa máa jẹyọ ní àdúgbò tí wá ń bí ẹ má bínú ó ṣèṣì ni so ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn òṣèlú lèmi kà sí pé ó ń fa wàhálà òṣèlú àwọn olóṣèlú ti ráyè kó sáàárín tradition ibi tí wàhálà yẹn wà ní tó bá jẹ́ pé wọ́n gba traditional process láyè end to end tó jẹ́ pé the proper people ló dórí oyè or through the proper process kò ní máa sí gbogbo àwọn nǹkan yìí a ti gbọ́n pa àwọn ọba tó ń pàṣẹ fún àwọn àfọ̀bàjẹ pé báyìí làwọn ṣe fẹ́ báyìí làwọn ò ṣe fẹ́ àwọn ò lè ṣe nǹkan kan àwọn lè ṣe nǹkan kan Àwùjalẹ̀ tó tún jẹ́ bàbá ńlá ọba láti ọba tó jẹ́ for so long nígbà tó jú ìwà lórúnkún ó ní kán ṣe kán sì òun ní mú Islamic way àbá adẹni kí Yorùbá má bàjẹ́ kí Yorùbá má parun ó lágbára o ṣùgbọ́n èyí tó dùn mí gangan ọ̀rọ̀ ọba yẹn fi wọ́n lẹ̀ wọ́n á yanjú ara wọn ibìkan ní ilẹ̀kẹ̀ má já sílé má já síta ibìkan ló má já sí Ọlọ́run jẹ́ ó já síbi tó dáa ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn footballers yẹn ló dùn èmi jù ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn footballers yẹn ló dùn èmi nígbà tí president announce $100,000 fún àwọn Falcons ìgbé pé insensitivity làwọn èèyàn kígbe owó yẹn ti pọ̀ jù owó yẹn ti ṣe kinní kan wọ́n san fún wọn wọ́n san fún wọn wọ́n á san fún wọn kò sẹ́ni tó máa rántí ṣùgbọ́n tó bá di 20 years down the line Ọlọ́run ní jẹ́ kí nǹkan kan ṣe àbúrò mi Àsísà Òṣùàlà àwọn abọ́ta pé gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì ò wà kẹrin odò gbé omi lọ ní iwájú ilé wọn títí tán ṣe ya fẹ́ǹsì ibì kan gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì ò nice I think it's just outright unfair from them ìgbà tẹ́ ń ṣiṣẹ́ yín you are paid adequately anybody tó bá ti lọ sí camp àwọn footballers rí torí ayé tó ń jẹ ń bẹ̀ a mọ̀ pé kò ń ṣe máìmáì, especially footballers, because that's the main sport tí government Nigeria focus lé tán náwó sí. And when you meet them abroad, I've been opportune to meet one or two people. Ó ní ìgbà tí Ọbáfẹ́mi Martins tó yìí play ní Inter, ó apàdé Sùúrùlérè ńjọ́ kan. The way tó ṣe ń ṣe fàájì, we appreciated it, tó inú gbogbo wa dùn pé Fẹ́mi tó ṣe náwó. We know that this guy was doing very well. Ọlọ́run ní jẹ́ kí nǹkan kan ṣe o, kírú yẹn wá padà wá in 20 years time máa sọ pé government ò care. It's madness. Peter Rufai, tó bá jẹ́ pé àwọn èèyàn mọ̀ pé government jẹ́ Peter Rufai lówó, àbọ̀n make promise fún nǹkan tí wọ́n fún, let the government know, make it known, so that we can pressurize, we can, talk to government, make it a public debate and put pressure on government to pay up all these things. But to now say, what of policemen? Ọlọ́pàá tó ṣe gbogbo 35 years career tó jẹ́ ó retire kò tiẹ̀ nílé. What of the soldiers?
Tó kú sójú ogun kọ́.
Tó kú sójú ogun. We read of a soldier he got married and died within a month. Kí ni kàn ṣe fún yẹn? Èló ni salary soldier, èló ni salary policeman. $100,000 yẹn ó parí career, maybe 50 if not more. Career, I'm saying like the entire 35 years of the average police officer.
Ìyá mi tó ṣiṣẹ́ tó ń retire tó ń gba pension tó máa kó gbogbo pension tí ìyá mi ti gbà àti gbogbo sáré tó ti gbà ṣó tó
$100,000. You get ìmí àgbẹ̀ wọn tún fún wọn ní apartment, wọn fún wọn ní kinní kan and presidential treatment. Prof, Sùúrùlérè mo gbé dàgbà, mo máa ń lọ sí national stadium dáadáa tó bá ní football matches. Tẹ́ bá rí ayé táwọn people yìí ń jẹ, àti tẹ̀lé wọn náà rí o tá bá wọn ṣe fàájì. So I'm not even against it. But the truth is, these people need, to manage their career. Mike Tyson, drag US government.
Wrap up by 30 seconds, please.
Okay. To wrap up, no, the thing is that entitlement mentality needs to stop. We all should know that everybody works for their money. And in this climb, if the government, we too, as people, should do a bit for ourselves. Former Governor Raji Fashola, he said there's too much of God and government in our conversation. What are we doing as a people? Ọlọ́run á máa kọ́ wa mọ̀ ṣe.
Ẹ ṣé, thank you very much. Thank you so much. Remy Guy says that's why they are called professionals. You make what you will live on in a space of max 10 years. Absolutely. I mean, that's why I said I was holding back because we're talking about a person who died and all of that. So out of respect, but the truth is we've got to be very careful with this. May God provide for all of us. Everybody needs help, but we have to be careful with this entitlement thing where you say they fought for the country. I don't really janko, but it is well. All right, I was going to play a video. I can play it and I'll bring the last person up. So this is from the Oni Oba Okwande Shijuade. The first thing is, let me just start by saying this. The first statement, Ikabe Sonsin. Àwọn èèyàn náà ńgbò bá yá ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn ò pọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ kọ́kọ́ sọ yìí kò ju bí ọ̀rọ̀ bí mélòó kan lọ ṣùgbọ́n ó ìtàn pọ̀ nínú ọ̀rọ̀ tó fẹ́ sọ so tó bá sọ ẹ má jẹ́ ká fi torí àwọn wọn tó wà nítòsí tó ń ṣe rárá nínú comment section ẹ má gbé bẹ́ẹ̀. You understand what I'm saying once I start playing it. So take a listen to Oba Okwande Shijuade.
Ọba Benin Ojala Ọba Benin Ojala
Tolé Oòduà lọ́kọ́.
Agbe fọ́tò márùn yẹn fún mo fún ẹ níyẹn máa tún fún ẹ lélẹ̀ náà kò sì máa gbá àwọn yẹn lọ náà. Ibi ọ̀rọ̀ mi yàn fúnra rẹ̀ tó ń pariwo wà á rí kó òun lo ọ̀ràn yàn kò sí tó jẹ́ ọ̀ràn yàn ọ̀ràn mi yàn ló wà ṣùgbọ́n òun là ń ṣe ọlọ́gbọ́n. ọ̀rọ̀ mi yàn kó gba bẹ̀ yẹn. wọ́n wí yẹn gómìnà Nàìjíríà ní 1924 when the Prince of Wales was visiting only Johnson's book is fake. Only Johnson was an Oyo man who wrote a book to boost the ego of Oyo people and love. Archives. Archives. Copy of one. I've any document that is true. Okay, sir. Pé kò tẹ̀ sí tó aláàfin ò tẹ̀ súnmọ́ ní rárá pàápàá. Nígbà tó ní tí gómìnà Nàìjíríà 1903 wo ọmọdé fún mi ní Gazette Federal Gazette mú kàn wá Federal Government Gazette 1903 February 28. Governor Nigeria was Ifẹ̀ wá invite all ni and tó wà lórí ìjọ náà.
Hear what Kabisi just said now. That date is actually 1903. He put it in the 1920s. That's a slip. You can't then change history because they're not infallible. They can make mistakes here and there. But the entire point of that he's making is correct. Let's continue listening.
Ọbànjà lórí Adélèkò ẹ̀kọ́ ni wá torí council Èkó council Nàìjíríà ìjọ náà nílẹ̀ Yorùbá wọ́n ní Ọọ̀ni nìkan olóní adé ó lè sọ̀rọ̀ adé.
Dystrophin makes it happen.
Ọọ̀ni wá ní ó sọ fún ìwé pé Ọọ̀ni kan jáde rí gómìnà ní kí ni àwọn lè ṣe fún Ọọ̀ni láti jáde. Ó ní gbogbo rivers báyìí tó bá máa pọn lọ́nà black cow kọ̀ọ̀kan gómìnà ló ara 1,000 cow.
Sùmọ́lẹ̀ sùnmọ́ ní lọ́kẹ́ ọ́.
Ó ní kí lọ́ọ́ ní súnmọ́ ó ló òun á wọ coach òun á wọ láti bí òun á wọ ọkọ̀ lọ sí Ẹdẹ kó sẹ́dẹ̀ coach ẹ̀ wá sẹ́dẹ̀ nílùú ẹ̀kọ́ gbé gómìnà ló wà ní improve on that ó lọ àní kí wọ́n á fi hammock gbé.
Lórí aládé lọ́kẹ́ ọ́.
Wà ní gazette wọ́n á wù ọ́ ní physically.
Lọ́kẹ́ ọ́.
Fún Ẹdẹ nítorí àwa interest yẹn nú ẹ̀ láti gbà pé òfò ní gbogbo àwọn ọ̀dọ́ba tó ń pariwo yẹn. All traditional rulers from Warri to Lagos, from Asaba to Lagos, through here, all of them vacated their palaces. One vacate palace will only outside the walls of their palaces. Àwọn òyìnbó tó ń run government jọ náà ó wà mẹ́ pé even the Aláàfin of Ọ̀yọ́ is now living outside the walls of his palace.
Àrólé Oòduà lọ́kẹ́ ọ́.
Tí information máa pe ghetto ń pé Ọọ̀ni ti padà délé. Owó rẹ̀ rí.
Lórí aládé lọ́kẹ́ ọ́.
Kí ló fẹ́ kọ́ ní sọ. Màá fẹ́ dọ́kúmẹ́ntì.
Ìjẹ́gbẹ́ni bá ti àpò. Lọ́kẹ́ ọ́. Lọ́kẹ́ ọ́.
Kó wà ní àwọn oníwà wàhálà ń bí pàápàá. Àwọn tó ń fẹ́ kan purọ́ jẹun káàkiri àwọn wàhálà. Wà ń bọ́ lọ ní ti jókòó lẹ́yìn Aláàfin. Ọ̀rẹ́ ni gómìnà ni ọba Benin ni Aláké ni ọ̀gẹ́rẹ́ ni olùdírí ìfẹ́ olùdírí olùdírí kò pánà.
Lórí aládé.
Kabesi is talking about the 1937. Sorry, he's talking about the 1937 conference, right? That was the 1937 conference of Yoruba chiefs. Elake was there, Awujale was there, Alafin was there, Awujale was there, Oba of Benin was there, and of course Oni was there. And the sitting arrangement actually means a lot. It's the same that happened recently when King Charles visited Nigeria, and you saw the sitting arrangement. You saw where the Oni was seated, where the Sultan was seated, and where they put the other people. So it's actually quite intentional, right? And so Kabesi is actually pointing at that picture. We had a session, I think, last year where I talked about, the Yoruba the Yoruba Oba, the Conference of Yoruba Obas in 1937, but I would have been more happy if Mr. Busi can show the videos. But it's TikTok. Don't worry, I'll probably do something about this and put it out there, and we'll see how that goes. But yeah, let's just keep listening.
Olé Oòduà. Dákẹ́ ìgbènijégbèni bá ti àkú. Dákẹ́
mo fún ẹ lélẹ̀ kan.
Dákẹ́ agbègbè ayọ̀.
Wọ́n kàn kúrò kiri ní ọmọ ẹ̀sìn nígbà tó máa jẹ káàkiri ní kò sí tọ́jú rẹ̀. Dọ́kúmẹ̀ntì máa fún ẹ. Ìdí aláàkọ́kọ́ yọ.
Yeah, so there are other things that the Kabesi still spoke about. The way they were adjusting on his velvet, my hair just this way. That's why when people talk about this Oni Ogunwusi and they say, with the bad more, this is your day. About gone. His clothing is, that's another topic, another day's topic. But maybe I'll talk about this again another time, right? Maybe. But I think it's important to start saying this. And I saw someone who said earlier that we shouldn't bother talking about it. That's actually what the gentleman who came up earlier said. Yoruba people are in sorrow. On the budget now, and in sorrow. My own is not so. I will speak, but the point is, how do you say it? That's what is important. Not that you don't say it. How do you do it? You do it in such a way that you are able to communicate with respect, but you can't hide behind. You now don't say anything until what can we do? Let's begin to remind ourselves our children are growing up. We cannot afford to have what happened. And this again, all this started in the 1980. Just as I say that the Benin thing started the whole change of Benin history started in 1970. But we're not saying this to say, like I said, was it yesterday I said it? That to ask who is greater is an insult to, it's actually insult to the junior one. And I can promise you, if you have been following your news or your state, you will know exactly what I'm talking about. The chickens will come, they're already home to roost. But all of these things started because of Nigeria. It started in the 1980s. It didn't start because of what the British signed. Because if you go by what the British signed, then when the issue came in 1903, they should have called the one they signed stuff with. And what was the definition of Yoruba? Has it changed? Is it the same? And the truth is, it's not the same. But we'll have another session on that. Today, we must continue our constitutional kini. Last speaker or final speaker for this session, this session is Omoba Eko.
Ẹkáàbọ, Prof.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Ọlọ́run bá mi Jésù yín ṣe o. Nǹkan tẹ̀mí fẹ́ sọ lórí ọ̀rọ̀ yìí, òun ni pé ṣe rí àwa Yorùbá, a ní nǹkan kan tó dẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ó ń affect wa gidi. Òun ni pé kí ìjà ṣẹlẹ̀ àbí gbólóhùn aṣọ ṣẹlẹ̀ káwọn sọ pé àfẹ́dọ̀tún lẹ́bi àfẹ́dọ́sì lẹ́bi má jẹ́ ká ṣe má jẹ́ àfẹ́ṣe ọ̀tún àfẹ́ṣe òsì ṣẹ́rí àwọn nǹkan wọ̀nyí ìméje ṣá máa bínú ṣẹ́rí àwọn nǹkan yẹn ó ń balẹ̀ Yorùbá jẹ́ gidi ó ń balẹ̀ Yorùbá jẹ́ gidi o tí ojú bá ń ṣe pin a gbọ́dọ̀ fi hàn ojú pé nǹkan tó ń ṣe ò dáa orísun gbogbo ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ibi tí gbogbo Yorùbá home and abroad all over the world pátápátá ibi tí hope wa wà ibi tí ẹ̀mí gbogbo wa wà kódà tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ èmi yìí mi ò ń rí pé máa believe pé tàbá kó à ń lọ sọ nísìnyí ibi tí believe mi le tó le dé tí believe mi le dé mo believe nísìnyí pé tí n bá kú mo padà lọ fẹ́ ni níbi tí believe mi le dé nísìnyí so kí ọmọ wa sọ pé òun dàgbà títí òun ju bàbá òun lọ àbó òun ju bàbá òun lọ a ní àwọn àgbà Yorùbá especially President Tinubu ẹ wà ní power ń sìn mo mọ̀ pé inú àwọn èèyàn yìí máa gbọ́ program yìí á dákẹ́ ṣe àtúntò gidi kẹ́ pé ọ̀tún kẹ́ pé òsì kẹ́ jẹ́ kó kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ mọ position ẹ̀ nílẹ̀ Yorùbá kò sí nǹkan tó burú kéèyàn jẹ́ number 2 kò sí nǹkan tó burú kéèyàn jẹ́ number 2 even number 2 tán fún yín gan wọ́n wo àpọ́nlé empire ni but á dáa kí àwọn Yorùbá leaders kan tọ̀ President Tinubu lọ ẹni ọba tó bá ti jẹ́ pé ó fẹ́ máa sọ̀rọ̀ sí orísun wa kọ́ rọrùn ọba bẹ́ẹ̀ lóye simple as abc ṣe tí òfin bá ti wà tí gbogbo Yorùbá bá ti fẹ́nu kò síbì kan tá bá ti lè fẹ́nu kò síbì kan tí òfin dẹ̀ wà lórí ẹ̀ kò ní sí gbogbo nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ yìí mọ́ a ní o expect ẹ̀ sí Aláàfin tuntun yìí you are well read o kàwé o tún gbé nílùú òyìnbó kò ní pé nínú Nàìjíríà nìkan lọ́dún náà ti fẹ́ jẹ́ o ti ní experience both in and outside mi ò I expect kọ́ pé láàárín ìjọ wo mo expect pé ká máa rí Aláàfin lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ Ọọ̀ni ní àwọn occasion lọ Brazil ni o wọ́n lọ Cuba ni o wọ́n ṣe àwọn ìṣẹ̀ṣe ńlẹ̀ Yorùbá ni o lóríṣiríṣi o mo expect pé ká máa rí Aláàfin lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ Ọ̀ọ̀nìrìṣà ni eléyìí ó máa jẹ́ kí ìran Yorùbá kan èèyàn tún máa respect wa gidi ẹ wá sọ pé ẹ ń fún Ọọ̀nìrìṣà ẹ ń fún ní 48 hours else kí ló fẹ́ ṣẹlẹ̀ ẹ fẹ́ ní kán lọ gbórí bàbá wa ni àbí báwo láyé àbí tí ó tẹ̀ ṣe láyé ẹjọ́ òun kan kò lè ṣẹlẹ̀ àwa Yorùbá àwọn Yorùbá leaders wọ́n ní láti come out wọ́n ní láti jáde tí wọ́n bá ń ṣe àgbàrá dáadáa o tó ẹ kàn máa lajúlẹ̀ tí gbogbo nǹkan máa bàjẹ́ wọ́n ní láti jáde kan tọ̀ President Tinubu lọ kàn jẹ́ kí gbogbo ọ̀rọ̀ yìí kó ṣẹ́jú wọn sàǹfọ̀rọ̀ kí àgbàmọ̀ kí ọmọ mọ bí tóun belong sí ọ̀rọ̀ lórí ìyẹn bí nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ sọ lórí ìyẹn ni ẹ̀dẹ̀ lórí ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn fúbọ́là kò ṣe fúbọ́là aláwọ̀kọ́ any country tó bá máa prosper láyé yìí any country tó yẹ pé wọ́n fẹ́ development àwọn tó yẹ kọ́kọ́ look after kì í ṣe àwọn fúbọ́là àwọn fúbọ́là àwọn tó yẹ kọ́kọ́ look after teachers àwọn ló yẹ kó máa gbó gidi teachers àwọn ọlọ́pàá wa any country tó bá fẹ́ progress láyé yìí ṣe rí àwọn security agencies teachers àwọn doctors nurses ṣe rí àwọn tí mo dárúkọ yẹn any country tó bá fẹ́ progress láyé yìí àwọn ló yẹ kó máa kí gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì kọ́kọ́ look after jù tí ó bá ti sírù yẹn a máa lose wọn outside ni and then owó wọn gbowó wọn pa àwọn ọmọ lórí kíní lórí 20 naira 30 naira ó máa continue nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ sọ lórí yẹn nìyẹn ẹ ṣé gan.
Thank you very much, sir. ọmọọba Èkó ẹ ṣeun fún ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́sọ̀. Ó ní nǹkan tẹ́ mú jáde tí mo fẹ́ sọ bọ̀ ẹ ṣàjàrà fílẹ̀. But mo dúpẹ́, thank you very much for coming up, and thank you everyone for being here. I'm going to try, like I'm actually doing, to move away from that topic because ọ̀rọ̀ tó mú láyà mi ni. Bọ́ inú mi dùn pé ó mú láyà gbogbo àwa yòókù náà, kì í ṣọ̀rọ̀ pé èèyàn kan ni nǹkan tó ń fàtúnṣe ni, àti pé kò sígbà tí wọ́n ní wá wọ́n yẹn máa kíkọ́ ń ṣọ̀rọ̀ pé ẹ má ṣe mọ́ nǹkan kan náà gbogbo wa bọ́n yẹn parí nǹkan kan nìyẹn. Right, wọ́n yẹn parí nǹkan kan nìyẹn. Ọmọ ẹ̀ dàtí èèyàn kọ́ dẹ̀ sọ sí bí comment section yẹn nǹkan tẹ́yìn kọ́ síbẹ̀ tí ìbẹ̀ pọ́n kọ́ síbẹ̀ wọ́n lè máa fẹ́ sọ wọ́n béèrè pé ṣọ́yọ̀ gan lè jẹ́ number 2. And it's a very important question. It's a very, very important question. And I'm going to answer it. But it's things like this that make people ask questions like this. In context, on a normal day, what you bring on sorry, you're on a pedestal, right? You're respected, you're looked upon as, like a major force. And it is a major force regardless. And I'm not going to talk about the things that to my reduce the rank, so to speak. But to back to see who are back on my way. If you talk white gun, sure going to go ambassador. And the funny thing is, historically, it's down wasi. It's for all from Bere, and it down alone. But it's been a fantastic session. Listen to everybody. We're going to move to the next part of today's session. We're going to class now. So, that's the news and what's happening. Now we're going back to class. And we're going back to class at 4:18 p.m. All right. So let me thank everybody who has come up. It's been a wonderful time in sharing the stage with you. Thanks to everybody in the comment section. Thank you for power tapping and sharing and liking. If you're on YouTube also, please like the live and also share the live stream. There's a heart icon down bottom left of your screen on YouTube. Please click on that. Also shows engagement, and the algorithm on YouTube sees that is able to recommend the channel and the live to other people. For those of us on TikTok, please click on the heart icon above my head, just over here, beside Busuyo. Click on it and join the team. If you're a member of the team, click on it and drop a gift. And thank you for your generosity. Thank you for your help. Thank you for your support. Everybody support. Then the question is number 2. Of course. Long question on permanent chairman or your state. Am I making your opinion? I have no opinions. The question is that saying no, you can't be the only person that will be permanent chairman of your state. Bookie boy, what was the question? This face I'm looking at is the face of a man, but what was the question? Let's just quickly answer the question so we can move on to the topic of today. But just very quickly, what was the question? Because I noticed that maybe you want someone to answer. Yeah, somebody didn't get a person responded with you probably don't like the response. So what's the question? If you can write it there, then maybe we'll quickly answer that before we get into this. Yeah, our textbook for this session is Awo, the autobiography of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. Again, this book is available on Redomi Books on Telegram. If you check t.me/Redomi Books, you'll be able to access this and many other materials. Was asking who is the highest ranked Oba in Yoruba land and Nigeria entirely. Oh, that's why the person was insulting you. Buki, are you a Yoruba person? Guys, let's use this as an opportunity to let's all learn together. I've seen your question. So are you a Yoruba person? Yes. Okay, so what do you think? You're from Ogun State. Oh, that's okay. But what do you think? What do you think about this? I want to use you. I mean, if you could come upstage, it will be a lot better because that way we can even, have a tete. Mungbo, Bookie Boy, what do you think? If you don't give us the answer, then let's just move on. Your thought will determine. There's no right or wrong answer from you, but there's a right answer. But whatever you say, I'm not going to use it against you. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm going to invite you up, and maybe we can just talk for like another 1 minute or so. All right, good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, brother.
Busoyi.
I can see. Yeah.
Okay. When I saw nígbà tí mo rí tí ọ̀bọ̀bọ̀ yẹn àbí aláàfin yẹn ta sí ọ̀fìn, I just saw the message yesterday. I was like, I've known Ooni of Ife to be one of the greatest Oba in Yoruba land. Ikeji Orisha, they call him Ikeji Orisha.
No.
I mean, maybe should they call Ikeji Orisha then?
No. Hold on, please. Hold on.
Okay.
The Ooni is never called Ikeji Orisha. That's the Aláàfin.
Is Aláàfin is Ikeji Orisha?
Aláàfin is Ikeji Orisha. All kings in Yoruba land are considered Ikeji. Aláṣẹ Ikeji Orisha.
Okay.
The Ooni is not Aláṣẹ Ikeji Orisha. The Ooni is Orisha.
Is Orisha, okay.
That's why we call him Ooni Risha.
Okay.
He's a deity. He is not second in command to the gods. He's a god.
He's a deity on his own. He's a god on his own. Okay. So that means he's the paramount ruler in Yoruba land then. But I really want to know. I didn't really study Yoruba.
So we also have to be very careful with the terms. Sorry, please, can you please mute because there's feedback coming from you. So it's not about paramountcy, like say who is the paramount king of Yoruba land. It's not about that. It's not about that. And it may not even be the right question. So you would have a paramount king of Ijebu land. Who will be the Awujale? Okay. You have the paramount king of Ijesha land. Who will be the Owa? You have the paramount king of Remo. Who will be the Akaribo? You have paramount king of the subgroups. Yoruba is big, so we have paramount king. Our relationship or the relationship of every Yoruba to Ife is not about paramountcy, it's about origin.
Oh, okay.
And because that throne is the first that all of us have derived our authority from, it's not about, we don't even use king when you're talking about him. He's essentially it's father.
Okay.
Now, to some kings, he's not father, he's their grandfather. To some, is their great-grandfather, I should say. Okay. So the relationship is, the reason they call it a sacred city, apart from the fact that there's a religious part to it, is also about war, ibi or war. Even the name Oroni is a short form of Oroni or Oroni. It's about reverence. Okay. And because of that, Yoruba people will not even ask you who is the greatest of their kings. That's the point. Because their king's authority is literally from Ife.
Okay.
Therefore, they don't have to ask the question who is greater. Like, okay, if my power derives from another, it's not about. It's like asking me who is greater between me and God. I'm just using that as an example. Who is greater between me and God? As a person of faith, that would be a ridiculous question.
God
I need it. Because my breath is literally from him. If he takes it away, I'm gone. So I don't even have to say, I can't even be doing the comparison of Emi Atolo and Taloju. It's the same thing with, you see, the way we're going to have sessions on this Ife and Yoruba thing once we're done with all this constitutional stuff. The way Yoruba look at Ife, it's so deep that they felt that, this is what they believe, that heaven or is in Ife. And that if a person dies, he has to go through Ife to go to the other side, to go to the other world, or the other side, or the spirit realm.
And it was a common thing that you hear about from people, for instance, when they say things like, I want to around one ife. Kápẹ́ sí èèyàn kan kú fún èèyàn kan bá lẹ́kìtì, wọ́n wá lọ sífẹ̀ lọ rajà, wọ́n ń tajà. Wọ́n lọ pé àwọn rí tó má pàdé náà pé àwọn rí èèyàn báyìí ń bẹ̀. Ipò wọn rí ń bẹ̀ yẹn is flex. It's a place where you don't even bother comparing. Let me tell you something. At the worst of Ife, when what was not supposed to happen happened, which was Ogun, nobody used to touch Ife. You can do whatever you were doing, but nobody went to Ife. But when the worst happened in Ife, the British went to the Alaafin, and the Alaafin, I read this 2 days ago. You find it in a book by A History of the Yoruba People by Stephen Adebanji Akintoye. The Alaafin told the white people that, listen, that city they are our fathers. That's what they said. That's what he said. You know what? And I've, because some people might watch this and not watch the other video. So if you guys don't mind, I would like to quickly find that page and read it to you. One of the reasons I'm also very careful of this thing is not that, is because you also want to know, you want to ask, when did this thing start? Because if everybody was thinking like this, then maybe we'll say, we have to be better. But if people just started rewriting history in 1980, Ẹkáàbọ. We can go for nǹkan tó ní sọ kọ́ mo fẹ́ kà o, nǹkan tí Aláàfin sọ mo fẹ́ kà, mo ń bọ̀. Níbo ni kíni ẹ̀ wà o? The book is A History of the Yoruba People by Stephen Adebanji Akintoye. Please mute torí kíni ẹ̀ ń feedback yẹn ń wọlé. Ẹ ṣé. I need to have a session on this thing. I need to actually go all the way back to all the Oyinbo that they are quoting, because they are in this book. But let's just stick to this one. I'm trying to open the page. Umbo. I'm going to have a session. I just want to let's quickly finish this whole constitutional stuff. I want to actually dedicate some days from Kini. Let me read to you what Alaafin told Higgins. Higgins was a colonial officer, was a commissioner, was sent by Lagos government. This was in October of 1886. This was 100 years before the story changed. 100 years before the story changed. It says here, the Alaafin wished the Ife to return to their homes as they were the fathers of all. Okay, I'm reading another book now. I'm reading The Cradle of a Race, Ife, from the beginning to 1980. That's by Ademakinwa. I'll read the one from the other book very soon as well. So it says, the Alaafin wished the Ifes to return to their homes as they were the fathers of all, and all people came from Ife. And he did not wish the palace left desolate, but would order their houses to be rebuilt for them and give them all they wanted. And the Ife tried to use their well-known position to secure a favorable term. Mumbo, I want to read from the other book. Mumbo. Sometimes it takes a while. Please, let's not stop our tapping. I thank you for getting us to 115k likes on TikTok, but please don't stop our tapping. And don't stop sharing as well. Thank you very much for your support. Our folks on Facebook, I've not mentioned your name in a while. I've mentioned you guys in a while, but we're glad you're here. And I hope you're also having a great time. Thank you for joining us. Okay. Okay, I found it. This is the Alaafin in 1886. So let me go back in. Okay. In 1886, British agents visiting the Yoruba interior were told by the Alaafin of Oyo that the Ifes were the fathers of all, and all people who came from Ife. I read the same thing from the other book. Then it says the chiefs of Ife were at Isoya, where they and their people were camped outside the ruins of their city. So that's the worst that happened to Ife. There was a war that sacked Ife. And even in that condition, that terrible, I watched the video, somebody sent it to me, where one Oba was using that to insult Oni. And said there's a time they had war and they were in Isoya. And so it's not like we just don't want to talk about it. See, me, I like history. I will talk about it. We were sacked. Ife was sacked. There was, we're going to have a session on it. Everything was terrible. But even in that terrible condition, where people were living in camps outside the town, the Alaafin was still telling the Oyinbo that these guys are the fathers of all. And let me read what it says. It says here that they lived outside the ruins of their city. But then they were the fathers of all tribes. And if they continued longer in a camp and unable to resettle the ancient city of Ile-Ife, the whole world would spoil, as they were the priests of the deities who rule the world. That's Ife at its worst. That way, everything was scattered. Even at its worst. This should not have happened. Why did it happen? We'll talk about it another time. But even at its worst, the Alaafin is saying they are the fathers of all, and if they don't fix that city, the whole world will spoil. My question is this: if the Alaafin is saying this about Ife at its worst, what would he have said at its best? Think about that for a minute. And if one day we'll do Yoruba history, all this is so I think I was disappointed in the person who was talking in the video. And you know him. I'm not going to mention him. He's a king, but I'm not going to mention his name because out of respect. So they were in Isoya. And I was like, you are talking. You were sacked by Nupe. You were removed from town for 70 years by Nupe. You were moved by Fulani, not once. You were relocated several times. And you are trying to take a dig at it for saying, Ogun, Ojagu, they were living in a camp. The point is that in that situation that was really terrible, even people couldn't get themselves to the point where they would disrespect their homeland. Because this is how Yoruba people think. To speak ill of Ife or the throne of the Oni is to disrespect your own heritage. And that's why I said yesterday, if a king asks that who is higher between him and Oni, is an insult to him, not the Oni. It's like you and your grandfather saying who is better between me and my grandfather. It means that you are not a legitimate child. You don't ask that kind of question. Emi àti bàbá mi ta lójú. Sori o bara balu ko ro ko furufu ko lówó jogbo àwọn tó ṣáájú ẹ lọ kò lè jáde lẹ́nu ẹni ọkọ tí máa jáde. Pé ní ìran wa gbogbo àwọn bàbá mi orí burúkú ni wọn èmi kan mo lórí tó bá sọ ó ti pèrè lórí burúkú ó ti pèrè ní olórí burúkú nìyẹn regardless of what you have in your bank account. This is culture. Culture is not just about kawo kini kan kamaja ìṣàmà àgbàdá àbámájẹba. It's deeper than that. There are things you don't say. Ta lójú ní mi àti bàbá mi àbí àti bàbá mi. Ọjọ́ náà máa pè yẹn dé pé wọ́n á pè yẹ ẹjọ́ ń tọrọ náà bọ́lẹ̀ tí rédíò èyí wa ẹ má bínú ẹ̀yin ìyá wa bọ̀kọ́ tó máa bèrè náà kọ́ ẹ̀ pé bóyá wọ́n gbé wọlé láti ibì kan ni Ọlọ́run ṣàánú wa ńlẹ̀ Yorùbá. But I hope we got the point, right? Ilẹ̀ Yorùbá dá ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ò ní bàjẹ́ ṣùgbọ́n àwọn tí àwọn tó yẹ ká túnṣe náà so ẹ̀yin tí mo sọ níjẹta pẹ̀lẹ́pẹ̀tẹ̀ tá a bá lọ ní pọ̀pá ni tó bá tàbá kó mọ̀ bẹ̀ kó tún bẹ̀ ṣe so kì í ṣe láti bá èèyàn kankan yọ̀ǹtì àbí nǹkan kan ó kàn jẹ́ pé these things must be said. These things must be said. And if I can say it for Benin, I definitely can say it about Oyo. It is not right. And I'll tell you this, it is good. There's going to be consequences. And the primary consequence is the disrespect that will come from lower kings. And I use the word lower, not out of disrespect, but in terms of, in comparison, those who are not as powerful or who were not as powerful in the days of the empire, which is even gone. Meanwhile, this empire nonsense, do you see Italy shouting that they had Roman Empire? Who is the father of Oromio? Ogun? Fresh delight, yes, it's Ogun. Ogun is Oromio's father, and Ogun is Ododoa's son. I hope you answered that question. Thank you very much. Olúwo ṣé o adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ rẹ ẹ̀ka gbàdúrà afẹ́bẹ̀rẹ̀ èsì apá kejì. Ẹ kí n pa ilé ẹni kọ̀ọ̀kan ká tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí àná. I was praying, so I got this book. What's the title of the book again? The Anabasis of Alexander. It was written in the 1800s. It's the history of Alexander the Great and his conquest of the world. And so sometimes visual also helps. So myself and my kids were watching the documentary. So I was talking, and then I got the book. So I was reading the book. So I was like, what you are watching is inside this book. And I don't know if you've ever studied Alexander's empire. I don't know if you've studied, that took over after the Persian Empire. Do you see Greeks talking? Alexander had cities. Everywhere you go in the world, when you hear the word Alexandria, it is named for Alexander or after Alexander. As he was 20 years old when he became king, and for 10 years he conquered almost the then known world. So he went all the way from Macedonia, conquered the Greek city-states, Thebes, Athens, part of Sparta, although it didn't completely fall until much later, moved out of there and then got into Persia and just moved all the way to Afghanistan, presently Afghanistan, Pakistan, and parts of India. There's a city in Egypt called Alexandria. There's a city in Afghanistan with that same name, Alexandria. There's another one close to the end of the world at that time that they built there. The point is that you see Greeks today shouting, oh, we did something. They did it all. Ni wípé káwa máa sọ pé wọ́n kọ́ ìlú kan sí Egypt, wọ́n pè ní Alexandria. If you read the Bible, you must have heard when the Bible was talking about Apollos, that he was from Alexandria in Egypt. He was a Jew that was born in Egypt, and he was born in the city that Alexander the Great had founded in the about 330 BC, thereabout. Alexander lived before Jesus, before Christ. The point I'm trying to make is that people have to also be calm. If you don't have anything of worth to hold on to, you'll be using your past to get yourself in trouble. That's why every time I tell you about the greatness of Yoruba and what we did thousands of years ago, I always add that these things should spur us into doing better, not just to be glorifying in because I get time before, no property. If it was an empire for 400 years, but there has to be something more than that. E.g., Olojo Festival, as small as that thing is not even small, as is a major festival. There are many festivals in Ife. There's AD, there's all kinds of things. But that Olojo Festival, as small as it is, it changes the dynamics. You can use that to even teach, even with, it's not that you can use it. We use that to teach the history of Ife. There's tourism in it. There's religion in it. There's all kinds of things inside it. So you're just saying that, oh, something happened 1,000 years ago. You're also trying to harness, whatever it is that you have now, in order to maintain greatness, to even go, surpass what you had in the past. because that empire fell. That empire fell. That empire was reduced. Reduced. We were proud of that empire when it reigned, when it was the reigning thing. We were proud of the empire. We're also proud of whether you're an empire or you're not an empire. We're proud of every Yoruba town. At Oshogbo ni o, at Ede, at Ikire, at Apomu, at Egba, at Eko, at Jumu, at Kaba, gbogbo ilẹ̀ Yorùbá pátápátá, at Akoko, at Ikare. Everybody, Ekiti, everybody means something, right? And that's why we must celebrate our togetherness and our unity. All right, having said that, let's get to the topic. Someone says on YouTube, there's an external force causing confusion and exerting undue influence. I don't believe that. And I don't like to think that way. It's a way to abdicate responsibility. Once you start saying that it is somebody from outside, here's somebody from outside, local way. You can't blame outside influence. CEO Giri Obala no alangbo le raye wobe. Ta ló jẹ́ kó Giri on lanu. Tara ta bá fẹ́ ṣe yín, ó nílò ara nu lé láti rí yín ṣe. A lè wá sọ pé ara ta ló ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ká má sọ nǹkan tara nu lé ń ṣe. Èèyàn kọ́ dẹ̀ kọ́ sí comment section. That's why we need to forget the past. No, we don't forget the past. History doesn't tell you to forget the past. It tells you to use materials from the past to build a better future. You cannot build any future without the past. We don't forget the past. I acknowledge the past. I just told you the worst thing that happened in Ife. I just said it now. And I'm from Ife. It's history. Doesn't make me feel shy or feel embarrassed. What is it? There was a war. You know, reading that book, Anabasis of Alexander, you know, you say, oh, Yoruba people, we fought the intertribal war for 16 years. Greeks fought for 100 years amongst themselves, the different Greek states. There's nothing to be ashamed of. When you think about that, the question that should come to your mind is that how do we make sure that this doesn't happen again? You don't forget the past because you lost. You learn lessons from it, and that's why what's happening to our Arabi in Nigeria. That's what's happening to them. You see them want to fight. We must have a war. Anyway, let's move to today's topic. Finally, 4:44. We still have some time. It's Friday, Abi. It is Friday. We're not going to go back to these things. Nah. All right. Thank you very much for being here. We're going to class now. So we've been having fantastic conversations. We're going to have this was going to be even better, right? So, what have we discussed so far? Constitution, we're talking about Macpherson Constitution and the position that Awolowo took, and also that of Zik. And we mentioned last week that so we had the first constitution, Richard's Constitution, right, that was promulgated by Sir Arthur Richards, or in his time at least. And Papa talked about some of the disadvantages in that particular constitution. Again, if you didn't study government or law or anything, don't worry, we're discussing history, so we'll make it very easy for all of us to understand. So we'll read the book, then we'll explain, and you are going to enjoy it. All right? But please don't stop our tapping, don't stop liking, and don't stop gifting, because we want to make sure that we get more people to see this on the FYP. All right, so Papa was talking essentially about true federal constitution, and I'll just read some things here, and I will see if we can quickly do a very short recap, and then we can move on to other things. Under a true federal constitution, each group, however small, is entitled to the same treatment as any other group. And he was talking about the different national groups that we had in Nigeria, and the fact that we need to adjust boundaries of the three administrative regions, and saying that the idea of adjusting boundaries will not be enough to address the situation that Nigeria was going through at the time. This was in the 1940s, all right? Excuse me. This was in the 1940s, that there has to be something more that will help with the structure of Nigeria beyond just talking about geography and, you know, changing the boundaries. So it says here, readjustment of the boundaries of the 3 administrative regions will not solve all the problems. In that event, the Western region will be the only area inhabited by people who all belong to the same ethnical stock and speak the same language. In the Eastern region, there are 3 main national groups, namely the Igbos, Ibibios, and Ijos. And in the North, there are 5, the Hausas, Fulanis, who form the ruling class, Kanuris, Munshis, and Nupes. There are a number of other national groups which are now recorded separately in the 1931 census. Under a true federal constitution, each group, however small, is entitled to the same treatment as any other group, however large. Opportunity must be afforded to each to evolve its own peculiar political institution. Each group must be autonomous in regard to its internal affairs. By the way, ṣé out of any state kan náà là ń ṣe ọ̀ràn yìí? Torí àwọn yẹn sọ fún àwọn tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ kìíní kan nation. You see, this is the time to actually address these things though. Imagine we have a state. Ṣé mo máa jàjà kí ni ilé ìbáyìí sí? Well, I was smart. I will plan this very well. Anybody mess up by yọ dànù ni. Kábíyèsí tó ṣe bíi kíní, Aláàfin náà ni, tó ṣe yọ ni. I will remove them. Because we're talking about a people, not a person's ego. With all due respect. And I don't even like the fact that kings should be deposed. But we're talking about having a nation. You're all shouting, I used to be King Kong, my father used to be King Kong, therefore I'm a He spent his last days in Lagos. And I'm not going deep into it, I'm sure you'll get it. So according to him, he's saying that each group, each group must be autonomous in regard to its internal affairs. Each must have its own regional house of assembly. Just now, however, it will be difficult to provide enough administrative staff to handle the affairs of well over 10 houses of assembly throughout the country. I'm doing a recap, please stay with me. Even if such staff were available, the revenue of the country is unable to bear the expense. For the present, it is enough if it is borne in mind that this is our ultimate goal. In other words, our ultimate goal is that every ethnic group, or major ethnic group at least, will be able to have their own states. But at that point in the 1940s, they may not have enough money to have all of that, but we can at least still have the 3. But at the back of our minds, we know that we want to have states based on ethnicities. We need not be alarmed at the number of... It says, for the present, it is enough if it is borne in mind that this is our ultimate goal, and if we begin forthwith to take steps which would ensure the speedy attainment of this end. We need not be alarmed at the number of autonomous states which would thus emerge. The population of Switzerland is about 4 million, just about 1/6 of that of Nigeria. In other words, Switzerland is, at the time, was 1/6 the size of Nigeria, but Switzerland had a better structure than Nigeria. This country consists of 4 racial groups. These are divided into 22 cantons, each of which has its own parliament and government. The Romans, who form the 4th racial group, are only 44,000 in number. They too have regional autonomy with a parliament and government of their own. Canada, with a population of about half of that of Nigeria, has 9 provinces, each of which has its own legislature. According to these and other well-known and well-tried constitutional precedents, even as many as 30 to 40 regional houses of assembly would not be too many in the future United States of Nigeria. Why is this important? You know, when he said Nigeria could have as many as 30 to 40 states, people be like, that's sacrilege. You don't want unity. You are destroying Nigeria. How many do we have now? 36. But how many do you think will still come At this rate, and stop until 175 because we are not stopping. Like everybody is just clamoring for. Very soon, you and your family will form a state. Because the basis for state creation is not what we are using, or the right one, at least in a multi-ethnic space. So we don't want to acknowledge the fact that there are many nations within Nigeria. So what do? We not only, cause wahala by mixing people up, but we then go ahead and break each nation will now break it into many states. For you, right? We may not understand how interesting this is. You see, no matter how many states you have in Yoruba land, because we already have this regional mindset, it will not matter to us. Excuse me. But there are people in this country, there are states in this country, or there are regions in this country where a person from another state cannot have anything to do within the state of this other person. I was reading a report yesterday, what happened in 2020. A woman who had worked in the judiciary in Cross River State was not allowed to become the Oga Patapata because at that point, of a promoter, Cross River, there used to be one state. Okwa is Cross River, Owen is Akwa Ibom. But when I saw the chief judge, and the issue will continue until you can have those divisions within each ethnic nation. But the Oga Patapata of the state belongs to the ethnic nation, not to the subgroups within that nation. So for instance, we can have Ijebu state, and I think we have to have it because Omoti on the Masono aṣọ tó bá ṣe kíkọ fúngbà ló máa ń dá fúngbà nǹkan tí wọ́n fẹ́ ṣe nìyẹn sún nǹkan táwọn bá wọn ṣe nìyẹn can have Ìjẹ̀bú state but in actuality bóyá kó rí gan ni pé Ìjẹ̀bú máa jẹ́ bí province Yorùbá so kábíyèsí gan fúnra wọn is a mayor in his own right so wọ́n máa ní constitutional role bí àwọn tó wà ní House of Chiefs nígbà yẹn ṣe ní. But ní ìsìn báyìí ṣé mọ̀ pé tá bá wo òfin Nàìjíríà gbogbo supremacy tá ń parọ́ yìí ṣé mọ̀ pé local government chairman ó senior in fact ṣé mọ̀ pé commissioner senior kábíyèsí. I used to have a problem with that but seeing what's happening right now wallahi I have no problems with it. The commissioner for local government and chieftaincy affairs not the local government though ṣé mọ̀ pé local government chairman is elected. The commissioner is appointed. That commissioner is senior to kings. Only so salary ọba. But ẹnu la ní láti clamor fún roles fún ọba. Nígbà tí wọ́n ti ní role nsìn àti gbọ́ supremacy. Tó bá ní role ńkọ́. Ẹnìkan máa gbàyàwó níyàwó àbíkọ́ máa gbẹ́sẹ̀ lé nǹkan ní àbíkọ́ máa down anything wọ́n ti ṣe báyìí kábíyèsí ni wọ́n máa sọ. And I've said it before, kábíyèsí ńlẹ̀ Yorùbá àpọ́nlé ló ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ o. Àpọ́nlé ni o. Àwọn kan lè yẹ ọba lọ́wọ́ wò ó. Kì í ṣe gbogbo aráàlú lè ṣe ṣáà ọ̀bọ̀. Àwọn kan lè yẹ ọba lọ́wọ́ wò in Yoruba traditional institutions. Tí checks and balances tó wà dáadáa. Let's move very quickly. So I was saying that he was proposing that a time will come when we have as many as 30 to 40 states. But at that time, in the 40s, they could still have 3. And that even those small groups that are attached to the bigger ones could also decide to have their own once they are viable. In other words, they're able to take care of themselves. Let's go very, very fast. So he said by 1947, Sir John Macpherson succeeded Lord Milverton. Lord Milverton was Sir Arthur Richards. That Sir Macpherson, succeeded him. Excuse me. And about 2 years after it's set to review the Constitution. So he sent his secretary, Sir Hugh Foote, to work on the matter. And he asked 2 questions back then in 1947. This should be 49, I think, 49. The first question, he says, do we wish to fully centralize system? 1 second, please. I think I need to drink water. So he asks 2 questions. Number 1, do we wish to see a fully centralized system with all legislative and executive power concentrated at the center? Or do we wish to develop a federal system under which each different region of the country would exercise a measure of internal autonomy? And then number 2, if we favor a federal system, should we retain the existing regions with some modification of existing regional boundaries, or should we form regions on some new basis, such as the many linguistic groups in Nigeria? Of course, like we mentioned, the Egbe Modudua had to now write a memorandum on this matter. 1 second, please. And Awo was the secretary at the time. Awo was Egbe Modudua's secretary. And they had to, come up with a memorandum. NYM also came up with their own memorandum. And what Egbe Modudua, that's the Yoruba sociocultural group at the time, what they said was that it says here, we advocate the grouping of Nigeria into various autonomous states or regions purely on ethnical basis. Experience of other countries shows us that this basis is more natural and invariably more satisfactory than any other basis. For this reason, we urge that the Yoruba-speaking people in the northern region and the Igbo-speaking people in the western region should be grouped respectively with the western states and with the western and the eastern regions. Where necessary, a plebiscite may be conducted to ascertain the wishes of the people concerned. I hasten to add, however, that we advocate ethnical grouping only as the ultimate objective. We realize that if this basis is strictly adhered to at present throughout the country, some states would emerge which would be totally incapable of finding money to run their own affairs. We consider it desirable, therefore, that for the time being, such ethnical groups as are unable financially to maintain their own separate states should be amalgamated with other larger and neighboring groups until they are able to maintain their own separate autonomous states. Such smaller ethnic groups should be free to decide with which larger groups they are willing to be temporarily amalgamated. In other words, if you are not viable enough, you're not able to sustain your own space, you can be amalgamated with a larger group until you are able to move on and create your own state. And if you want to stay, of course, you can then stay. People will say, well, why would you say that? Go and see what's happening right now. That's exactly what's still happening. The smaller states are you see it in South, you see it in the Middle Belt. So everything that they were trying to help us do the right way, and we said, Nigerians said no, we have a better idea. That better idea is apparently not better. Again, we're doing a recap of what we did the last time. Very quickly, the NYM also had their own point where they talked about Nigeria. It says here, it's a matter of general arrangement that the lasting unity of the peoples of the vast country can only be achieved through federation and not fusion. Consequently, it is absolutely necessary to lay the foundation for federation now by dividing the country into the regions that will form the units of the proposed federal constitution. So that happened, and then of course they talked about understanding difference in Nigeria, the differences amongst Nigerian groups, right? They are similar to how you're going to consider the Zulu to be different from the Aborigines of Australia, right? We are not the same. We're a country of many nations, and that is not a disadvantage if we are thinking straight, right? Let's continue. So they had a conference. Oh, very good. We're about to get into today's stuff. They had a conference in Lagos, where there were 3 regional conferences, and there was a general one in Lagos. And each region proposed what they thought they wanted to have in the constitution. That's the Macpherson's constitution. And once we're done with this, we are going straight into today's stuff. So the North proposed that they wanted to have central legislature at the center, right? Of course. And then they will now have regional legislatures, and that the regional legislatures should be able to legislate on matters, that are devolved to them, like that's the word I'm looking for. Exclusive and what's that second one? What's that one I'm loading the show? concurrent. That's what I was looking for, or residual. So for the Igbos, for the eastern region, they said, oh, they wanted to have central legislature, that the region should also have parliament, but the region should only legislate on what the central legislature allows them to. Which still tells you that there is a spirit of Unitarianism, or a unitary spirit in what the East. By the way, the East has always wanted a unitary system. Even when they wanted a federal system, it still looked like unitary. If you don't believe me, I'll read out. We'll get deeper into it. What did the West suggest? In fact, let me just read out so that also. The Northern Regional Conference recommended that Nigeria should be. I'll take it again. The Northern Regional Conference recommended that there should be a federal system of government in Nigeria, and that in addition to a central legislature, there should be regional legislatures with powers to legislate on a number of specified subjects, and also on such matters as may, by legislation enacted by the central legislature, be vested in the regional legislatures. The Eastern Regional Conference also recommended that there should be a federal system with a central legislature and regional legislatures, but it also recommended that the regional legislatures should only exercise such powers in any matter as the central legislature may delegate to them. In other words, there is no real autonomy at the regional level. It's still coming from the central legislature. The Western Regional Conference, of which I was a member, recommended that there should be a federal government consisting of states formed on an ethnic or linguistic basis. It said formed on an ethnic and or linguistic basis, but that for the time being there should be only 3 states, namely Western, Eastern, and Northern. It further recommended that there should be a federal parliament and state parliaments, and that the state parliaments should be competent to legislate on all residual matters not specifically included within the legislative powers of the federal parliament. I will say this, if you're Yoruba, please be proud. Well, if you go through all these history books, to be honest, and I'm not even, to be honest, be like say, Ọlọ́run fún àwọn kan ṣe ṣá, ká má sọ ní ìdàkejì, Ọlọ́run fún àwọn kan ṣe. Your elders seem to be very wise, and they had foresight, and they could come up with plans that actually worked. And those who didn't have the foresight, rather than work with those who had the foresight, decided to compete with them and make sure that the ones with the foresight, what they then decide to push with their short-term thinking is what has gotten us where we are in Nigeria today. So for Yoruba, your leaders may not be perfect, but they are heads and shoulders above any other group, and no apologies. The All Nigeria Conference, styled the General Conference for the Review of the Richard's Constitution, met in Ibadan from 9 January 1950 to about the end of the month. I was not a member of the General Conference. When I was elected as one of the representatives of the Western region to the General Conference, I declined for reasons which I will give in the next chapter. Dr. Azikiwe did not participate in the review at any level. He was elected as one of the representatives of the Eastern region to the General Conference, but he was absent throughout its proceedings. The General Conference did not expressly resolve that it agreed to a federal system. It merely recommended to the Secretary of State for the Colonies, through the governor, that there should be 3 regions, the Northern, Eastern, and Western regions, with the independent municipality of Lagos. This recommendation was varied by the Secretary of State for the Colonies on the advice of the Legislative Council of Nigeria by merging Lagos with the Western region. So Lagos was merged with the Western region. When was this? 1950. And we're not talking about Lagos State though. We're talking about the one that they used to shout, capital, capital, capital. 2 other relevant recommendations of the conference relating to the regional legislatures, which were accepted by the Secretary of State, were as follows. Let's do this very quickly. The regional legislature should have power to A, enact legislation to be effective within the boundaries of its own region on the subjects of local government, town and country planning, agriculture, and fisheries, education, public health, forestry, veterinary services, land, welfare, local industries, regional public works, native courts, subject to central legislation regarding appeals, direct taxation other than income tax and company tax, any other subject specifically delegated by the central legislature. Number 2, the operation of legislature. Regional legislature should not be subject to the approval of the House of Representatives. In other words, House of Assembly doesn't need House of Reps in Abuja or Senate to do things. Regional legislation should not be subject to approval. 1 second, please. I'm happy, no. Please don't stop our tapping. Thank you. YouTube, TikTok, let's like the live, let's share the live. Facebook as well. Please like and share. We're about to get into the fire part. We will lay and build the day then. Second one, regional legislation should not be subject to the approval of the House of Representatives, but should be laid on the table of the House of Representatives. Such legislation may be debated in the House of Representatives on the proposal of the governor in council. If the motion is passed by a majority of all the members of the House of Reps present, the legislation should be referred back to the regional house or houses for reconsideration, and in the event of continued disagreement thereafter, no regional legislation which is opposed by a majority of all the members of the House of Representatives should take effect. What they're saying basically is this: if something were to happen in my region and they discuss it at the central legislature, they still have to bring it back to the region. If we don't agree on it in our region, it will not pass. Right? But if there's disagreement and we don't have the quorum, we don't have the majority, or is opposed by a majority of the people, then it dies. So essentially, no matter what happens at the center, if it's something that must happen in the regions, the regional legislature must agree on that matter, which essentially still make sure that you have autonomy in your region. I thought that the country had been badly let down by the General Conference on the issue of federalism. For want of a specific recommendation on the point, it would appear that the attitude of the conference was that it favored a pseudo-federal system under which the existing regions were retained. I held and still hold that there are 3 differential by which a federal constitution must be distinguished from a quasi-federal or a unitary constitution. First, there must be a central government, as well as regional or state governments, which must be coordinated in their relationship with one another and with the central government. Second, the residual functions must be vested in the constituent states or regions in the federation. Third, no one state or region in the federation must be so large that it can override the wishes of all the other states or regions put together, e.g., Northern Nigeria, at the time at least. What had been decided upon by the conference was a wretched compromise between federalism and Unitarianism. Furthermore, the conference was absolutely silent as to the constitutional objective towards which the country should work. It seemed to regard the structure it had recommended as the end of the road, at least for 5 years after the formal introduction of the new constitution. However, I welcome the fact that under the new arrangements, Nigerians will become ministers, and that as such, they will be in a position to participate not only in the discussion, but also in the actual administration of the affairs of their country. Here was a golden opportunity long awaited. Backed by a well-organized and disciplined party, the new ministers and their fellow partymen could, from within and without, bring pressure to bear to effect a drastic change in the structure of the new constitution, as well as accelerate our pace towards the attainment of independence. I decided, therefore, that instead of attacking the new proposals and the eventual constitutional provisions based on them, I should strive to place myself and those who shared my views in a position of political influence whereby we could continually and effectively project those views until they eventually prevailed. I want to stop to quickly say something. The most important thing, what I just read right now, is the last bit. the northern region had what they wanted. The western region had what they wanted. The eastern region had what they wanted. Let me quickly say something. I think this is probably the only reason that will make Nigeria great. If three of us have ideas and we share the ideas, we don't create unity by taking something from everybody. We have unity and growth by taking the best idea. If people are sharing, so you have federalism on one and Unitarianism on the other, and we know who was pushing unitary system at the time. The British wanted a unitary system. The Eastern region wanted something close to it, although they called it federal system. The West wanted something. The North wanted, by the way, at this time, the North was actually almost the same thing as the West, apart from the fact that they were against this whole ethnical stuff, because of their own. I don't know. But the point is, if you really want to grow, and I think this is something that leaders also understand, and I'm sure a lot of us here are leaders. If people suggest, it's not every suggestion that must be taken. It doesn't make you a good leader. It doesn't even mean that you know what you're doing. I'll give you an example. Many years ago, I attended a church. This is just a story to ease us into the conversation. I attended a church and they had a stage play. At this point, I was already a professional writer, producer, director, and all of that. So they had this stage plays, and I was like, this is really nice. But I didn't like what I was seeing. For instance, there were no correct props. You know how churches do now? You just go inside the auditorium, you take one chair, you put the chair on the stage, you put like 3 chairs, and you say, this is the settee. Then you put on that chair, that's the bedroom. That kind of childish thing. So I didn't really like it. So I spoke to somebody beside me about it, and the person was like, do you do something like this? I was like, yes. So I told the person not about the stage play. I told the person about a production I was working on. I was like, do you act? I'd like to. They said, there's somebody that can act. So he introduced me to someone. He's a person you all know, but I'm not going to mention his name now. He's big in the music industry. So we talked. And then he said, okay, let's do something. So how about do something for us here in this church? I was like, I was actually going to do a show, but you know what, let's do it. So about a week later, I wrote a script for them, complete with music and everything, and then we started rehearsing. Now, when we did the play, it was big. Like, a lot of, Nollywood people were there, comedians were there. They were in the church all the while, but they never wanted to have anything to do with the drama group. So they now started reaching out to my person, and then later to me, they wanted to join. So they started coming for rehearsals. So I wrote new plays, we'll rehearse, they will stage it again. But this is the point where I'm going. One day, I had a conversation with the head of drama of that particular church, and he was talking about what we've started doing since I got in there. And he said, before you came, if we want to stage a play, we'll gather together. We'll gather around the table. We'll all be there together, and then we'll now write the script together. I said, what script are you writing together? He said, so, for instance, I could say, this is what the person will say, then somebody will say something, will now add their own, then the other person will add their own. So by the time you get to the stage, the story is everybody's idea, but nobody's glory. That's the plan. But while you're trying not to give glory to anybody, you're not really having any impact, because the story is watered down, because you want to take something from everybody so that you can make people feel comfortable. I said, no. You are going to be the stage manager. That's what you would do. Even me that wrote the script and directed it, nobody will see me. But what will make you important in this production is not that you will contribute to the story. I don't need you to contribute to any story. You will act. You will be a very good actor, so you do this role. You will be a good singer, you do this role. You'll be this. Not that you will not have to take something from everybody because you don't want people to feel bad. Unless they are professionals and you want to work together. The point I'm trying to make is this. When you have a situation where, and this is what we have in Nigeria, everybody has something to quote unquote contribute, even if it's nonsense idea. And they've told you before that no idea is rubbish. They are stupid ideas. They are rubbish ideas. It's the same idea that we have in film and theater. If I'm writing a script, unless you're a professional that we're writing together, if you don't know anything about script writing, don't come and change the kini. Look for something else to do in this production. You don't have to be part of the cooking of the story. The same way, when it comes to constitution, everybody wants to say something, but at the end of the day, what we discover is that they don't have anything. It's not well thought out. It's just selfish. And the point is that the person making that constitution should think of what they are saying, but he should not have to necessarily pick something from what they are saying, because at the end of the day, see where we are. Our definition of unity in Nigeria is warped. It's the one that allows for everybody to contribute, even if they're contributing nonsense. Let's say you want to cook rice. You want to cook rice, and somebody is contributing elubo, but you must put it inside to make the person feel good. What does elubo have to do with jollof rice? Oh, say, we are Yoruba people. We like to have amala, but if you cannot give us amala, at least put this elubo. You know elubo now, yam flour. Put this elubo inside that rice, because it will make us feel included in the decision making process. Then somebody put okpa. Other person say put zero. Someone say, oh, I have me and cooker. Put it inside jollof rice so it can be national in quality. What kind of does that sound like a food or poison? When you are done, you would have cooked the food though. All of us will be included in that food, but that food will not mean anything to. Nobody would want to eat that food. If you know somebody can cook jollof rice and you really want to get your own food right, Abi, you can bring your pie, I can bring my amala, but the major food is jollof rice. So when we are having the big party, is jollof rice. But the people that maybe your own personal guests, you can go and give them the amala you want to give them. But on this general kinyo, I say we are not cooking rice with elubo. Put rice, you put maggi, you put elubo, you put okpa, you put tuwo. What are you cooking? You are cooking jollof rice. I'm cooking poison. And somebody wrote federal character nonsense. That's true. You must bring somebody from every region, but the person doesn't know the first thing about what you are doing. But he's there. He's representing his people. So what you have is optics. So it looks good. The point is that if we want to grow in this country, we should start. Number one, let's go back to these ideas that were shared in the 40s and 50s and 60s. Number two, let's not do all this thing of everybody has good ideas or every idea is valid. It's not every idea. See, some of the things that when people talk, I can tell if they're leaders or they're just panderers. And I think a lot of people that have conversations in Nigerian politics are just pandering. There's no leadership. Let it not look like this person is saying something and we're not taking it. What he's saying does not make sense. But because we want to grow, we'll take it. Guys, let me advise. Please read, if you can. I think it's available online. You read that because it's an old book. So the one I mentioned earlier, The Anabasis of Alexander. It's a war. Anybody that came with the right strategy would. This book, Tragedy of Victory by Godwin Labi Sama, was talking about strategy and tactics. Auton Jagun. Excuse me, Lojogun. It's not about if you have good ideas. It's not about my idea also must count. If your idea fails, we die. I don't think we really think that's how. Maybe our leaders don't think about the nation like that. If this is your terrible idea, if we implement it, we are dead. Therefore, we cannot afford to die. Therefore, we are not taking it. If you are angry, be angry now. Short-term anger is good, but long-term prosperity, you will praise us, you will bless us for saying no to you. But if we say yes to you now, all of us, short-term, you'll be happy. Long-term, we will suffer the consequences. That's what's happening in Nigeria right now. We took everybody's advice. We cooked rice with telubo and okpa. That's why we are here. So at that time, everybody was at least a two-step from me. Me too, I feel included. this is 2025. We are still where we are. Everybody's blaming everybody because we took everybody's advice. Nobody's really responsible for anything. Let's get back into this. Excuse me. So I was saying that the way everything worked wasn't exactly what he thought federalism should be. That it was a quasi-federal arrangement. It was like a bit of federalism, a bit of unitary system, and we don't really get, like, it's nothing. It's neither here nor there. But he said something very powerful, and I want to draw attention to it. Again, the book we are reading is Awo, the autobiography of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. He says here, I decided, therefore, that instead of attacking the new proposals and the eventual constitutional provisions based on them, I should strive to place myself and those who shared my views in a position of political influence whereby we could continually and effectively project those views until they eventually prevailed. What lesson do we learn from here? Those of us who live abroad or live at home in Nigeria and speak good English and talk about Senate climbs, let's not do this thing until, we have grades now, but let's not do it until everything turns grey. You have the best system. You have thought about the best things, but you will never get involved in what they are doing. Why? You are holy. The countries that we all shout, Senate climb, Senate climb, the people that made this Senate climb did not stay outside the system. At some point, you have to get involved. Whether it's a local government or NGO, or it doesn't have to be. Whether it's politics for some people, not all of us will be politicians apparently. Whether it's a politician or NGO or something. What I like about what he said here is this. Now, they have said what they wanted to say. I can't change it. But what I'm going to do is that I'm going to make sure that I join this thing. And everybody who thinks like me, we're going to go in there together. So that eventually we'll be able to continually and effectively project our own views until we change the status quo. We have to get involved. And I hope that, even if it doesn't work at the national level, hopefully with all these things that's happening from Dawn Commission and Southwest, we even have a point to prove. The point is that if Awolowo's ideas are so, by the way, Awolowo already proved his own point though. He proved that point forever. His points were so good that you could, even today, you can still see the impact of his ideology. Let me tell you something. Again, I'm not saying this because I'm Yoruba, it's history. Of all of them, Ahmad Bello was unknown. He did great things for his people. It was not like he did fantastic things for his people, right? But he was not known to be a man that was about ideologies or anything like that. But he did what he could do for his people. Azikiwe did what he could do for his people, although his people hate him with a passion today. But story for another day. But I have a book I was reading about some days ago. I didn't finish it because time. Zikism by Nwafo Orizo. Now, in Contello say, even that Zikism himself, it was not even Zik that propounded the theory. That it was the one that introduced it 20 years. Anyway, the point is, you don't see any ideological stance like that. If vacillating was a person, it would be Zik. Zik vacillated from time to time on policies, ideologies, even including Biafra. It was always going back and forth, good or bad. That's my point. The point is, it was not stable. The one who was stable, and I'm not saying it was perfect, please understand. The one who was stable and who constantly projected a particular ideology is the one we now call Awo, immortal Awo. Even Ojukwu had to call him immortal. Ojukwu. Although when he was alive, Ojukwu used to lie. That man was a liar. Everybody called him a liar, including Taisho Larin. I was reading that report this morning. Taisho Larin called him a liar. Awolowo called him irredeemable. In 1983, Awolowo called him, he said he was irredeemable. Anyway, when Papa died, he called Papa immortal. The point I'm trying to make is that if that thing worked for him, based on what he did with Egbe Modudua and how they moved into Action Group, I think we can also take advantage of it in our own generation and recreate that thing amongst ourselves, even if Nigeria doesn't want it. What Awo did was to at least introduce it to his own people, and it worked. Your Bible cannot keep saying, oh, the British did something, the Hausa did not want it, that's why we're not growing. If Nigeria, and I know that Nigeria should go, we should go together, but listen, if Nigeria says no, you can say yes, you can build something, and I think that is the kind of mindset that we need to build a region. And if every region eventually builds their regions that way, or if every person from every region builds their regions that way, Nigeria is built. Nigeria is built. And if they don't build their region, at least they can see the one that works, and maybe they will copy it. I was talking with a foundational member of Dawn Commission some days ago, and he told me that he said the North actually came to Southwest and asked them, what are you guys doing? How are you doing it? I can't tell you his name. I was going to say, the North sent delegates to ask this. Dawn Commission started in 2013, and I was telling him over the weekend, I was like, I said, you have given us 12 years head start. The federal government is now creating regional commissions, right? Southwest Development Commission, South Development Commission, Southeast, North Central, Northeast, Northwest. Yoruba created their own in 2013. So we have 12 years head start, and they are the think tank for the Southwest Development Commission now. But he told me that the North not visited, but then he said the other guys, they were actually trying to sabotage what they were doing. The other guys were trying to sabotage what they were doing, but the North came in the daytime, like, we need to do that. We need to do more of that, by the way. So anyway, Baba said he had to get involved. Was Don P-Bat's idea? No, Abba. Not came out of intellectual rigor. It was a group of intellectuals. Don is more intellectual than political. It was about economic development. PhDs and industry people getting involved and trying to create a blueprint for Western Nigeria. It wasn't Tinubu. They were involved. He was involved at the point, but it wasn't like it wasn't his idea. Let's get back to the book now. Please don't stop our tapping. 129.5. We have tried, but we have not gone up like we should do. So please, let's power tap. Let's take a break. Let's power tap, please. I asked because he's developing same for other regions. No, he's not developing what Dawn Commission is for other regions. So Dawn Commission is not the same thing as Southwest. We also have Southwest Development Commission. Let me. These development commissions you are seeing right now that were just created, it's in the recommendation from the 2014 Goodluck Jonathan Confabo. If you like to read it, the Confab report is in Redomi Global. You find it in the learning material section. It's in the Confab report, 2014. We just didn't do anything about it. I have a question. What's the question, sir? Before we continue reading. What's your question? No? G viral. That's why it's always good to call a spade, no matter whose axe is good. Thank you, Madam Omolara. G viral, I have to move. Oh yeah. What's the question? So we see if it's something that we can answer. I'll call up Bagba. You might treat it some other days, but let it be noted. Write the question first now. Guys, let's give him a minute. Is that a question? I played the fifth. We'll talk about it later. If we get into that, it will distract us from where we're going. It is well. When the action group proclaimed its slogan of unity through federation, again we're reading Awo, the autobiography of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. When the action group proclaimed its slogan of unity through federation in 1951 and declared support, guys, it's about to get serious. So let's go. Let's power tap, let's share, let's power tap, let's like the live on YouTube. Click on the heart icon bottom left of your screen. Let's engage. Let's have other people who are just scrolling through YouTube find this live stream. Facebook as well, please share with your contacts on Facebook. We're going to be taking Facebook very seriously. Right now I'm surrounded by many screens, and God is good. I want to make sure that more people hear this. All right, we're about to go into the deep waters. Vodis Copy, good to see you. How are you? Ubolenko. Thank you for joining us. All right, let's get into this. When the action group proclaimed its slogan of unity through federation in 1951, remember that, if I let me quickly ask a question. When was Egbe Moduduwa formed in London? We're in class. When was Egbe Moduduwa formed in London? Anybody? YouTube, Facebook? Nope. Math Vision said 1942. Nope. No. Dark Poet is correct. Let us clap for him. Mambo. Let us clap for Dark Poet. 1930, 1945. Now, when was Egbe Moduduwa founded in Nigeria? When was it founded in Nigeria? They had a meeting in Ife. Then they had in Lagos as well. That was 1948. So let's clap for everybody. No, I'll cheer. Very good. So I want to make sure that we're all together, okay? Again, dates are very, very important. Timelines are very important in history. If you discount chronology, Daruni, because but thank you very much for engaging. I wanted to be sure that we are together, and I'm glad that we are. Oh, I didn't read stuff on YouTube. Someone says, "Speak. Can someone explain what is Oriki means?" Lade, Allah, Lade, Ade, Alade. I'm sorry, the person on Facebook, Mr. Femi, I apologize. I didn't see your response earlier. I'm just seeing it now. But me call my down here like low by. Anyway, so remember 45, 48, and why is that important? Because of Egbe Moduduwa. Sorry, Action Group came much later. But give me a second. I want to switch the audio source so that we can have smooth session. So give me a second, please. All right, go down. So, somebody was saying something like, Oriki's eulogy. No, the person was not asking about Oriki. I don't think you get what the person was saying. He's not asking about Oriki. He was asking about the specific Oriki. All right. He was asking about the specific Oriki. When he said Lajala de Lade. Anytime more time I got on so now. So what you hearing? Only Lajala de Lade Aláàfin Lade Ade Aládìkún Lágbà Fáláàfin. It's a known thing, but mo sọ yẹ kan pé I gbọ́dọ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ tán. But it's a known thing. Of all the kings of those ancient places, the youngest, the youngest town, She was actually Oyo. Oyo was the youngest. But another day we'll talk about it. I might more of the Someone says you will answer it some other day. Don't be like all this Yoruba. That's why I'm afraid to call a spade a spade. Sometimes we need to scatter everything for us to rearrange it. I will have typed this on TikTok, but they are limiting me to what I can type here. I'm G viral on TikTok. Oh, see, this is a. Emma, been 1 second. Let's change this light source now. Oh yeah. Sorry, the light might go off anytime soon, but it should probably take a few seconds. Yeah, but I mean, we're going to talk about it. Okay, dear dear. Taiwo Banus, are we speaking the same Yoruba? Ṣé Yoruba kan làjọ sọ àbá ń ṣeré? Because that's not what it means, so. But it's okay, I mean, anything you say. Ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ò ní bàjẹ́. Where were we? When the Action Group proclaimed its slogan of unity through federation in 1951 and declared support in principle for the new constitution, popularly known as the Macpherson Constitution, Dr. Azikiwe and his lieutenants made venomous attacks on my colleagues and me. When was this? 1951. 3 years after the Lagos Press War, when the same Azikiwe and his people were attacking Egbe Motutua. Now that you, by the way, at this time, NCNC was a party. There was no AG. NCNC, again, in case you were not here when we spoke about this, NCNC was a coalition of different groups. And when NCNC was already existing, AG was not existing at the time, in the 40s. Right, AG was not established in 1951. All right. So it says here, when the Action Group proclaimed its slogan of unity through federation in 1951 and declared support in principle for the new constitution, popularly known as the Macpherson Constitution, Dr. Azikiwe and his lieutenants made venomous attacks on my colleagues and me. Dr. Azikiwe and the NCNC took the view that the country should have a unitary constitution with one strong government at the center. When was this? 1951. And that's why what happened 15 years later was the birth of a dream that preceded even Ironsi joining the army. Again, don't let anybody lie to you that some of these things started last year. It says Dr. Azikiwe and the NCNC took the view that the country should have a unitary constitution with one strong government at the center. According to Dr. Azikiwe, the McPherson Constitution, like the Richard Constitution before it, was designed to break the unity of Nigeria. Any on their own and manage their own space, as far as these guys are concerned, means they are going to break Nigeria's unity. In other words, Nigeria's unity is something that should keep all of us together. Even if we're dying, we must be here. Which is why it's the same person, 3 years after this statement, came up with the idea that we must not have secession in our constitution. We'll get there. We're still in 1951. It says here, according to Dr. Azikiwe, the McPherson Constitution, which of course allows people to be able to devolve power, allows the country to devolve power to the regions. It says, according to Dr. Azikiwe, the McPherson Constitution, like the Richard's Constitution before it, was designed to break the unity of Nigeria. It was argued most preposterously by the NCNC that if the idea of federalism was accepted and the McPherson Constitution was allowed to operate, it would become necessary for people. Listen to this. Oh, this is very, very, very important. Please power up. Sorry again. Once okay. NCNC àti Zik sọ pé tí wọ́n bá ṣe regional system wípé àwọn máa ń dàtí máa gba passport láti move within Nigeria. That was why they were against federalism. Let me read that was own words. It was argued most preposterously by the NCNC that if the idea of federalism was accepted and the McPherson Constitution was allowed to operate, it would become necessary for people moving from one region to another to obtain passport or travel certificates. And since you are a nomadic people who always have to move, you think that it's a threat to you as a people. And you are the ones who are already taking over the NCNC. Are you getting this? Are you on your? That's why a couple of days ago when we were here, people were saying that people are going to be traveling and going to carry certificates. If you don't have a passport, you'll not be able to come into Yoruba land. I remember saying to us that this was the exact argument that Zik had in the 1950s. Does that even make sense? In other words, they were thinking like some of us that wrote something here some days ago. That's how Zik and NCNC were thinking. That way too, we don't stay at home. We're always traveling. Again, nomadic mindset. Culture affairs constitution. Culture, it was Peter Drucker who says, culture eats strategy for breakfast. It is true. In their minds, if you had regional autonomy, that means that I will not be able to travel to your region without having to collect travel passports. Therefore, even though that's the only thing that can help us grow that's the perfect way to grow as a nation that is heterogeneous, I'm going to be against it because it doesn't favor me in the way I think it should favor me, even though nobody was talking about travel passports. I'll read that again. According to Dr. Azikiwe, the McPherson Constitution, like the Richard's Constitution before it, was designed to break the unity of Nigeria. The question I should be asking people is that who gave you this unity? It's not even organic. This Nigeria is not organic. It's not organically created. And I've said it several times, there is no single country in Africa, not one, including Ethiopia. There is no African country today who has its borders determined by its inhabitants. All of us, our borders were determined by outsiders. So outsiders determine these borders and now shouting unity, 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 as if you want to die on top of it. I see that your father was not even born in Nigeria. I'm talking about Zik. There was no Nigeria when his father was born. And that's why I keep saying, and somebody wrote in the comment section here, you also carried out Zik's plans for Nigeria. Everything is connected. Of course. Look at the 1944 plan the Igbo Union had. Look at what they said in 64. Sorry, in 63. In 64. Look at what, let me do it very well. Look at the plan that the Igbo Union had Igbo State Union National Caucus had in 1944. Look at what NCNC and Zik were doing in 1948. Look at what Zik said in 1949. Go back just a little bit. Look at what Onyema said in 1945. Go to what Zik and his people were saying in 1950. Then look at their position in 1951 on the matter of Macpherson Constitution. Fast forward to 1959, when they had to choose how they were going to coordinate Nigeria. What happened in 1960? What happened in 1963, when the East threatened to secede? What happened in 64, when Ojukwu planned his coup? What happened in 65, when the other Igbo majority, it was Igbo coup, planned in 65? Then look at 66, after the execution of the coup, the first thing that was put in place a few months, not the first thing, but essentially the first thing was the unification of the civil service. And then you had Decree 34 in May, 4 months after Ironsi became head of state. It's the same goal from the 40s. That's what I'm trying to say. What you saw Ironsi do in 1966 started in 1944. Giddy boy, I tell you, it was an Igbo coup. If you don't know how it was an Igbo coup, perhaps you should ask. And I have seen some of my own Yoruba elders say it was not an Igbo coup, and they are wrong. It was. But today I'm not going to spend my time to explain it. If you want to know why it's an Igbo coup, go on my YouTube channel, Busuyoris. You will find the videos there. Giddy boy, that's the last thing you're going to type. If you type any nonsense again, I'm muting you or getting you out. You're not distracting me here. It was an Igbo coup through and through. There was no other goal behind that coup of 1966. The best I can do, okay, sorry, since you are very dumb, let me mute you. A person comes here, you keep saying nonsense. They ask you, okay, what's your business of saying it? You say it's not. I'm saying it's not. What's my business? The fact that you're repeating it over and over again, does that make it true? You cannot even explain why it's not an Igbo coup. Whenever they want to say it's not an Igbo coup, they will not remember that somebody called Adewale Ademega. They will remember that somebody called Nzogu. Once you say it's an Igbo coup, they will tell you that Nzogu is not Igbo. We've been through this thing. Mention it's an Igbo coup, you hear Nzogu is not Igbo. You hear that, oh, at least there was a Yoruba person there. It was an Igbo coup. And I've said it several times. I'm not going to waste my time, explaining to you. I don't think you want to learn anything. But I've said it several times. At least there were 2 coups on that day. But I can assure you there were actually about 3. What you saw Nzogu get involved in, that one is a revolutionary coup. But that coup is a, what's the word now? It's like an alibi for the real intention. You say you have a coup that is supposed to be revolutionary. The people who planned that coup made sure their own people were not touched. If the names were Yoruba and Igbos died, they would have understood. It's not even about the people who... See, I'm not even saying this based on the people that did it. I'm saying it based on how it was done and what it was about. They have plans for... So Nigeria had 5 capitals in 1966. 5. Lagos, Ibadan, Kaduna, Benin, and Enugu. Of those 5 capitals, they planned action for 3. And if you guys don't believe this, please read it. There's a report called Special Branch Report. It was published in April of 1966. It was published after 200 people were interrogated and interviewed on this particular matter. All the coup plotters were part of this thing. You find it in the book called The Nigerian Civil War by John Desenjo. If you have not read it and you think it was not Igbo coup, that's your business. But I'm telling you, I can say it anywhere, it's an Igbo coup. And Adewale Ademega was just a useful tool to them. The same thing with Nzogu. He was Igbo, but he didn't even know what he was getting involved in. Sorry guys, I'm not going to have somebody that's very ignorant continue to share misinformation in the comment section. Say there was error. See what this one is saying, there was error in execution. Every time it was an Igbo person that was supposed to die, there was an error in execution. If you want to kill a Yoruba man, no error. kill a northern man, no error. Kill Okotiebo, no error. But once it's about Igbo, there's an error in execution. You must think you are living with your members of your family. Or you think members of your family are on this live session. You guys just lie to yourselves. There was no tactical error when they were killing Tafa Balewa, or when they were do you know Malari ran into the arms of Ifajuna and he still killed him? He was escaping from Okafo. He saw Ifajuna and was like, at least this one is my guy. He killed him. And after killing him, by 2:15 p.m. on that day, January 15, Ifajuna and Okafo were in Enugu. Adewale Ademega was fighting and saying we won Nigeria. He was still in Ijebu at 4:30 p.m. It was an Igbo coup. Deal with it. The only successful person who actually killed everybody was supposed to kill was just used. Nzogu. That was killing the Sadauna. Killing, you ensured. Look at the list of the people that were killed. Nobody from these clowns. See, guys, stop talking. If you want to trigger, if you are dumb, just be dumb with you and your ethnicity. Be talking your nonsense history among yourself. Don't come in public space to come and be telling me it's not Iboku. And by the way, I ask you, how is it not Iboku? You can't explain. You're just repeating nonsense. Ignorance, loud ignorance actually triggers people. Like, if you don't, all of us, there are things we don't know. There are things I'm ignorant of. When they're talking about it, I listen. Or I can ask questions. But to be boldly sharing your stupidity is just nonsense. And people will be saying it's not really Iboku. I've seen all my elders, Yoruba elders. I don't know why this one are pandering. It's not Iboku. And guess what? I had a meeting with some of them over the weekend. The books I was mentioning, they had never read it. But they were there. They were elders. So we respect them. They are elders. They were alive. But they have not read the books on the matter. One man, very respected man. If I mention his name, you know him. Very respected man. Was saying, I can swear my life on it. It was not an Iboku. I was like, Oga, you know nothing. I mean, these are respected. But you know, we have this thing where we want to make it like, oh, Southern, Kinikon, we are Southerners, so let's not make it. No! If you want to know what happened, study all the materials. And I can quickly mention, give you a list. I said I wasn't going to stay on. With, if I read from what Jesus said, read Bengbule Izibo, Nigeria's 5 majors, read that one. Read A War Without Heroes. No, that one's about civil war. Bengbule, Nigeria 5 major, Why We Struck by Adewale Ademoyiga. The Nigerian Civil War, he mentioned some of those things that happened, you know, by John de St. Joe. Crisis and Conflict by A.H.M. Green. Beckon to Serve by Shehu Shagari. Reminiscences by David Ejo. And there's still more, but we'll stop on these 6. Then try and get the special branch report. As a matter of fact, there's an excerpt that I have that we put in the Telegram channel. Till Jesus comes, the world will always know it was an Iboku. You know why? And the point is that if it's not that you are from an underdeveloped culture, you will be bold to tell us that there was a northern counter coup in July of 1966. Have you ever seen the North cry like these bush babies? There was a northern counter coup. They don't hide that fact. No, Graham Douglas is about the war. There was a northern counter coup. Nobody cries about that. It happened. But that Igbo coup, they will say it's not Igbo. It is Igbo. It was Igbo coup. And the way you will know it, please read Beckon to Serve. Please, by Shehu Shagari, read that book. You will see what happened between 15th and the 16th of January. You will be shocked at how a group of people can do that kind of thing. And then you spend the rest 60 years gaslighting the rest of the country. if you had doubts, Ben Bule wrote in his book, the people that were supposed to kill Ironsi, they told him. Read the book, Nigeria's Five Majors. He said it. He said they did not envisage that kind of treachery. These were his own words. He's an Igbo man. Treachery, he called it. Okafor and Oji. Oji is from the same hometown as Ironsi, Umaya. He and Okafor went to tell Ironsi that we they come. The D-Day at 8 hour, 2 a.m., 3 a.m., thereabout, as they were going to his house, he was leaving his house. And when he was leaving, every roadblock he met on the way, they allowed him go. Who are you lying to? Okafor finished the drama, went back to base, and then he saw Adewale Ademega read his own book, Why We Struck. That one said, Oga, what are you doing here? He said that he has lost his troops. Of all this, and he was the original planner of the coup. There were 3 original planners of the coup. Ifajuna, Okafor, and Oji. Okafor was one of them, and Okafor was one telling Ademega that I've lost my troops. I can't do anything anymore again. And that same Okafor was the one who then went ahead to try to kill Memalari. Memalari escapes. He was running, and then he sees Ifajuna driving. I was like, my guy. Not knowing that he had left death to meet destruction. That one just killed him too. And all the senior officers who could threaten the position of Ironsi, they were wiped out. All. And none of them was Igbo. And Igbos had more officers. Kam Mohammed was Hausa, Memalari was Hausa, Northerner. Kam Mohammed was Northerner, Memalari was Northerner, Lageba was Northerner, Pam was Northerner. Shodainde was Yoruba, Ademulegun was Yoruba. They killed his 8-month pregnant wife. And they say, it was this nonsense about it was not a book. That's what people believed when this thing happened in January. I was like, this is everything. Until they opened their eyes. It's in the books. I've mentioned those sources. There are more, but let's stop with those. You can also read this one. Go on. The biography of a soldier statesman. Make it 7 or 8. The books are here. You know what? I promise you, when I'm done with this, I'm going to go back to that war. You cannot gaslight 3 generations. So there's our parents' generations who just let it go. You're now using the same lies for my generation, and you want to do it for my children. Must you lie? And that's the thing. Your culture raises you not to take responsibility for anything. Unalive people anyhow. Is that what makes it an Igbo coup? No. The planners were, like I said, originally 3. Okafor, Ifajuna, Okafor, and Oji. Those 3 brought in, what's this man's name? Humphrey Chukwuka. He brought in Anuforo. Chris Anuforo brought in Nzogu. Nzogu brought in Ademoiga. It was 5 majors and 2 captains. And of all those 7, it was only Ademoiga that was Yoruba. Does that make it an Igbo coup? No. What makes it an Igbo coup? The execution. Read the special branch report. There was no plan for Benin, no plan for Calabar. But when you read Ademoyega's book, he thought they were going to release Awolowo from Calabar prison. But when they interviewed the 200 of them, in other words, there were also, by the way, there were civilian accomplices that they did together. We know where they are from. Don't want to mention anything for now. Don't see if you want to gaslight people. You're going to be gaslighting your fellow ignorant people. And they will be shouting, it's not Igbo coup. It's not Igbo coup. How come the prime minister who was missing, before they came up with the idea of who was going to Shekini, and by the way, was already saying he was going to become the next prime minister? The same day, 15th of January, the middle of the night, they had killed Tafa Bala, and those who killed him, as soon as they were done, they went straight to Enugu. And they were in Enugu as at 2:15 p.m. Why would you be in Enugu at 2:15 p.m. and the 2 of you are the original planners of that coup? and your guys that you did together were still in the southwest as 4:30. And they meet you there 4:30. They say they Yoruba land for 4:30, but you don't reach where they go as at 2:15. Please power tap on TikTok. I'm sorry, we're not discussing the war, but we'll talk about this thing. I hate people gaslighting or lying to me. Why was it Enugu they went to? Why didn't they go to Ibadan, where they had killed Akitola, where they had abducted Fani Kayode? What did the Rossi say when those boys were caught? Sorry, what did the Rossi say when the coup happened? Ironsi, morning of January 15, around 7 a.m., was saying to them, is in this book. Go on, the biography of a soldier statesman. It was saying to the soldiers, guys, let's wait. They were going to give them under about 2 hours. They said. Oh boy, I don't like talking about this one because the war will take you in. You'll be going from one thing to another. Oh, poor gone. A few hours before the coup happened, this man, he was telling this one that nobody knows tomorrow. And it was not, it was after the coup that this one was like, wait, though. Say, have fun with your girlfriend. Say some things that he considered to be vulgar. Then he said to them, nobody knows tomorrow. And in that on the morning on 15th January, 3 people were there, and those 3 people wrote books. If you have not read their books, please don't come and tell me nonsense. I beg. I'm begging in the name of God. Kini bookmark ati mo lo ti ma o ma ti fade ke. O ti fade o. Marker battery. Mo tẹ̀sí wá rí gan. Alágbà lọ́lọ́run. After midnight on 15th of January, the coup happened between 2 and 3 a.m. He started around 2 or 3 a.m. After midnight, on his way out of the party with Edith, who's an Igbo girl, by the way, Gowon remembers vividly having met the general officer commanding the Nigerian Army, GOC, Major General Agui Ironsi. General Ironsi's remarks are still verdant in his memory. Ironsi had told Gowon and Edith, well, have a nice time, blank, blank, blank. You never know tomorrow. Yakubu then turned to his girlfriend and asked, did you hear what the general said? The girl said no. He then repeated the statement to her and she retorted that it was rude. Gowon replied that it was not only rude but vulgar. Both of them then proceeded to Gowon was lodging. I'm going to jump some paragraphs. He says, for the first time, the implications of Ironsi's statement at the party dawned on Gowon, and he became suspicious of Ironsi and even of his Igbo girlfriend, Edith. He later found that his suspicion of Edith was misplaced. However, given his suspicion then, he quietly dressed up, that was after the coup happened, and went to the battalion headquarters to see Ironsi. Ironsi then briefed him on the coup. I'll jump another paragraph because of time. After his briefing, General Ironsi gave orders to the effect that it would take 2 hours. The coup happened 2 or 3 a.m. Hours had already gone by. Ironsi is in his office. And what does he say to Ironsi? What does Ironsi say to him? He says, this was after his briefing, General Ironsi gave orders to the effect that it would take 2 hours before the first unit could get into town. This was the point at which Gowon really reacted. He asked about the approximate time the coup took place and found that the exercise had begun at about 3 a.m. He could not understand why it should take 2 more hours before the rebels should be tracked down. This was 5 a.m. He then turned to his officers and tartly said, excuse me, these people have got 2 hours ahead of us. So this is 5 a.m. So they have 2 hours ahead of us. If you were not part of this Owala, why would you tell us to stay another 2 hours before chasing them? Wọ́n ṣe kọ́lá ago mẹ́ta òru, ago márùn-ún àárọ̀ ti Dubai, ago márùn-ún ìdájí, ẹ wá ní ká dúró di ago méje ká tó tẹ̀lé àwọn olè. Tó bá jẹ́ pé òsì lára wọn, á ṣe tẹ̀lé wọn kíákíá báyìí. He says, He could not understand why it should take 2 more hours before the rebels should be tracked down. He then turned to his officers and tartly said, "These people have got 2 hours ahead of us and we are giving them 2 more. I give every one of you 15 to 20 minutes to get ready." He then turned to the general and said, "I am going." Curiously enough, Gowon observed that Colonel Njoku, who had said nothing all this time, then asked him, "If something happens to you, who would look after the boys?" By the way, Njoku also wrote a book. It's called, oh yes, you should read that book as well, Tragedy Without Heroes. He told us in his book that while they were, and I have the book somewhere, while they were there, he also looked at him and said, but they said they will not kill anybody. Oh. After a while, he said, but they said there will be no bloodshed. These were the words. They said they would not kill anybody. After a while, he was trying to write something. His hands were shaking. They got him coffee. And then he said to himself, but they said there will be no bloodshed. Making 2 people. In the mouth of 2 witnesses, the truth is established. Well, guess what? There's a 3rd one. David Ejo. He wrote another book. It's called Reminiscences. Read that book. Then go and read Shehu Shagari and look at what happened from that morning till evening of 15th and how the coup, another coup, happened on the 16th. There were 3 coups. There was a revolutionary coup with Nzogu and Ademumega. There was the Igbo coup that was led by Rossi. Forget all this Oyinbo that everybody's saying, nobody really knew about. They knew about it. And everything they said was written. Next time, maybe they shouldn't have spoken. Because you know when you talk, call on Shanubogo. And then on the 16th, Nigeria itself was now experiencing their own coup from those who decided to take over the government. They didn't take over the government until the 16th now. What happened between 15th and 16th? Those 20, it's not from 24 hours. From around, excuse me. I should do it. Maybe I will do something on this thing. From 5 a.m. from 5 a.m. January 15 to 11:50 p.m. of January 16. What happened between, how many hours would that be? 5 to 5 is 24. Another 5 will be 36. Plus 5 will be 31. Plus 1 will be 32 and a half hours. The 32 and a half hours between, I have to write this thing down. I think it's going to make it, somebody said going to make a good movie. Absolutely. Sure, I said we'll do movies on this thing. And we'll be able to for everybody. Where's my book? I want to note something. Because it's actually quite important. I mean, this is history. Don't just come here and if I remember write it here. 5 a.m. No, it should be 3 a.m. actually. 3 a.m. January 15 to 11:50 p.m. January 16. What happened between those hours? Jesus is Lord. Sorry for what happened. I'm going to do another session. I'm going to do the young session. We're going to make movies of this thing because the research I did and the work it took me to know all these things and to study this thing, everybody will hear it so that they can, is it so that they can, disdain or degrade or denigrate or look down on the group? No. I don't say any of these things to denigrate the Igbos. That's not why I'm doing this. I just hate being lied to. And when a person lies to you over that, they're doing it for a reason. Because they have to tell you he was not Igbo in order to push that victimhood narrative. And when they push that victimhood narrative, then they get you to do what they want to do for you. You guys, I'll explain in detail, but let's make something clear. Was there a revolutionary coup? Yes. Was there an Igbo coup? Yes. And what Yonsi did to get into it, Nwafo Orizu was in on it. Kingsley Mbadiwe was in on it. Azikiwe was in on it. I have British archive. I have reports from British archives. And if you think it's a lie, I can tell you the address. You can go to London. Go and take this. Go and read it. You'll find it there. We also have reports from Nigerian archives. And let me tell you something. 1/10 of let me not 1/10. 1/100th of what's in that report, I've never shared it on live. I've never said it in public. Let's all just be happy with each other and be doing good people, great nation. I have not mentioned 1/100 of what is in that document or in those documents. I have not mentioned 1/100. What Azikiwe said, what he did, what the Igbo leaders did. People know this thing, consort on you. I even get into this. Somebody came and said it was an Igbo coup. Who was the first person to announce that we're going to have a new head of state? It was not even the people in Nigeria. It was the person in Surrey, in the UK. It was the one who first told us that, everybody, we have a new head of state too. It was Azikiwe. In the evening. Meanwhile, the people in Nigeria did not know until 11:50 p.m. Are we joking? We're all good people, great nation, right? But all this gaslighting, is the beginning, is a lie. But you see, the reason you're not owning up to it is the reason you are not making progress as a people. Listen, I told you what happened in Ife the other time. It's history. And if you want us to go to what caused it and what each Oni around that time, what they did, we'll talk about it. It takes nothing from the glory of Ife. It's history. You learn from history. But no, once you deny history, there is no lesson to learn from that history or from that era. Therefore, you are condemned to repeat the mistakes of that era. And you repeat that mistake from generation to generation. It's not a curse. It's a consequence of your inability to take responsibility. We can't keep doing this in Nigeria now. Everybody just be coming and be telling you nonsense. Say, come out and I mean, you can say it in love, and I think I'm saying it in love. This is love to me. I'm firm, but I'm not insulting you. I don't think this should make anybody hate any group. It's not like Igbos are now the problem of Nigeria. That's not. I don't think in that direction. I don't think you should, put down an entire ethnic group, because of what happened in the past. But I also don't think an entire ethnic group has a right to gaslight the rest of us because they want to blackmail us and get us to do something for them out of empathy, which is essentially making a fool of us. You guys need to read your own history and just calm down, live in Nigeria, do well, succeed, God bless everybody. But don't think that people who are not talking don't know what happened. I beg. And you get all these, our elders are shouting Nigerian unity. Are we united? They kept things under wraps for 60 years because they wanted unity. My question is this: does this look like a united nation? I mean, okay, do we not know what Mustafa Mohammed did in Asaba? Does that mean that you now hate Hausa people or Northerners? If you can talk about that, oh dear. But sorry, let me just do this light. If you can talk about everybody talks about the Northern Counter coup of July 1967 and 1966, July 29, and everybody is waxing lyrical. Oh, it happened, that happened. So what caused that thing? More fear. I'll move on. The war is a very deep, guys. I cannot say I've studied everything about the war, but I don't try small. He's not a person who in his own history, personal history, the highest he has ever read is the invoice and receipt used in selling spare parts. Will not be the one telling me about that. I beg. Àtọ́ka spare parts receipt wọ́n máa sọ fún mi pé báyìí ló ṣe ṣẹlẹ̀ wọ́n máa pé bolo ti rí nǹkan tó ń sọ kò ní lè sọ ó máa bọ́ everybody ni. mo sọ lọ́jà rẹ̀ nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní July ọ̀nà máa pè ní kí wọ́n fi àbàrà kékeré gba ńlá wọ́n pa 24 people in January àwọn tó kún July wọ́n fẹ́ tó 1,200. Nigeria has been good to Nigerians, but Nigeria has been more, I mean, I think, if you're really keeping it a buck, no ethnic group has experienced or has enjoyed Nigeria's magnanimity than the Igbos. I'm telling you the gospel truth, not one. You said derogatory things. You are a very ignorant person now, Gidi boy. You are very ignorant. And if that is derogatory to you, yes, I said it. That the best you have read is a newspaper, is a receipt to sell the spare parts. I said it. How can you be so bold with your ignorance? And nobody talks to you because they don't want to appear tribalistic. What kind of nonsense? We're not tribalistic, but a person can come and constantly gaslight generation after generation with lies. And guess what? Everything I'm saying here, it did not come. I didn't create it. This has been written. There are books that go all the way back to the 1960s. They are there. It's just that Nigeria's history is hidden in books. They are hidden in plain sight. Are we going to read the books? And does this reduce any other group? No, it doesn't make the Igbos bad people. It doesn't mean they're terrible human beings. It doesn't mean the ethnic group is bad. It doesn't. What makes the ethnic group bad, if you want to use the word bad, is the inability to take responsibility. That is the problem. And the ability to constantly push propaganda in face of everybody in order to weaponize empathy. So by the time you are crying, they did it to me, they did it to me, everybody absolves you of responsibility. They now begin to say, why are you doing like this now? Why are you doing this now? It's not good now. Because you, who is supposedly empathetic and compassionate, you don't know what happened. I thank God for what you guys are doing with Tinubu. You have used Tinubu to insult everybody. Responsibility for what? They don't want empathy from anybody. You don't want empathy from anybody, but you are always the victim in every story. Even after you kill people, you still say you are the victim. This last election, only one person died in Lagos, and the person is Yoruba, and he died in an Igbo community. This is the first time I'm saying it here. And I'm sure people here know about it. I'm sure you have seen the videos. You have seen only one person died in the last election, and the person is Yoruba. Who was the one crying? Oh, they've killed us. Oh, they've done this to us. Oh, Lagos. Oh, Lagos. Oh. Meanwhile, now your place, person die. Anything that makes you look like the victim is what somehow makes. And by the way, let me tell you something. It's not your fault. Your elders have been doing this since the 1940s. You may not know. I've talked about it here before. Not that I'm just saying it because it makes me feel. I don't feel good or bad about this. It's just facts of history. Your elders started using victimization as a tactic in the 1940s. It was so bad. The colonial government was like, these guys ask for everything. They want more of everything, but they contribute the least. It was Sir Arthur Richards who said it. It's published. It's written. I've read it before. People keep quiet because let's all be happy. But once you take that thing to mean that, oh, all these people are stupid, let me now use them. That's when you'll be told your story. Meanwhile, all this I'm saying now, I have not told you anything. Uwaoma, don't worry. You're just starting your own tears. You will cry for many years to come. It's your generational duty. Cry. It was an Iboku. And many people were in on it. Army, civilians, and guess what? These are not my words. This, I'm speaking right now, the voices you are hearing Njoku, you are hearing Bule, you are hearing even Achebe. While he was trying to dribble all of us, he still let some things slide. Oh, well, man, you can go and tell that to your parents. Go and tell that to your parents. Since you were not properly raised at home. You have a whole generation condemned to victimhood because of propaganda, and you think you can make progress like that. Everywhere you go, do you not see the how you think? I was telling you the names of people that are talking. I will say it again. When I'm saying these things, I'm not just using my own word. Of course, I'm the one saying it, but you find this in Bullien's book, Nigeria's 5 Majors. You find it in Adewale Ademoega, Why We Struck, which is what Igbos usually use because they've never read that book. You will find it in Tragedy Without Heroes by Njoku, Ilari Njoku. By the way, Ilari Njoku was the Oga Patapata of Biafran Army. You find it in Nigerian Civil War by John de St. George. You find the Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria by A.H.M. Green. You find it in Beyond Beckon to Serve by Shehu Shagari. You find it in Gowon, the Biography of a Social Statesman by Isawa Laigo. There are many books. People have spoken on this matter. It's not like we don't know. It's not like it's new. There's nothing special in what I'm saying. I'm not the one that published it. Some of these books were published before I was born. Some of them were published. Okay, my papa don't marry, 67, 68, they don't marry. So I was going to say before they marry, but they don't marry at that time. I'll have another session on this matter. Where were we? We just dealt with Yoruba people earlier. Before this one now came with it was an Igbo coup. It was so Igbotic that by the time Ironsi became head of state, he ensured that all his advisors, not cabinets, all his advisors, not one or two, all of them were Igbos. And it did not take them long to enact a particular, or to promulgate, I should say, a decree based on what Zik had been saying since the 1950s, which was what? Unitary system. What he did in 66, May 24, right? Yeah, May 24, 1966, that decree promulgated was what Zik was pushing in 1951. Giddy Boy says Ironsi was the most senior officer. Giddy Boy, why not just take some time and read one of these books? Maybe it will help you. Or at least ask questions. Let me tell you what smart people do, because they're not very smart. What smart people do is that they ask questions. Even if you disagree, ask questions. Maybe in asking that question, you will even shut me up. But you're not that smart. In other words, even if I want to tackle you, let's say I'm not sure, but I want to tackle you, I could just do one question, ask. But of course, you can't even think of that because you don't have the capacity. So because somebody was the top person, he knew everything that would happen in that coup, and was strategically positioned so that when they brought in, when they brought in Deep Charima, when the NPC said Deep Charima will be they will be the acting prime minister, and they were meeting in Orisu's house, Orisu said no. Why did Orisu say no? But he wanted Mbadiwe to become prime minister. Meanwhile, nobody supposedly knew where Tafawa Balewa was. When you are done clowning, let me know. We'll have real conversation. Let's go back to the book. When the Action Group proclaimed its slogan of unity through federation in 1951 and declared support in principle for the new constitution, popularly known as, by the way, again, this is not to denigrate Igbo people. This doesn't say that the ethnic group is terrible, they are bad. That's not my point, though. We are discussing history. The only thing that makes us remind you that it's from Igbo side is because you guys hate the idea of responsibility. And that's why you have problems everywhere you go. It's a natural consequence. but it's not an excuse to hate any ethnic group. I should say that because caveats are important. I'm not here I don't fight anybody, I don't hate you. As a matter of fact, if you think about it, I'm actually helping you. If you're able, I'm helping you. I'm helping you. Because for the first time, you can look at the mirror and tell yourself, oh boy, I'm not a victim, sir. I'm a human being. I'm like every other person. I'm a Nigerian citizen. I'm not second class. I'm not a victim of anybody. I'm a citizen. Once you start thinking like that, even you will change. But this mindset that was implanted by your elders, you think everybody hates you. Everybody hates you. Everybody, therefore, you begin to act like they do. And then you are it's like it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. I'm helping you. I don't hate you. Me. Why? Why would I hate you? You're my brothers in Christ. I love you, and I love you with the love of the Lord. Bam, bam, bam. It is well with you. It is well with your ethnic group. But in your life, if you say you're a Yoruba person, stop lying political. Yoruba people, you should go and let's be reading. Oh. Let's be reading. What is power from what you know? I want to go out there. I'm okay. Tori kabale ni gba ibagbe po. You know, ka gbagbe àwọn kankan. But if gbagbe nǹkan, once you forget that history, you will forget the mistakes you made. Then you keep repeating it. And when you repeat it, you get the exact same result every single time. Have you noticed that every time I'm reading something from here, even you in the comment section, you're saying, it's similar to what happened last week, last year. Why? Why do you have the repetition? It's a cycle. Why do you have that cycle? No lessons were learned, or maybe they learned the lesson, they want to try again. When the Action Group proclaimed its slogan of unity through federation in 1951 and declared support in principle for the new constitution, popularly known as the Macpherson Constitution, Dr. Azikiwe and his lieutenants made venomous attacks on my colleagues and me. Dr. Azikiwe and the NCNC took the view that the country should have a unitary constitution with one strong government at the center. This year, 2025, an intellectual from one interesting part of the country said that we need strong men in Nigeria. We don't need strong systems. Anybody remembers his name? I'm not going to mention his name for now. Anybody remembers his name? That Nigeria needed strong men that can galvanize the nation, and we can have a united nation. And that for the nation to be built or to be birthed, the tribes must die. He said it in two Obama is not Nigerian. He's from Nigeria. He's from an ethnic group in Nigeria. There's an ethnic group that's always fascinated about this strong center. We need a strong center. Guys, it's not that people hate you. It's like there's a pattern that has not broken. Why not change? Dr. Azikiwe and the NCNC took the view that the country should have a unitary constitution with one strong government at the center. And why did they say this? Because they like Nigeria? No. I'll tell you why they said. I said earlier, I'm going to read it again. According to Dr. Azikiwe, the Macpherson Constitution, like the Richards Constitution before it, was designed to break the unity of Nigeria. How many people, which group in this country talks about unity more than anybody else? We must unite. Why? Because, you see, I read this thing before. There's a document, there's a publication called The Listener. This particular edition was published on 20th October 1960. And Margie Parham said something very, very important. She said, again, I'm not looking down on anybody. I'm just making a historical kidney out there. So I'm not fighting any group. Sincerely, God sees my heart. I don't hate you. I don't have a problem. But this is history. Margie Parham said in 1960, the Igbos are the major force for unity. Then the next statement is they need unity. The unity that you hear people clamoring for in Nigeria is not for Nigeria, it's for their group. Antonio Nauro said something 12th August 1968. He said the same thing. He talked about the captured documents from Biafra, which made them realize that the vision of Ojukwu was to take the entire southern region and eventually take the northern region. And he said they need Nigeria because that's the only country they have known. It's in Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria by H.M.K. Green. That's the book. No be me talk am. Now Antonio Nauro. I know be this year, and 1968. You need unity. So he's saying here that this thing you are doing is going to break Nigeria's unity. Which unity? You're not coming up with any plan that will help all of us. You're not shouting unity, unity. What does unity mean? I've said it before, in Nigeria, one course that all of us must be, one thing that we must take very seriously is definition of terms. I don't know if you've written, you published document, or maybe a project or thesis. Definition of terms. We have to define terms. This unity, what does it mean? I can assure you, we don't have the same definition of unity across Nigeria. I have seen it in history and I'm seeing it today. Are we not in one country? Why can't I do anything I like in your country? That's unity. That's unity to some people. We are one Nigeria. I can move anywhere I like, and I can do anything I want. That's unity to some people. Any sane person knows that that's not unity. That's erasure. The concept of one Nigeria, the concept of one Nigeria is supposed to evoke unity. But what it means for some people is uniformity. And I've said it several times. Uniformity thrives on erasure. You have to lose your uniqueness in order to be the same as I am. So you want to be the same as me. We are the same. So whatever you had that made you better than me, jettison it. But guess what? While I am preaching this ridiculous unity, not one thing will I drop in my own culture. You will drop everything because you are good people, great nation. You are building Nigeria. You are detribalized. The Baba, 2 years before this statement I just made right now, Ezekiel in 1949, was shouting Pan-African, Pan-Nigeria. We are all the same. He wrote a book in 1937, The Renaissance Africa. There should be no Tiv or Moshi, no Yoruba or Igbo, no Hausa or Kiniko. We are all Africans. 12 years later, Zik said God has specially created the Igbo nation to lead the children of Africa out of the bondage of the ages. In other words, you will forget everything, but me, I won't forget who I am. Zik was shouting, we are all together in Yoruba land. We must be one Nigeria. 1940, Zik was writing about a football match between two secondary schools, one from Onitsha, one from Lagos, and he said the Onitsha people won 5-4, not 5-0, 5-4. But they won Greg's. It was CKC Onitsha, Christ the King College, and St. Gregory. And the reason they won was because they had exceptionally developed brains while they invaded Lagos Islands, using Spartan, using Greek warfare terms, terminologies for football match. So all of us are going to forget who we are. Aja momo kini kan mama sọ kini wan aja momo ti e fun lomu o mo to du oya ki mole. All of us, we don't have any ethnic group. We are all the same. But when it's time to do something, where is I go? I've said it several times. All this unity on erasure that people talk about, I will do it as long as you agree that all of you will change your names to Yoruba names. You speak Yoruba language as the language of Nigeria, then I'm with you. Because your definition of unity is for me to drop everything where I get, Abi. You come and take my own. Because, I mean, for all intents and purposes, which one really matters if you really think about it? Apart from Hausa, let's not talk about that. Let's just move on. And so it says here, this constitution that's going to give people different regions. Gigi boy, I'm sorry. I have met on many books. I don't know the one you're talking about. But please, stay with me, eh? Where was I? They were going to create, they had, so remember, this is 1951. Nigeria was 2 regions until 1939, when we had the south divided into west and east. They were trying to now write a constitution for us that would make everything work. Some people wanted to have a very strong center, you know, and again, this was 7 years after the Igbo plan of 1944. I have a video, we have 3-part video on YouTube now. The 20-year Igbo plan for Nigeria. Something like that. I can assure you, no lies. I mentioned 4 sources for that simple material. Because I don't want to do something that will make it look as if you just want to pick something to attack a group. The point is that there is a pattern. 1 second, please. There is a pattern, and is what you also see here in 1951. Zik is saying, this regional thing you want to do, if you do it, you're going to destroy Nigeria's unity. And then they argued, this was the argument, that if the idea of federalism was accepted, this was from Zik and NCNC, which by this point, they already were essentially Igbolizing it gradually, but not completely, not yet. It was complete by 53, 54. It was very strong. By 60s, everything was already gone. But let me just continue. It says here, they argued most preposterously, this is Zik and NCNC, that if the idea of federalism was accepted and the Macpherson Constitution was allowed to operate, it would become necessary for people moving from one region to another to obtain passports or travel certificates. Accordingly, the NCNC called, though unsuccessfully, for the boycott of the new constitution. For our part, we stuck firmly to our guns. Let me tell you one of the major problems in Nigeria. Some people think like owners, some people think like nomads. That's one major, not the only problem, one major problem with Nigeria. Some people think like nomadic people. Why should the Nigerian constitution be based on whether you will collect certificate to travel? Why can't you even collect passport to come into Yoruba land? And I will also take passport to go into your land. What's our problem in this country? Nigeria is a country of many nations. Sincerely, you have more nations in Nigeria than Europe. I'm very serious. So, there are more ethnic nationalities in Nigeria than in Europe. This country has anything close to Nigeria, probably Russia, and that one don't break. USSR don't break. EU has 24 languages, 24 official languages. For Nigeria, that 24, just a begin. So, somebody said they lumped us together. Yeah, but let's not stay with how they lumped us together. The point is, now that we are here, can we not just use our brains, since we all went to school and we speak English, and just create this structure that allows for our natural lines? Like, why must we force this unity? I'm not saying break the country, but I'm saying within the country, why not structure yourself like a subcontinent? India did it. You said the Fulanis are the nomads. Because you see them carrying cows, Abi. It's not about what you see people doing, it's about the mindset. A person who tells you don't write a constitution to favor your region because I will need to come into that region. Who is that? What kind of mindset is that? It's a nomadic mindset. Oh, if you have your own region, I would need to get passports. Therefore, I don't like this constitution because it's going to stop me from moving around Nigeria. Why must you move around? Oh, Nileni. That thing that is at home that is causing you to move around, why not make it better at home so that you can stay? And listen, there's no part of Nigeria that is not blessed. Not one. Not one. There's no single part of Nigeria that has nothing under the ground. None. No. Everywhere is blessed. Everywhere is blessed. We just think like thieves and nomads. Now the problem with that, you are not thinking of building home, harnessing the wealth in the land. No. Now how I go collect waiting that person hand? Here's the funny thing. Nobody was even thinking of passports. Nobody even came up with the idea that you have to collect passports to move around. Like, nobody thought about it. Nobody. But that was what NCNC used to push an agenda in the early 50s. in the late 40s and early 50s. Oh, don't have this thing because if you do it, that means all of us are. And the reason, let me tell you, so let me ask you a question. I won't even say it. Why do you think this is an argument that will win the applause or the support of many people in NCNC? Answer is simple. Many of them who were not Yoruba were moving from one place to another. And they want to be able to move, which confirms what Majiparam said. Certain people need unity. In other words, not that they want unity. Not that they want unity, they need it. Is it a bad thing? No. If unity is not a bad thing, but if your own definition of unity is just something that will pay you, we could pay you, we could bless you, it's not right now. And I've said this several times, every region is blessed. And I'm not saying this to pander or to placate anybody or to be patronizing. I'm saying this because it's the truth. There's no state in this country without mineral resources. But there's no state in this country that has resource control. So rather than talk about resource control, everybody put eye for oil. Now, oil is amounting to 30% of, I hope people remember this, Nisha. Oil is 30% of foreign revenue last year. This oil that all of us want to buy on top is 30% too. We should talk about resource control. But I will go talk now. When all of us want, somebody want thief waiting the other person place, when they speak English, we need unity. You go say the person a motivational speaker. No. He needs that unity to survive. That's why. Oh, I'm the most Nigerian. I move everywhere in Nigeria. They didn't ask you to come. Oh. Nobody sent you report. They didn't send you invitation. Oh. So I'm the only. You know, this thing actually it rubs me up the wrong way. When the person comes around and says things like, I'm the only Nigerian, I'm the true Nigerian. That's what they say. I'm the true Nigerian because I move everywhere in Nigeria. Did they send for you? You moved because you needed to move. Your survival literally depends on you moving. Yes, we are more Nigerians than, I mean so we are more Nigerian than the others. How can you even say that kind of thing? How can you say that we are more Nigerian than the others? On top of which we know, say, that's why, you know, recently, let me tell you the new one that they use. Tell your leaders to tell us to leave, then we can leave. Why must I tell my leaders to let you to leave? Are you leaderless? You tell your leaders you want to leave now. When you were coming, did they tell you to come? You got on the bus and you moved. If you are leaving, you get on the bus and you leave, nobody will miss you. But I want you to stay. Why? Because where are you going? I know that what is coming out of your mouth is just ego. There's nothing underneath. There's no substance to it. You're shouting out, if I leave. If you want to stay, no problem. But if you want to leave, get on the road. Don't come and disturb my life with, if you don't want me to leave, if you want me to leave, just go and tell your leaders to tell me to leave. I don't need my leaders to tell you to do anything. Get on the next bus. Say go be. But I want you to stay. Because I know that waiting they do you, nobody say, you know, you are just angry with yourself. So stay. I'm not saying everybody should leave, so stay. But don't, if I leave, the economy will crumble. I beg you. You don't come out before, the economy did not crumble. As a matter of fact, the economy did well because we're not dependent on importation. If you leave today, you'll be shocked at how many factories will begin to thrive. All the factories, they don't close. They will begin work. So stay with me. You are all I need. Facebook, wait till I'm coming. Oh. What's that song? Who sang that song? Sam Smith? I think. Stay with me. I see some messages on Facebook. I just as if I didn't see them because I am Nigeria. You are all I need. See, all of us will do well in Nigeria. Everybody will be prosperous. It is well with everybody in Jesus' name. But more they calm down. Eh? If there's any group you don't want to do franga for, it's Yoruba people. Delay injured day. Even amongst us, we don't suffer fools gladly. But we stop. We self-moderate because, of course, you don't want to go overboard. But it's not because you are all that though. A lot of the things that Yoruba people do, they do because of them, not because of you. Somebody came here earlier and said, oh, the Yoruba elders, they will not allow you to talk about these people. They will say, just leave them or just leave them. There's a reason. There is this thing about guests. You want to take care of guests. So even if they are doing something wrong, you will be telling your people, because they don't want to. Yoruba has, let me tell you something, Yoruba has a thing for taking care of strangers and guests. So sometimes and it's something you see in our culture, there's like, in some cases, and I'm not saying it doesn't appear in other cultures, so when I wait till I know how they talk, before people start saying, it's not also in our culture. There's something they do, I'm trying to get this video set up. There's something our elders do. Sometimes it's as if they even prefer the outsider to I want to one. Because for them, number one, they are being good to you because they want you to feel welcome, but also they are paying it forward, and also they are is a seed for their own children. So they are very careful with strangers. And I know there's an extreme, and that's what the person was saying earlier, like, oh, they just allow people to do anyhow, and now it has become a problem. I get it. So that's why we have to now balance it. And to be a koje pankere koje, and to be a boro agbo. You buy this up or long way letting jet. You buy there buru. You buy buru. You buy our buru. You buy buru. How come I say? On fẹ́ bínú tán ni Yorùbá tí wọ́n bá ti gungi kọjá ewé, that's another thing. I think like that personally, to be honest. Like if I meet you, for instance, it's our culture. I'll give you benefit of the doubt until you start taking me for granted. That's where you're dirty Ben here. But quick no, it's not necessary. But the day you go beyond your boundaries, you will now be like, and this is what everybody says in my life. I've been hearing this for a very long time. But see, let's go back to the book. So it says it was argued most preposterously by the NCNC that if the idea of federalism was accepted and the Macpherson Constitution was allowed to operate, it would become necessary for people moving from one region to another to obtain passports or travel certificates. Accordingly, the NCNC called, though unsuccessfully, for the boycott of the new constitution. For our part, we stuck firmly to our guns. Something happened before this one. This is 51. Something happened in 50 when we're talking about, but it's not today's topic. When we're talking about parliament seats, and they not wanted 50%, and the West said no. Brothers and sisters, the East said yes. As we go in this conversation, if we have to read it, I will do so. On 31st March 1953, On 31st March 1953, the action group precipitated a constitutional crisis, as a result of which a conference for the review of the Macpherson Constitution was held in London from July 30th to 22nd August 1953. Before we went to London for the conference, someone say, unfortunately, they have nowhere to go. No, there's nothing like that, though. They have a place to go now. There's nobody in this country that has no place to go. Everybody has his father's house. They have a place to go. They do have a place to go. It's just that think there's no willingness to actually make anything of that place, to be honest. But I think the governors are doing better now. I mean, see what the Enugu State governor is doing. He started his own airline. Abia State governor, although I saw a report yesterday, but it's not good, so I won't talk about it. At least he's also doing something, the Anambra State government. If they build home, I've said it before, there's nothing, when you say, there's no water in the east. Switzerland has no sea. There's no land in the southeast. Well, Singapore has no land. Okay, so let's say, for instance, God just created Southeast alone on its own without all of us. Are you saying they will not succeed? They will not thrive? The reason that place is not good is because they have a place to go and be dragging with others and be shouting one Nigeria. The day we redefine one Nigeria, is everybody will go and make their own better. But we are still one Nigeria. Good people, great nation. Let's go back to this. On 31st March 1953, the Action Group precipitated a constitutional crisis, as a result of which a conference for the review of the Macpherson Constitution was held in London from 30th July to 22nd August 1953. Before we went to London for the conference, an alliance was concluded between Before we went to London for the conference, an alliance was concluded between the Action Group and the NCNC in an unexpected and most dramatic circumstance. The move for this alliance came from Dr. Azikiwe, who of his own volition came to embrace me in front of the House of Representative buildings on 31st March 1953, after the members of the NCNC in the House had joined those of my party to walk out of the House. There's something missing in this book. Let me look for another edition. Sorry. Sorry guys, there's a word missing. A sentence, I think. I don't know why they printed it. When this happens, most times I will just go, something's also wrong in this particular edition. I will now go to this one. So sometimes if you buy a book and something is off, you go buy another one. Interestingly, where that one fails, this one will succeed. So I might go for that one. Information you come. Let me just try and get the book. Okay. What chapter is this? Chapter 12, towards the end of 12. Stay with me. You are. I hope I wasn't too harsh on people earlier. I didn't mean to be harsh. So if you felt bad, I apologize. But don't gaslight people. It's not good. I found it. On 31st March 1953, the Action Group precipitated a constitutional crisis, as a result of which a conference, by the way, between 51 and 53, a lot of things happened. We'll talk about that next week. We've talked about it before, the constitutional, the issue of cross-carpeting. I don't know if you remember, if we have to, we'll revisit this on Monday. What happened with the carpet crossing, how most of what they have told you na lie. Again, that should not surprise you, because why should we tell the truth if lies are easier? Not me, them. Who are the them? The them. We'll continue. So when we come on Monday, we'll talk about what happened between 51 and 53, but let's just go on with this book. On 31st March 1953, the Action Group precipitated a constitutional crisis. Excuse me. As a result of which a conference for the review of the Macpherson Constitution was held in London from 30 July to 22nd August 1953. Before we went to London for the conference, an alliance was concluded between the Action Group and the NCNC in unexpected and most dramatic circumstances. The move for this alliance came from Dr. Azikiwe, who of his own volition came to embrace me in front of the House of Representatives buildings on 31st March 1953, after the members of the NCNC in the House had joined those of my party to walk out of the House. It was stipulated by the action group before this alliance that the two parties should first of all reach agreement on those issues of fundamental importance which divided them. At our first joint meeting, we took up the question of federalism. Don't worry, when I read it, you understand why I'm taking these breaks. At our first meeting, we took up the question of federalism. It did not take us any time to persuade Dr. Azikiwe. Oh, sorry. There's the mistake in that book. I see where the mistake was coming from. Sorry, guys. So it says here, at our first joint meeting, we took up the question of federalism. It did not take us any time to persuade Dr. Azikiwe. It must be said to his credit that he is himself a believer in federalism. Indeed, he is a believer in many a good cause. The only puzzling thing about Dr. Azikiwe is that more often than not, there is a wide gap between what he believes and what he preaches, and between what he preaches and what he practices. Oh deep, oh deep, oh deep. It says more often than not. So it says, it didn't take us a long time to persuade Dr. Azikiwe, right? Because we're talking about federalism. So to his credit, he believes in the idea of federalism. Then I will now throw this interesting job. By the way, let me remind us. This book was published in 1960. Azikiwe was alive. Azikiwe wrote his own autobiography 10 years later. We have that one too. It's called My Odyssey. And maybe one day I'll just read that book and you guys will laugh, but you also learn, because you have to learn from elders. So we also learn. But you just see, Baba will say something and will contradicting himself in the same breath. I'm like, but the point I'm trying to make is that he was alive when this was written, and he was very wise not to even act as if he had something to say to counter it, because it was incontrovertible. So he says that it must be said to his credit that he himself, speaking of Dr. Azikiwe, is a believer in federalism. Indeed, he is a believer in many a good cause. The only puzzling thing about Dr. Azikiwe is that more often than not, there is a wide gap between what he believes and what he preaches, and between what he preaches and what he practices. I'll tell you this, every single book that goes to describe his policies, his ideology, and his stance politically has re-echoed this sentiment, including the ones written by Igbos themselves. It's just that when I talk about the greatness of Zik, Igbo people tell me, shut up, he's not great. When I tell them the errors of Zik, people say, shut up, he's Igbo. It is what it is. The thing will be after don't cause, not be small. Thank you, Yeti. Let's keep liking the live. Thank you, everybody. In any case, though the alliance was short-lived, it did help to settle my satisfaction. Sorry, I'll take that again. In any case, though the alliance was short-lived, it did help to settle to my satisfaction some of the burning issues of the time. In regard to one of them, Dr. Azikiwe declared at the 1953 Constitutional Conference that federalism is imperative. So what do you notice? 1943. Azikiwe published the political blueprint for Nigeria. In that blueprint, he wanted federalism. By the end of 1940 in early 1950s, Azikiwe was asking for a unitary system. But by 1953, Azikiwe had come back to say federalism was imperative. What does that tell you? Just say it to yourself. The conference altered the structure of the Macpherson Constitution most drastically. Specific powers were vested in the federal government. Concurrent powers were also specified, and all the residual powers were vested in the region. We know what that means basically, exclusive. So what they say, when they say specific powers, so right now we call it executive powers, or some people call it exclusive executive. So there are certain things that only federal government can do. Up until 2 years ago, only the federal government can, talk about energy, the power, or electricity. Only FG could do that. But now, even you can decide to start a power company, power generating company in Nigeria, and nobody will stop you. You can begin to generate and even distribute. You can even start your own grid. Nigeria is good. Nigeria will be better. Right? Railway, for instance, used to be exclusive, but now it's concurrent. So exclusive or executive is what exclusive list is what only the federal government can do. Concurrent is what both of us can do. So FG can do it, state can do it, or region can do it. Then residual is what only the states or regions can do. Okay. We of the Action Group, as a result of the agreement reached with the NCNC, did not press for revision of regional boundaries, though the NCNC, contrary to this arrangement, this one I'm going to read another book. I'll take that again. Listen to this. So we all know that Action Group wanted a revision of regional boundaries, Abi, and the idea of revision was based on ethnicity and linguistics. When they went to London for the 1953 conference, the AG was supposed to push that stuff. They should have along, but they did not. Why? Because they had an alliance with NCNC, and they had an agreement before they left Nigeria. I don't even know why Papa kept having an arrangement with these people. But by people, I mean NCNC, not ethnic group. Especially with Zik. They had in 53, Ojin one lesser. In 54, Ijin one lesser. He betrayed them. In 57, he did the same thing. In 59, he did the same thing. In 79, he did the same thing. Well, I know why Awo was always trying to work with him. Awo did not like the establishment in the north, but he liked the people. So Awo would work with underdogs in the north, people like Aminu Kano. He would work with them, but he would work with the main guys in the east, sometimes also with the underdogs in the east. But he felt that, of course, if you don't want to work with the majority guys in the north, you're going to need the majority guys in the east. If you just work with the northerners. Sorry, not with the northerners. He worked with the northerners, but he didn't work with the powers that be. Awo, for instance, will not go and be working with emirs. He'll be working with Aminu Kano. That will not get you anywhere. Do you see what Tinubu did? He did better. But you see, that's one of the disadvantages of being like this. Awo was like this, uncompromising. He's good, but also has his own disadvantages. Because based on principle, he could not work with a Sardowner. So let's work with these ones. But every time they work together, now while they cause them. But let me read what happened. So Action Group should have or could have pushed for the revision of regional boundaries. They did not. But let me tell you what the NCNC did. We of the Action Group, as a result of the agreement reached with the NCNC, did not press for the revision of regional boundaries. Though the NCNC, contrary to this agreement, teamed up with the NPC to demand that Lagos should be separated from the Western region and declared a federal territory, which was done. Until 1953, 54 actually eventually, but 53 not Rojoy, but 54 not excise Lagos. Lagos was part of Western region. When I say Lagos, not Lagos State too. I'm talking about the area called Lagos. Because again, state is different from city. There's Oyo State, it's not the same thing as Oyo Town. There's Kaduna State, it's different from Kaduna Town. There's Enugu State, it's different from Enugu Town. There's Lagos State. It is different from Lagos Town. There's a town called Lagos. Somebody has written it there. 70. Is it 70? 70 square meters. Is it 70 or 700? 70. Lagos is a small place. So Lagos there's a town called Lagos. Lagos Island. Gbamobalende, Saleko, Itafaji, Ugbawọn side bẹ̀yẹn àtàwọn tó tún wọnú bẹ̀yẹn. Campus, Brazilian quarters, all those sides, that's Èkó. Tó fi dé outside ibi Èkó yẹn. So it used to be part of the Western region. We read it earlier. According to Zik and Constitution, they added Lagos to Western region. The NPC then pushed for it with NCNC. So NCNC had agreement with AG before they left Nigeria. AG, thinking that we are all good people, great nation, decided to just stick to the agreement. Meanwhile, NCNC had another agreement with NPC to do something that will affect Western region. Let me read something to you from Tekena Tamno. The book is called Separatist Agitation since 1914. I think. Where is this book? Mambo.
See, I drink rich and bread. That we bring us back to do. A tear, a female tear. Where drop of golden sun. Me the name I call myself. Follow what I want. If there's no music, I think I can play music. I can sing natural music for you. So TikTok will not. YouTube will not ban us. They will not give us copyright issues. I can just sing for you, but you pay specially for this free concert. It should not be free. All right, back to this. This book is called Separatist Agitations in Nigeria since 1914, written by Tekena Tamno. Are we ready? At the same 1953 conference, which Papa is referring to in his own book, at the same 1953 conference, Nigerian delegates again became painfully aware of the serious political differences which tended to mar the evolution of harmony between various sections. The controversy over Lagos, Nigeria's capital and leading commercial center, caused more bitterness in 1953 than it had in 1950. During the 1950 and 1953 conferences, which discussed this issue, delegates from the eastern region made it clear that they regarded Lagos as a no man's land. 1950. The western delegates, however, regarded Lagos as a Yoruba town, which they wanted to administer on their own terms. During the 1950 General Conference, the northern delegates who held the balance had also agreed that Lagos municipality and the colony districts should be merged with the western region for administrative purposes. During the 1953 conference, however, the northern delegates re-examined their stand, as they and the other delegates had recommended greater regional autonomy under a federal constitution. The northern leaders in 1953 feared that whoever administered Lagos would control and perhaps deny them their key outlet at Apapa, then considered more important than Port Harcourt. In other words, they did all of this thing about Lagos, not for Lagos' sake, but for the sake of a port. Right? For the sake of a port. And they didn't want to use Port Harcourt. They wanted to use Lagos. I want to make sure that Lagos will know it must be under federal government. We must cut out that place. Because if you leave it, because it was already in the hands of the western region, but if you left it with western region, then they will be the one determining. They might decide to deny us.
So the wala we are going to right now started because of this same pot. That one, already basically, mama parope, give us pot. Now the pot where we get gossip, now even cost this. But you know what? We thank God for the pot, and we are grateful. It's a blessing. During the 1952, it was when the Northerners, because of course they were pushing a lot of stuff, groundnut and stuff. They now had to get the East to support them to excise Lagos out of the Western region. That was the first time. This is 1953. That was the first and only time Yoruba people threatened to secede. That's why whenever you are speaking as a Yoruba person and somebody says to you, but you're not from Lagos, don't mind them. Those who spoke for Lagos at this point were not just folks from Lagos. Yoruba people spoke for that place because it's part of Yoruba land. And you should speak for that place as a Yoruba person, even if you are from Iragbiji. You know that you are not Omo Nile. I give you an example. Concerning Yoruba gbọ́n. A ní àwọn ọmọ onílùú. Then a ní àwọn ará. A tún wá ní àwọn èrò. Àwa kan wà, ará Èkó ni wá, à ń ṣọmọ Èkó. Why isn't it so dark? Ará Èkó ni wá, à ń ṣọmọ Èkó. Ọmọ Èkó làwọn ọmọ tó jẹ́ ọmọ Èkó gangan. Or àwọn tó ti assimilate nínú Èkó. Bó tẹ̀ pé ó lè pé ibòmíràn ti wá ṣùgbọ́n wọ́n ti di ara Èkó gangan. Ṣùgbọ́n ará àwa, we are family members. Kó má jẹ́ ó bàjẹ́ làwa ṣe. But you now have àwọn èrò Èkó. Ṣé àwọn tó ń pariwo jù lÉkòó lórí ọ̀rọ̀ Èkó yìí? Èrò Èkó ni wọ́n ń ṣaré Èkó gan torí kò kàn wọ́n. Ìlú ò bá tú kò kàn wọ́n. Àwa ń tiwa, àwa mọ̀lẹ́bí làwa ń tiwa. I don't know why this thing is getting dark. 1 second. You know what? Let's just consider that we're almost done. Mọ̀lẹ́bí làwa. Sherry, the reason I would even say, you know what? If you don't do this thing, we want to have a separate nation. Was because this is family. We shouldn't break because of Nigeria. That's what he was saying. Of course, we were threatened by the British. So Papa said, okay. During the 1953 conference, the action group delegation led by Obafemi Awolowo emphasized the historical connections between Lagos and Yoruba land. Awolowo expressed willingness to allow the Western region to contribute towards the cost of building a new capital elsewhere, provided that Lagos and the colony districts would continue to be administered by his region. Oliver Littleton, I'll explain something later. Oliver Littleton, the Secretary of State at the time, in consideration of the overall interests of Nigeria, decided, when approached by the Nigerian delegates, that Lagos should be the federal capital of Nigeria and that the municipal area of Lagos should be regarded as federal territory. He thought that though his decision was disagreeable to the action group, it will make for a united Nigeria. Those were his own words. And this man is quoting from the report by the Conference on the Nigerian Constitution, 1953. Oliver Littleton said, although action group did not like it, but it will make for a united Nigeria. The thing we don't suffer for this united Nigeria, it don't pass. Be careful. That's what that you are. Don't pass, be careful. What Papa said in 53, do you know they started working on that thing in 73? 76. It was Murtala Mohammed who then began to work on the creation of a new capital in 1976, 23 years after the fact. There are some people in this country, they have no foresight. Or like Gbenga Adeboye says, they have no foresight. They have no foresight. Awo said this in 53, they did this in 76. So they waited 23 years and now we are suffering because even now, people whose understanding of township was created by the British are the ones telling you about Lagos State was the capital of Nigeria. Speaking out of sheer daftness, but we have to listen because all of us are united Nigeria. And we should be united though, but maybe we need to redefine what unity really means. In October 1953, the Action Group and its supporters, including the Egbe Dudua, a cultural political organization named after Dudua, the mythical ancestor of the Yorubas, reacted sharply by reopening the question of Lagos. Let's not go to what happened in October. Let's go back to Baba's book. What time is it? 7:70. Okay, we still have like 10 minutes. Let's get back into this. Yeah, so Action Group did not press for revision of boundaries with Odon Duamsha. The person where we agree with from Nigeria. And the person where they call you traitor and betray, whatever they call it, I don't like the English because it's incorrect, betrayer. In our history, this is consistent. I'll tell you, this happened again in 57. Well, let's continue. A person who is always selfish is not to be is trusted. You go do selfish thing, scatter our plan. You won't come back, tell your people, say, na me be traitor. But I must not talk. If I say I am not, then I'm a bigot. So essentially, the liar, the betrayer, the traitor, the everything is the one who now has all the cards. The upright person has to now pander to him to make him feel comfortable because we are one Nigeria. How about now? We of the Action Group, as a result of the agreement reached with the NCNC, did not press for the revision of regional boundaries, though the NCNC, contrary to this agreement, teamed up with the NPC to demand that Lagos should be separated from the Western region and declared a federal territory. When was this? 1953. If you read Lateef Jakonde's speech, he mentioned this. It was eventually done in 1954. He mentioned this. But I don't want to read that one because of time. Let's continue. Notwithstanding the loss of Lagos to the west, an important step had, in my view, been taken at this conference towards the achievement of true federalism in Nigeria. The central and regional governments, now equal in status in their internal relationship and residual functions, were vested in the central and regional governments, now equal in status in their internal relationship and residual functions, were vested in the regional governments. The northern region, which has 19 million out of 34 million population of Nigeria and 264,300 square miles out of Nigeria's total area of 340,300. I'll take it slowly. Otinremi, we're rounding up. The northern region, by the way, what he's saying basically is that although we lost Lagos, at least the central government and regional governments have now become equal. Lolly funds. Oh, you wrote funds, so you want to give him money. You say account details. Okay, let me put up my account. Thank you for reminding me. Thank you. I really appreciate it. And yeah, guys, please support what we're doing. Support what we're doing, right? It goes a long way to help us to continue doing this. By the way, we have this session. In case you're joining us for the first time, Facebook, YouTube, or TikTok, we have these sessions every weekday, Mondays to Fridays, Ife time, 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time. We have this session. So please join us every day or every weekday. So we'll be again on Monday. But please support what we're doing. Please use the account details, and it's important. So when you give to us what we're doing, we're all doing together. Ateton Kawiu, Ateton Soro, Atawaton, Oni Iromiton Jolojomi, Olatokun, Elemaja Tokun wa. So, Oniluwa, and Oniluwa to Alabeldo. All right. So thank you very much for your support. Let's get back to this. Thank you. The northern region, which has 19 million out of the 34 million population of Nigeria and 264,300 square miles out of Nigeria's total area of 340,000 square miles, was not yet in a position to dominate all the others put together. Under the Macpherson Constitution and its revised version, the seats in the House of Representatives, this is going to take us to something else. The seats in the House of Representatives were shared 50-50 between the northern region on the one hand and the western and eastern regions on the others. Does anybody remember how? Oh, thank you, Lolly Funds. Really, thank you. God bless you. Thank you. Others, please, if you want to support, please feel free to do so. Your support helps us to keep doing this, or your support helps us to keep doing this. So let me quickly ask a question before we close. Does anybody remember how the North got 50% of the seats in Parliament? Were you here when we discussed it? If you were here, just say yes. If not, just say no. Then I'll know if I should go over it again or let's just move on. Okay, we have had more yeses. We've had more yeses. We have no's and yeses. Okay, let me see how many. I might be no. 2, 3, 1, 4, 2, 5, 3, 4, 6, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There are more no's. You enjoy my content on Twitter. Oh, thank you. I apologize for the Twitter feed. Sometimes the sound is not just good enough. We bought mic. Maybe there's something else we have to buy, or we have to open studio, which we are working on, by the way. That slipped, but it's something we're working on. We are working on something. When I say we're working on, I mean that I'm drawing plans. Once I'm done telling us, I will now tell you. I should tell you. Tell you Sabao. Thank you, Lolly Funds. Abba. Professor Remy, the one I'm saying Abba to Femagbo is coming. Abba Loshimaso. I already mentioned it earlier, like somebody said, but the reason I asked the question is because I already mentioned it anyway, but I was like, maybe I'll just read some things to give you an idea how the North got it. And the people in the comment section who are laughing, who actually know this to the bone marrow, but they're asking me to explain. God will forgive you. Shewa, good to see you. Let me quickly find that document. It's from the legislative report. So essentially, they couldn't get it without the East. Bọ́bá ló ṣe ṣẹlẹ̀, Olúfẹ́ni Kinsareka ní etí gbọ́ wa. Ìmọ̀bìnú àwọn wà ní o. I thought I was going to do this on Monday, to be honest. I knew we were going to get it, but I thought it was going to be Monday, so I didn't really bother getting it out. Where is this stuff? I've never. Jesus is Lord. There's something here that I'm just discovering of me. Take a really be. Ọlọ́run aṣọ àjùgbà náà la máa ka kíní yìí. Ọlọ́run nǹkan tí ó yẹ ká máa mọ̀. Bóyá máa kà lọ́sẹ̀ tó ń bọ̀. Something about Zik and Constitution, The man from the East who wanted to have medals on his uniform. You have listened to Harold Smith. We can tell. All right, I found it. Okay. So I'm just going to read. This is from the Nigeria Legislative Council debate, 16th September 1950. And I think it's going to be we're going to end the session here today. Oshipo, we'll continue on Monday. We have a lot to learn. And God will help all of us. We'll learn and we'll do well. So let me just read from this Legislative Council debate. Again, this is from 1950, 16th September. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read what the representative of the Western region said and what the representative of the Eastern region said. I think that's fair. So the representative of the Western region in this council debate, again, Nigeria Legislative Council debate of 16th September 1950, the representative of the Western region was the Ooni of Ife, Ọba Adesoji Aderemi, jìbìnìjìbìnì bí àtẹ àkún, Olórí Ọba Aládé. Oh boy, this man had it. Let me read to you what the Ooni said. Then I'll now read what the representative of the Eastern region said. So this is Ooni's statement. Your Excellency, I feel I should make some remarks, and that is that I regard myself as a representative of the Western region. It should be remembered that the Western region has expressed the views in favor of two houses, just as a way out of the deadlock we have reached. In doing so, the Western House of Assembly tried to follow the government's advice, which was given at Enugu, that the question of a second house should be considered in the various regions so that we may get over this trouble. I have made my position clear in the select committee that according to Yoruba custom, when a representative is sent by one assembly to another with a message he cannot deal with, any issue newly arising from the discussion, he is bound to refer back home for instructions. On account of that, I cannot say that I agree with this decision, for I have no right to vary the decision of the House of Assembly which sent me. Thank God. Guys, when you act, but try and remember that one day your children will read what you are writing and saying. And think about it. Will they call you brave, respectful, or weak, lily-livered, pandra? Just be pandering to people. Irresponsible, selfish, corny, usurpers, traitors. You will just make up your mind, because we're reading something from 1950. That's 75 years ago. This is what your own father said. Your father said, on account of the fact that waiting we talk now, don't change waiting we then send me can't do. He says, according to our own Yoruba custom. I love how he was able to bring that into this conversation. It's just beautiful. According to Yoruba custom, when a representative is sent by one assembly to another with a message he cannot deal with, any issue newly arising from their discussion, he is bound to refer back home for instructions. On account of that, I cannot say that I agree with this decision. What decision? 50-50. That the North will have 50% and the East and the West will share 50%. Even you, think about it, should make sense. A third gets half of the seats in Parliament. So Kabesi said, on account of that, I cannot say that I agree with this decision, for I have no right to vary the decision of the House of Assembly which sent me. I realize that majority decision was responsible for all we have done on the revision of the Constitution in the past. And I realize the fact that with all the Eastern members supporting the North in its demand for 50% of the seats at the center, the table is turned. And as usual, the decision that is reached by the majority would prevail. Nevertheless, as we of the West have not dared to vary the decision of our colleagues in the Western region at the Select Committee, we still do not wish to vary it now. I just want to make that clear. All the Eastern members supported the North in its demand for 50% of the seats at the center. Whatever you see in Abuja today saying, no, the North has more than the South, it did not start today. It started in 1950. It's been 75 years in the making. Let anybody not come and cry and say, Hausa are bad, Fulani are bad. They were given this thing on the platter. And it's important to mention it. Not to say they are better or they don't have their own issues, but they couldn't get it on their own. They had to be helped. And all Eastern region members supported it. But let me read to you what the first member of the Eastern provinces said. This man, like I said, 5 years before this point, was the one who said that the Igbo domination of Nigeria was only a matter of time, 1945. Here he is in 1950 saying something quite interesting. Please take a listen. Again, the man's name is the Honorable C.D. Onyema, Charles Onyema. Your Excellency, this matter of representation of our central legislature has been a very difficult problem, which has puzzled the minds of many of us since the Ibadan conference. At Ibadan, I was very much against the idea of having one region represented in such great numbers as to balance the other two regions put together. But I have given the matter further thought. And the problem, as I see it now, is whether, listen to this ridiculous thing. The problem, as I see it now, is whether we propose to have one Nigeria or to have a break between the North and the South. In other words, the argument, thank you very much for the gift. The argument here is still that one Nigeria argument. 1950. So I've thought about this thing. I said I didn't like it the other time, but I've thought about it. Do we really want one Nigeria, or do we want to say Northern Nigeria and Southern Nigeria? Let me ask you. According to the unwritten agreement, gentleman agreement, let me ask you, gentleman agreement that they had amongst themselves, where is the next president coming from after President Tinubu? Or where should the next president, it's not in the constitution, but where do you know that hopefully President Tinubu serves another term? Where would the next president come from, North or South? North. Why? Why are you writing North? I thought that we're supposed to be doing one Nigeria based on this statement from 1950. How of they are writing North? Is it that they didn't get the memo? These people have no foresight. Sorry. No foresight. Oh, if we do this thing, then we can have a situation where we will be able to have, instead of saying North and South, North versus South, let's have one Nigeria. And if you want one Nigeria, the way to get one Nigeria, the warped thinking is that the way to get one Nigeria is to give the North half of all the seats in Parliament. The North did not get it without the East. That's the point. And we're still suffering for that today. I'll take that again. Your Excellency, says Charles Onyema, this matter of representation of our central legislature has been a very difficult problem which has puzzled the minds of many of us since the Ibadan conference. At Ibadan, I was very much against the idea of having one region represented in such great numbers as to balance the other two regions put together. But I have given the matter further thought. And the problem as I see it now is whether we propose to have one Nigeria or to have a break between the North and the South. If we all agree, as we appear to have done, that we must have one Nigeria, then we must then consider what sacrifices we have to make to maintain that unity. If all the sacrifice we make in this country is to allow the northern region, which is also part of Nigeria, to have 50% representation and thereby achieve unity, I think we would have got away very lightly indeed. Somebody said they were bribed. No, they were not bribed. There's a reason, there's a caveat. I'm going to read it. It's there. It's hiding in plain sight. You will hear it and you think that once I read this thing, you will now see why the Sardauna wrote in his own book that people thought they were stupid and that they used it to their advantage. Sardauna has his own biography, or his autobiography, I should say, although it was written by somebody else. But anyway, the book is called My Life. People in the South thought they were stupid and they used it to their advantage. So he's saying let's give them 50%. But you would think, oh, were they bribed? No, they weren't bribed. Let me read to you his own basis for this wonderful idea. Oyema says, now, when the question of 2 houses came up for consideration, some members from the eastern region thought that was really not an answer to the problem. For one thing, we could not exactly decide on the function of this upper house. We could not decide on the function this upper house was going to fulfill. If it was going to be merely a house to delay legislation or to make the lower house think again. In other words, you have this thing where you have regional legislature and central legislature. So he says, we thought it was dilatory and there was no point in delaying the legislation unduly, or in fact delaying the ordinary functions of the Legislative Assembly. Furthermore, this is the part I'm going to. Furthermore, we thought that even if we give the North 50% representation, we still had a council of ministers at the center whose votes, as a matter of honor, are bound to be the same once they have reached a decision as regards government policy. I know a lot of people here are very wise. Please, you're going to explain that part when you come up. Let's give them 50% in parliament. After all, they say a council of ministers, and whatever we decide is as important as whatever they do in the parliament. Those northerners, I'll just, excuse me, if you're a Nigerian, you want to play politics, northerners can be dealt with, but you must respect them before you can even say, I can deal with the north, I can deal with them. First, respect them. Because if you go there thinking they are stupid, you will have your fingers burnt and you have yourself to blame. That was how the North got 50% of the seats. And that's what Papa was referring to here, that, again, I'm getting tired. I would have loved to go deeper, but time's a lot. We're going to end here. So he was talking about under the Macpherson Constitution and its revised version, the seats in the House of Representatives were shared 50-50 between the northern region on the one hand and the western and eastern regions on the other. Besides, there were official as well as unofficial members in the central legislature who were nominated by the governor or the governor general, as the case might be, to represent interests not already adequately represented. And then it's about to go into what happened in the Benin and Warri provinces, which begins to give us an idea of the whole thing about Midwest. I was reading some documents over a few days ago, about agitation for the Midwest in the 40s, I think 48, but then got louder in 52. We're going to talk about those things next week. So when we come back on Monday, probably just do a recap of, 1 or 2 pages, and then we'll go into this stuff that happened in Warri. Sorry, the stuff about Warri and Benin provinces. All right, that will be on Monday. What have we learned so far? A lot. We have learned that. What if I told you that the real class today was 1, 2, 3, 4 pages. Wonderful. The rest now recap and Yoruba history. Why is this important to us today? To have an idea that there's a way things happen in the past, and if we don't want it to happen again, we have to understand what happened so that we can learn from it, and then we don't repeat the mistakes. We also see how people who are bent on painting others evil have actually done some very crazy things in the past, and they still do it even to today. For instance, the idea that the people will be against regionalism even though they claim to want federalism. Or let me put it this way, if people will be against federalism even though they wrote about federalism just a few years prior. And when they were writing their federalism, in the book I talked about earlier, The Political Blueprint of Nigeria by Azikiwe, published in 1943, it was talking about having 8 regions. 1951 is against federalism, now wanted a unitary system. And the reason is not because of Nigeria. The reason is because of his people. And that's the person that tells you that he's a Pan-Nigerian, a Pan-African, he's a god of every, is a lie. If the reason you're against regional system is because you don't want to get passports to move from, nobody was even talking about passport, but you're thinking of passport. So essentially, whatever we do must favor you, even though it's not your space. We need to create a structure in Nigeria that recognizes the differences that we have, not so that we can be disunited, but so that we can actually find unity. This engineering of unity that people are doing, they are trying to engineer the outcome. You don't engineer outcomes. Just put the right process in place and the normal outcome will come out. You don't have to spend your entire lifetime asking for Nigeria to be united. They've been talking about this unity since the 40s. We still have not found it. And the reason is because there's a natural path to getting it. We are swimming against the tide. We are different peoples, right? We are different customs, different value systems, different everything. The only thing uniting us, we have only two things uniting us: jollof rice and football. That's all. And the ability to suffer and adapt. We are tenacious. We have tenacity. That's all that we can call Nigerian culture. Football, jollof rice, and the fact that we can adapt. Nothing happens, Nigeria will adapt, that's all. But when it comes to the value system, it's different. Our worldviews, they're different. Why not just acknowledge this and build a structure around it? And if you don't do this, you're going to be left with all these agitations for secession, one new nation. And I saw the person that wrote something in my comment section. Please, Yoruba people, just because I am Yoruba does not mean you can be coming here to be talking about secession. Please, I'm begging you. I don't believe in secession. I don't. So I've seen a lot of Yoruba people typing, I don't believe in it. And I hope you will forgive me if you think it's a sin, but I don't. I believe in Yoruba nation, whether within Nigeria or outside Nigeria. And I'll tell you this, I believe Yoruba nation is not coming. I believe it is already here. And I speak as though I'm talking to people that belong to Yoruba nation, because even as Awolowo said something very, very powerful to what is in his book, You Must Set Forth at Dawn. Shoyinka asked Papa that if Gowon calls you to work with him, would you answer? Would you work with him? And they said, we're going to think about it. Then he asked him, he said, if you have to go into hiding, would you go? And I was talking about the person who just came out of prison. This was in 1966. And Papa said, he has not thought of that. You will see it in the book, You Must Set Forth at Dawn. He said he had not thought of that. But if that thing will be in the interest of Yoruba nation, then he said to him, there are two nations, you know. These were Papa's own words. He said there's Yoruba nation, and then there's Nigeria. He said if my going on the ground will serve the interest of the Yoruba nation, he said I will not hesitate to do it. But that statement still rings in my head. When Papa said there is a Yoruba, he said there's a Yoruba nation, you know, and then there is Nigeria. In other words, even they had at the back of their mind that they had a nation. They were a nation within a nation. I've said something, and please try and understand. All these things that we do, which is our ideas, we have fantastic ideas, but let me assure you, a lot of these new ideas are not new. And we can make faster progress, I should say, if we will just consider what our elders have said. Let's read their books and listen to them. Awo did not do those things because he was trying to break out. Awo did that thing because in his mind, he was in a Yoruba nation. The man and his friends literally came up with the name Egbe Dudua. They were creating a nation. Why don't we have that mindset now, instead of just thinking that we must break to get it? So please, I saw you, I didn't speak anything, I didn't say anything when you typed it, but please don't type it again. If you don't think you are a nation now, you can never be a nation. Because once you get that nation, you'll be having this one that someone will say that they are the supreme head of Yoruba people. You'll not be asking me whether they're the one that fought for that nation with me. You get the point. Àti kò fa ńlẹ̀ ìfà tí ń ṣe àti ẹ̀tí ìṣòro kan àkànṣe pa àwọn kan làwọn jù kan lọ bá ṣe máa bílẹ̀ Yorùbá ṣe máa dá bí ilẹ̀ wa ṣe máa gbèrú sí rànlọ́lá ṣáwọn ọmọ ṣé gba ọmọ lọ léèwé kí ló kàn mí ṣómi wà ṣómi ń yọ ṣé náà wà ṣáà ní kíní no èmi mo ju gbogbo everybody lọ mo ju bàbá mi gan lọ. If this is what we are thinking in 2025, sincerely, it makes it look as if Awodi did nothing. Tọ́ba ṣe ń bá rúwí ká máa bá rúwí, àwa náà ní tiwa lára wa, àwa Yorùbá, we get our own for body. Tọ́ba dẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ ṣe máa gbọ́, we want unity. That same unity náà là ń kàn án sìn. Yoruba unity without structure is dysfunction. That's not unity. It's like saying Nigeria, let's also unite. Let's all unite. Where is the proper structure? No, let's just say we are all together, we are all one. Okay. When somebody comes to tell you that Oduduwa was his younger brother. All right. Let's learn from these people. And also those ones that are, you've also learned about what happened, with Azikiwe. It's time to bring people up. So let's bring, we have Dark Poet and Yoruba Greatness. Please, we're going to make it very quick because it's almost 8 o'clock. But thank you very much for listening, everybody. I really appreciate your presence. We're going to have some people come up to share their thoughts. Please let's keep our tapping on TikTok, especially. We see this Amber Alert and inactivity. I need your help, so please power tap on TikTok. And YouTube, I hope you guys are enjoying yourselves. Thank you for liking the live. And yeah. I'm glad you're here. So we have some people, brilliant, wonderful speakers who are going to be having their turn or taking their turns. We're going to start with Dark Poet and then we'll go to Yoruba Greatness. Dark Poet, please go on. Again, special thanks to all those who have given gifts. I see Shaya West, thank you for the roses. I know a lot of people gave gifts while I was talking. I may not stop because I didn't want to break the flow, but thank you very much for your generosity. And also thanks to Lolly Funds who asked me to put up the account details, and thank you for your support. The rest of us, if you want to support what we're doing, please use the bank details and send some cash. Thank you very much. Let's have Dark Poet, then we'll go to Yoruba Greatness and Omo Beko.
All right. Good Ẹkáàbọ, Prof. Good evening, everyone.
Okay, mo ti ń gbọ́ báyìí. Mo ti ń gbọ́.
Okay, mo ṣáà rò pé mo ti on music ẹ. So a lot of things man bákan lára mi pẹ̀lú àwọn people yìí. If you see them, anything you post about southwestern Nigeria, Yoruba, you will see them in the comment section creating nuisance. If they post their own, Igbo supremacy, you won't see our people there. We mind our own business. But they will come, they will rush come, they will be putting their mouth in what does not concern them. So that lè jókòó sílé. Etí so it used to baffle me. Bí àwọn èèyàn kan ṣe máa ancestral home or the ancestral home, they left the ancestral home, they would troop out to be Major Param, yes, so troop out from that forest to all other parts. Ilé yín wá rí bákan ilé ni ò dá ìyá ilé padà sílé, but ẹ tún lọ ń constitute nuisance níta tẹ̀ ń lọ. How can people be like that? How can a set of people be like that? Tún lè ṣe ó déta ó tún bàtà jẹ́. All these things, and then the baffling part is a recurrent thing to help. They never change any pattern láti àti ìgbà ìwáṣẹ̀ tí wọ́n ló máa jẹ́ ṣá àti ìgbà ìwáṣẹ̀ tí wọ́n they never change any pattern, still the same way lọ́ṣẹ̀ ń ṣe dé ní, and they say insanity is doing the same thing every time and expecting different results. Why not even try one bit and change? Okay, as I say, for years, So a man sọ kíní kan fún ẹ̀ mo kí sáré divert pẹ̀lú example yìí. Mo sọ fún ọ̀yàn mi ní we've been allies with a particular region, a particular block from inception. Ẹ wo bá ṣe rí. Bàtà try Sino area ń sìn, à ń ní train, à ń ní kíní, à ń ní bọ́.
Àfi Sino náà.
So it's good to actually think of okay outside the box. Let me just right. Let me just go left one time. Káwọn nǹkan tó wà left yẹn náà bóyá ó máa favour àbíkọ́, but they just wọ́n sún wọn kọrí síbi kan náà wọ́n fẹ́ kú òǹbẹ̀ rárá with this gaslighting and victimhood mentality and everything.
All right, 30 more seconds, sir.
Tó kọ́ máa ń kẹ́mi lára ni pé àṣejọ passport green passport náà ni kọ́ máa bàjẹ́ fún wa tó bá dẹ̀ fẹ́ lọ ó easy gan ẹ lọ pọ̀ àwọn èèyàn yín ẹ lọ sí federal house kẹ lọ ṣe nǹkan tó yẹ kẹ ṣe kò ní kẹ máa gaslight everybody kẹ máa pariwo kiri kẹ máa bàtà jẹ́ kẹ máa bá lé jẹ́.
Ẹ ṣé. Thank you very much, Dark Poet. Somebody in the comment says, what's Sino? So Sino will be SINO. It's reference to China. All right. We'll go quickly to Yoruba greatness. We have some more people in the comment section. I'm going to bring you up, but that will be all for today. We'll be here again on Monday, 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time. We're going to have a fantastic session as well. But right now, we're going to listen to Yoruba greatness. Please go on.
Well, just now, most of the one, Nile. What's any reason Timothy Sobe? From narratives I've heard on this TikTok, and even historically, it is proof that these peoples are not indigenous to Nigeria. I'm sorry. The region, even if you go into the Imo region and the Anambra region, there are original indigenes on that land. But hold on, I really don't agree with you because I can hear you shaking your head.
Okay, so do you have a proof that they are not indigenous to that place?
I have a recording and I will send it to you and then we can debate on it. I will send you something and then you can tell me whether it is yes or no. I'll send it to you today. The Iquiris claim that they had these so-called Igbos, they were trading them as slaves. This is from the Iquiri people themselves.
No, it's true. That's true. But doesn't change the fact that they are indigenous.
Sorry?
So I hear this Equatorial Guinea thing that people say. I mean, people throw jabs, but we try to make sure that we are being factual, right? There's no evidence that they are not indigenous. Evidence actually points to the fact that they are indigenous. Was there an issue of slavery? Plenty.
Where is the evidence that points that they are indigenous?
That's up to this topic. But the point I'm trying to make is that, so when we start, I get it, but I'm very careful with stereotypes, right? So I'm not trying to have a gotcha moment.
No.
The point, you get what I'm saying? So the point is, if I'm saying something, I've got to be definitive about it. Like, okay, this, I have the proof. So for instance, the issue is this, and at them they even cause the wala self. I don't know if Abu Wala, they keep looking for where they are from. How can the people be looking for where they are from?
Well, the thing is, can I land?
Yeah, please land. It's okay. I'm just trying to make sure that it doesn't become like Igbo bashing.
But no, it's not Igbo bashing because they have been going in, trading in territories that's not their business. So if you are now able to go in and start treading in other people's business, that's not their concern. Why should people not start asking about theirs? You cannot say that you want to open a can of worms and expect that your can of worms will not be opened.
Sorry, now somebody wrote something on. Please read the comment section. Yoruba greatness.
From Japan.
Sorry, I will burúkú ló pọ̀ jù ní comment section yìí.
Ẹkáàbọ. ẹnu is it lion? How do they say a sleeping lion? Tó rọra ń sun oorun ẹ̀ jẹ́jẹ́. Ó dẹ̀ lọ ń tọ́jú ó dẹ̀ ní kó má gé ẹ lọ́wọ́ jẹ. Ó máa gé ẹ lọ́wọ́ jẹ now. In fact, it will even do more than biting off your fingers. It will devour you. So they started this thing. And I'm sorry, on this TikTok, I've been asking, let an Igbo person come and tell me their origin. Let them come and say, not one can narrate. Look, we've had different versions. One is that they are from Iri. Another one will say he's from Agbo. I'm sorry. Another one will say he's Aro. Nnamdi Kanu, Ieni Aro ni watiwa Aro Chuku. Then he now traced their origin all the way to Israel.
Yes.
Now, let me leave this food for thought. Èmi ò sọ pé ilẹ̀ Nigeria kan ni wọ́n ti wá o. However, evidence is pointing pé these people don't know where they are from. And the reason why I'm saying this is because out of all the indigenous ethnic groups in Nigeria, it is only these people that are calling for an indigenous status. If you are already indigenous to your land.
One more minute, please. No, go on. 1 minute, please. Just go on.
So if you are already indigenous to your land, why is it they are the only ones calling for that indigenous status? Why? And with that, I yield the mic.
God bless you. God bless you. God bless you.
My last submission, not on the Konija, my last about.
It will not be like Baralong.
Can you like Konija there? But that is a very good food for thought.
Thank you. You know, I was listening to I think he's a professor. I think I even played the video here the other day. And the person asked him, where are the Igbos from? And he said the best thing I think people should be saying when they don't know. He said, I don't know. He's one of their leaders. He said, I don't know. And then he said, there are many versions. It depends on which one you want to take. But it says we're not talking about romanticizing it, we're talking about facts. And if we're talking about facts, I don't know. That's what he said. I see Papua New Guinea, I've seen Equatorial Guinea, I've seen all kinds of things in the comment section. To be honest, and then they call themselves, because then they say they are from here, they are from there, they inside Japan, they're in Europe, they're in Europa, Amerigonka, found in America, was a girl from the village. Again, I know where this is coming from. Let me tell you where it's coming from. It's coming from something, but it's not today's topic. I don't want to make it about, but it's a shame, and I hope they get better. All the way to Israel. When a person looks at me as a Yoruba man and looks at me and says to me that it's from Genesis chapter 46, say that Eri, the Igala man, suddenly is in the Bible. Abba. But it's fine. It's fine. All of us will be okay. Meanwhile, which reminds me that when Yoruba people count shouting all over the place that they are from Israel these days, they are from Ephraim and Judah. Are you lost? Please, we are Yoruba. All this attachment by force to Israel, I don't know what is doing. You know, I'm sorry, I'll just quickly say this, I'll go to the next person. Somebody was really on my neck with this Israel thing. So I told him, I said, have you read about British Israelism? There's a period in the 19th century where you had this British Israelism spread all the way to America, and they were telling everybody that cared to listen that they were Israelites, or the lost tribes of Israel. They were in Europe at the time. Now you brought them to Africa. You guys just stay in one place so that it's not that we won't fire you. The point seriously, it's moving. It was in Europe, especially in England, in Britain. Then it went to America, and somehow now Africans are the new Israel. And it came to you through black Americans, black Hebrews. Those black Hebrews are not the first people who have nothing in connection to Palestine to start saying they are there. It was British. I'm very sure if I really research, I'll probably find other groups who have said the same thing before them. Maybe just be content with being Yoruba. Like, do you not know what it means to be Yoruba? It's flex. Like, we'll talk more about it. You don't have to look for greatness from outside your culture. It's here. Like, get serious. All right. Thank you very much for that submission, Yoruba greatness. Although you did boast. So I have Omoba Eko and then Prof. Omoba Eko, please go on. Ekale.
Prof, Ekale.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Eku, Kiano Lateko. I'm okay, yes, Professor Remino. Good to see you, sir. Yeah.
Ekale,
yes, sir. Question kan lèmi kàn fẹ́ béèrè. I am very sure pé àwọn northern leaders wọ́n threaten bóyá kẹ́ o mo nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ sọ yìí lè má rí bẹ́ẹ̀ o pé wọ́n threaten pé àwọn máa leave àwọn máa fi union yẹn sílẹ̀.
Yes.
tó fi mú kí àwọn Igbo tọ́wọ́n dẹ̀ fẹ́ máa gbé nomadic kíni wọn káàkiri torí wọ́n support wọn nígbà tó wá rí bẹ́ẹ̀ tí Igbo wá padà lọ support wọn kí ló dé tí àwọn Yorùbá leaders tí wọ́n sọ pé àwọn fẹ́ fi union yẹn lẹ̀ question.
wọ́n sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ so nǹkan tẹ́ sọ lóòótọ́ ni ní 1950 àwọn ará òkè ọya àwọn náà pa àwọn fẹ́ kúrò Nàìjíríà lórí ọ̀rọ̀ pé kọ́ ní ìdá méjì nínú I'm going to say English. I think somebody here is not Yoruba, and this particular one is, I think, is quite respectful. Unlike the goat that was talking to his parents earlier. All right. So the North threatened to secede in 1950 on this matter, and is that the reason the Igbos worked with them? I don't know, right? But they didn't even mention it here as a basis. Although they talked about Nigerian unity, you want to have North and South or want to have unity. So yes, they threatened to secede. Now, did we also threaten to secede in 1953? But we're also threatened by the British, and that's why we ended up just chilling. So Papa brought up the idea of seceding because of Lagos. At that time, again, before 1953, Lagos was administered as part of Western Nigeria. So when Papa became premier of Western region, sorry, not premier, when he became leader of government business, right? Lagos was part of Yoruba land, of Western region. It was in 53 that place was now declared federal capital territory. Then in 54 it became a reality. So the point is, when that thing came up in the Constitutional Conference in London in 1953, Europe also threatened to secede. But it wasn't just the North or the East that responded. The British themselves also responded, and we had to sheath our swords. So, but I don't think it was just based on the fact that they went to secede that the East did it. The East also did it because, as far as they were concerned, it would not matter because there will be a council of ministers. So for them, it's also a way like, let's just give them what they want. After all, we know what we're doing. Meanwhile, everybody also knew at the time that the North did not have a lot of educated people. So there's this thing of meanwhile, again, the British also had their own plans with the North. But what you said about Baba was threatening secession. I'm not threatening. In Nigeria's history, every region has threatened secession. Every single region. The North threatened secession. So let me just use the dates. 1950, the North threatened secession. 53, the West threatened to secede. 63, the East threatened to secede because of the census crisis. 66, Niger Delta threatened to secede. Later in 66, the North also threatened to secede again in July. Right? And then in 67, the East majority already has it, but we are going to also express our displeasure. That's not what we want, and we cannot change our position because we have to report back home. So again, let's be careful. We cannot blame our leaders. What would they do? They had voted and they had lost. They had voted and they had lost. There was nothing else. If they threaten to secede at that point, you are threatening from a losing. You don't have any leverage. So if you threaten to secede, what would be the basis of that? Are we trying to gain something? I get your point, but once you vote already, majority that you win. So majority will always have their way, minority will have their say. But please, yes, please go on.
Remember, this thing was the select committee. So they had the general conference at Ibadan in January, and then issues that were unresolved. Right? They now did a select committee on this, where people came from each region to represent, and they talk about it. So not the general committee, right? So we have to think about what is happening there. So when we are saying where are our leaders, we've not even had the first
political party.
We are having the regional houses.
There was no action group at this time, Gosef.
There's no action group. Nobody has been elected into any house. That will happen later. Those things will happen later. Yes, you know that there's a lot more to do. You know that there's always so these are some of the things that happened, and in that. So we have to think with the battle. If there's democracy, and we're in a democratic system, then
it's a tyranny of the majority.
You have to abide by the rules of democracy. Don't be like obedience. When things not going against you, then you now start saying,
obedience not collect. Thank you very much for that. And Prof, I think you just go on with your submission.
Okay, but
sorry. Sorry. Okay, automatically. Omoba, I apologize. Omoba, so you want to go to the comment section? That's why I just moved on. Omoba, so he was responding in the comment section. He typed something, so I felt we were done. I think he's away from his phone for maybe when he comes back. But pending that at the time, let me continue.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, in short, good session as always. But to piggyback on what we are saying, those are we cannot divorce event from the context around that time, right? But then we should also give credit that there are certain people that have foresight, and there are also certain people that their overriding principle is short-termism. They don't really look at things in all ramification. Maybe because they don't have the sophistication for that from a social context perspective. If you don't evolve beyond clan level, right, it's hard for you to imagine what it means, right, dealing with others, diplomacy, and ability to look at the second order of events. You just think of it in a one way, right? So, and you will see that pattern, the Eastern region and their leaders repeat that pattern of making disastrous decisions, thinking that they would be the main beneficiary of it, and then it ended up favoring the North. That sharing of the seat of the parliament was one of the early examples of that. Now, that was it, and then it didn't favor them. Another example of that was the unification decree of Iransi, right? All this short-term stuff, you don't know the ramification. Now the North now took advantage of it again. It is now you are saying you want federalism. And those times your leaders were, look at all the papers. Call it Chief Obafemi Awolowo tribalist because Kabezi, you are not audible, Agbanyo.
When he got on last saw, they called him a tribalist, Meanwhile, they would do something for themselves, but then the North, for some reason, every time, the North would take advantage of it, and then they now say, let's change it. The North will now say, no, we like it like this.
Exactly. So you've taken decision that put the country into trouble, and then you will now come around and blame everybody. You look at was it 79 election again, when Chief Obafemi Awolowo went to go into coalition again with Zik for parliamentary seats. Only for Zik again to share 1959 stuff again, to betray Chief Obafemi Awolowo. Again, the things didn't favor them. By the second term of Shagari, they disposed of Zik. So there's this habit of taking short-term decisions that usually backfire, and then you now turn around and you blame everybody for that. So I mean, and that's why people need to be careful. All the people offering you, saying they will turn the country around in 4 years, or people telling you certain person is these are people that have patterns of taking disastrous decisions. So people have to be careful when you are hitching, your political destiny with such people. So that's one. I don't know where Kabiyesi went to, but I'll go on, Sha. The second thing that I want to point out was this issue of people claiming someone betrayed them or something like that, when technically you are the biggest betrayer in the history of the country. After the Iva Valley massacre in 1949, the Yoruba politicians and the Eastern politicians decided to form an alliance, which they call the National Emergency Committee, so that the whole South will have a unified front against the colonial guys. Who broke that National Emergency Committee? Who broke neck? It was Zik. It was. And why? Because of Lagos. Every other issue can be negotiated, but said they cannot negotiate Lagos. Lagos must not be part of Yoruba land. And that was what broke that. He refused. So again, people need to just, look deeper at things. The people that are pointing is just reverse psychology. When you look at it, the problem of this country are from the disastrous decisions that the leaders from that region of that country have taken. Just check it. All the issues. Sheikh Yoruba has asked for secession once. They have asked for secession at least 2 or 3 times. And as at 64, Sadana agreed that they should leave. He agreed. The Western region also agreed. Immediately they gave them cabinet positions in Tafa. They all dropped their ambition. And that's why, this Biafra, I don't much have so much pity for it, because it was just like the bed that you laid. You just do conny, and you got yourself into a bind. That's how you used to see it. Any opportunities to avert that problem, right? But people place personal interest over group interest. And that's and that's always how it happens in life. So I just want to chip that in, Kabiyesi, and good job. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, Professor Remy. The prof that was telling me to teach something. But I'm glad you're here, sir. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for your support. And also for the contribution to the comment. So, I know my day, at this point, Ẹkáàbọ, but, be like, say, I'm going to bring up Omo West and the Yoruba Nigerians, but you're going to have only 2 minutes, please. I want to do this because you have not sent requests to be up here before. So, just 2 minutes, please, and then we can move on. Oh, sorry, I need to answer a question. Somebody asked a question earlier. He said, where were Yoruba leaders when the Hausas and the Igbos went to Aburi? That's not what happened. Hausas and Igbos did not go to Aburi. Nigeria and Nigerians went to Aburi Nigeria and the Eastern region guys went to Aburi. So every region was represented at Aburi. The governors of each region was there. The governor of Lagos was there. Mobolaji Johnson, Hassan, Katsina. It wasn't an intertribal, inter-ethnic conversation. It was a national conversation. So they did not go there as Hausa. The head of state at the time is not Hausa now. It wasn't Hausa. Yakubu Gowon, General Yakubu Gowon is from Jos. He's from a minority ethnic group. So it's not Hausa and Igbos having meetings. It was Nigerian leaders having a conference in Ghana. And all regions were represented, including Western region, and the Yoruba people who were there. We have had sessions on that. We'll talk about it again when the time comes. It looks like those who came up earlier, have dropped. But thank you very much for coming here. You are responding to IPOB. Oh, is IPOB? I thought it was a human being. My bad. It's been a fantastic session. I really want to appreciate everybody in the comment section. Thank you for tapping and sharing. Today's live was smooth. We had no problems with YouTube, and the little issue we had on Facebook was quickly resolved. You didn't even notice, which is beautiful. And when this goes on, by the way, if you want to watch these things again, you can watch everything again on YouTube, the live section. We also have loads of videos. We have more than 600 videos on YouTube, the shorts, the longs, and the one in between. So please take advantage of this. Take advantage of the conversations that we have out there. Someone says, "Don't end the live here too. I never belly full." You go belly full for YouTube. The video plenty for YouTube. You go eat tire. We're going to continue this conversation on Monday, 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time. Somebody says you are right, Professor. Oh, Shemin Prof. Okay, you're right, Prof. General Yakubu Gowon isn't a Hausa man. No, he's not. He's not. I was having a conversation with some elders. By the way, I refer to this because it's just so beautiful to learn at the feet of very wise men. And they were saying that it's possible that one of the issues that Gowon had was actually the fact that I was from a minority ethnic group. And as soon as they said, I said, I think it would have been different was Murtala. And they said, yes. Murtala Mohammed would have destroyed everything. He had no point to prove to anybody. And how do I know? See what he did in Asaba. And by the way, some people had it coming. I'm not saying what he did was right, though, but I said some people. I didn't say the people, though. He just did what, and it was wrong what happened, by the way. But it is well. Thanks very much to everybody in the comment section on YouTube, on Facebook, on TikTok. Thank you for your support. Thank you for liking. I'm getting us to 188.5k likes on TikTok. I think I'm going to get to 200 before we close tonight, but let me clap for everybody. All right. But so that you can power up and get us to 200k, let me cheer. All right, so that's me acknowledging you in advance. So please power up, let's get to 200k before we go. But thank you very much for a fantastic session. Those who gifted us, thank you very much for your support. Thank you for your generosity. Those who use the bank details, also thank you. Please let's make it a point of duty. To be honest, right? It takes a lot to do this. And also, we're also trying to do this thing where not only are we creating content, we're also pushing the content. Now, that also takes money. So please support us any way you can. It will be much appreciated, right? I know some people do it, but some people, you're like, some of you are very rich. You're like, maybe I'm like Dangote's son. I'm working so that my son can be like Dangote's son. So that means I would be like, you get the point. So please support what we're doing, right? We really would desire your support. And for those who are doing it, thank you for your generosity. Thank you for keeping us going, and also for encouraging us. There's some things that for YouTube, for Twitter, it'd be like, say, that studio thing. Twitter, any small sound, Twitter don't scatter. So for now, we'll be here. But also one of the projects I want to do in the coming months, apart from the one that we talked about some weeks ago, we're talking about production, even if it's stage, to reduce all these things to cut down your lady. somebody talked about it about a month ago, and I started thinking about it, and it's something I would like to do. So if you'd like to support it, if you know anybody or any companies that would, sponsor things like that, please feel free to reach out to me. All right, you can reach out to me here on TikTok or on Telegram at Busui Oris. And to those who are sending terrible things to me on Telegram, God will judge. I won't say more than that because I don't know why people are just very funny. But yeah, that's the detail. But thank you very much for your support. I really do appreciate it. So we're going to call it a day. But before we go, normally we have this thing where we play our anthems before we end the live sessions. So we play 2 anthems, the Nigerian anthem and the Yoruba anthem. But sadly, one of them has copyright stuff. So Tabati Basi play and sing. YouTube will start giving us copyright warnings and stuff like that. So please, for those of us on YouTube and also on Facebook, we're going to end the live. No, YouTube, Facebook can still hear the anthem, I think. Anyway, you're going to, what's the word now? We're going to play the anthems, but we're going to have to let you go so that we can play in peace. But if you want to sing with us, please join us on TikTok or on Facebook. Thank you very much for being here, and I pray that Yoruba land will continue to grow, and Nigeria also will continue to make progress. And gbogbo kùdìẹ̀kudiẹ tó wà lọ́nà ọ̀rọ̀ wa bí Yorùbá, Ọlọ́run bá yọ kúrò. Ọlọ́run ràn wá lọ́wọ́ tó yẹ pé ilẹ̀ Yorùbá tá a bá fún àwọn ọmọ wa, ó máa dáa ju táwọn òbí wa fún wa lọ. Àwọn tó dẹ̀jà aṣáájú, bóyá ọba ni wọ́n o, àbí jóyè o, àbí olóṣèlú o, àbí akẹ́kọ̀ọ́ àbólúkọ, àbí nǹkan kí nǹkan tí ó bá jẹ́ tẹ́ pé ọkọ̀ ṣàjẹ́. Ọlọ́run fún ọlọ́gbọ́n ìmọ̀ àtòyé bó ṣe máa darí wa tọ́ni wá sínú inú òkun pupa. Ọlọ́run fún ọlọ́gbọ́n ìmọ̀ àtòyé. Ọlọ́run yọ ẹ̀mí ìgbéraga kúrò nínú ọkàn àwọn èèyàn. Tẹ̀mbẹ̀lẹ̀kún tínú mi ní ó ṣe Ọlọ́run bá yọ kúrò bẹ́ẹ̀. Ọlọ́run ràn wá lọ́wọ́ pé ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ó máa jẹ́ nǹkan tó múmú láyé ọkàn wa. Àkànní máa wò wá pé nǹkan tó máa jẹ́ kémi níláárí, a máa níláárí lágbára Ọlọ́run, ṣùgbọ́n jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ ilẹ̀ wa á níláárí. Gbogbo iṣẹ́ àtọ̀nà wa Ọlọ́run jẹ́ kó Ọlọ́run àtúnṣe, gbogbo tó bá kù díẹ̀ sí Ọlọ́run àtúnṣe. Ẹ̀yin tẹ̀lé wà lájò ní kú sọ́nà bí èéfín o. Mo ń gbàdúrà jẹ́ kó máa ń sábà gbàdúrà tó bá ti parí anthem, but tó pé àwọn tó wà lórí YouTube wọ́n lè má gbọ́ àdúrà yẹn. Ó yẹ kẹ́ náà gbàdúrà kẹ́